This story began in the luxurious estate of the current Duke of the Empire, named Darches. The man screamed at his young daughter as he was in complete shock over her recent actions. The girl herself, named Meliara, hardly listened to her father, since she was not interested in all of this. She was the second daughter of the Duke, who swore that the lady had greatly disgraced him. All because, not long ago, the heroine was the crown prince's most political bride. But the girl unexpectedly broke off the engagement for reasons unknown to anyone. The heroine couldn't tell the people around her about this, but she was no longer Meliara, but simply ended up in her body. Therefore, Miss was not at all interested in listening to what the Duke, who was no longer her father, was shouting at her. She knew the story she was in, and where the crown prince was the main character, as was his bride. Based on its plot and title, this novel called on a boy to defeat all the evil within him. And the girl, throughout all the events, took the side of good and began to call everyone to it. But all the good deeds of the heroes ended when, for some reason, the Demon King showed up at their wedding. And he instantly turned the entire holiday into chaos and horror, leaving almost nothing from the secondary characters. So the heroine knew that if she followed the original plot, she would definitely die in the end. Therefore, having quarreled with her father, the lady quickly packed her suitcases to leave the estate. The girl did not understand why she was suddenly hit and killed by a car in her past life. But, in any case, Miss had no doubts about her decision to leave. After all, she knew that Meliara had been abused by her own father her entire life. Besides, after she got married, it was only a matter of time before she was thrown out of the house. So the heroine decided to rid herself of such a miserable existence in advance, because she wanted to live normally. The girl thought that the best thing for her would be to simply leave this empire. She didn't want to face a demon in 3 months who was supposed to destroy everything around her. So the fact that she was kicked out was only to the heroine's advantage, because now she could go wherever she wanted. Therefore, the girl left the estate with the utmost pathos, which only angered the Duke even more. But the lady herself did not care at all, because she wanted death for her father, who treated her cruelly. Meliara took a lot of different jewelry with her, but she didn't know where to sell them. Miss understood perfectly well that many people could recognize her in the shops on the main streets of the city. Therefore, the only option for the girl was to find some places on the outskirts of the districts. Suddenly, the lady heard a dog barking behind her, which frightened her greatly, forcing her to turn around. A real 3-headed dog was approaching the heroine, and it was clearly not friendly. Meliara never thought that she would ever meet the hellhound itself. While the lady froze in fear, the dog continued to quickly approach her. The girl was little acquainted with the world of the novel, but she did not believe that such terrible creatures lived in it. However, the dog was quite real and quickly closed the distance between the lady, which only frightened her even more. Suddenly, the dog jumped high into the air to close the remaining distance between himself and the miss. The heroine covered herself with her hands from the fear that gripped her, because she could only mentally pray to the dog not to bite. But unexpectedly, instead of pain from the bite, the girl felt the animal's wet tongue on her skin. Instead of attacking the heroine, the dog decided to affectionately lick her face, because he liked her. For Meliara, it was so sudden that the lady even froze in surprise. The dog did not show any sign of aggression, but simply happily rolled around next to the girl. The Duke's daughter noticed that the dog was asking to scratch his tummy and immediately began to fulfill his wish. The miss was so carried away that she didn't notice how someone approached her from behind, but the dog saw it right away. It was only when the guy behind her called him Culber that the lady cautiously turned back with curiosity. Meliara didn't even know what to expect from the owner of such a strange animal, who was also afraid of him. Meanwhile, the guy asked the dog with displeasure why it suddenly ran off in an unknown direction. Listening to his pleasant voice, the heroine looked with all her eyes at the face of this stranger. The girl couldn't help but notice that this man was handsome, and also completely to her taste, but Meliara couldn't allow herself to stare at someone, so she tried to throw him out of her head. To calm down, the lady changed the subject and asked if the dog really belonged to the guy. To this, the owner merely confirmed rather rudely. Miss suggested, crossing his arms over his chest. The heroine suddenly noticed that after this gesture from the guy, the animal hid behind her in fear, and the guy himself suddenly thoughtfully asked out loud, since when Kelber had treated anyone else well, In response, Miliara smiled sweetly and said that she was not at all surprised, because the animals loved her. And indeed, in the girl's past life, both birds and animals were constantly around her, so she stroked the dog, asking how he was getting on, because it was difficult to combine three characters in one body. For some reason, the guy was noticeably surprised, and even repeated the phrase about three different characters for some reason. Then Miss asked if it was really strange to think that there were three dogs, despite having three different heads. In response to this, the owner remained silent, but became quite gloomy, although nothing foreshadowed this. Meliara noticed that the stranger's mood had changed for some reason, and asked if everything was okay. Suddenly, the guy suddenly dropped to one knee and grabbed the lady's hand tightly, pulling her towards him. The girl's hat even flew off from such a sudden movement, since the miss did not expect anything like that. The dog's owner, meanwhile, gently touched the girl's chin with his hand, studying her face. The guy himself kept a very serious expression, and Meliara couldn't understand anything from him. The heroine even decided that this handsome stranger wanted to kiss her, which suited the lady perfectly. In order not to miss this moment, Miss was already prepared, when suddenly she heard a man's voice from the side. Realizing that they had been seen, the heroine immediately jumped to her feet, trying not to blush too much. And the dog's owner's secretary bowed politely to the Duke's daughter, expressing his gratitude for her help. Having studied the man's manners and speech, the lady guessed that he was the butler of the stranger's estate. Then the heroine turned around and looked again at the gorgeous guy, only now realizing that he was an aristocrat. What's interesting is that the longer the girl looked at the dog's owner, the more she liked him. But the gentleman himself was not giving the lady the most pleasant looks, since for some reason he was still gloomy. But the heroine didn't notice the guy's mood at all now, and was embarrassed when she met his eyes. The butler suddenly offered the lady money for helping, but the miss wanted to refuse. Suddenly, she saw exactly how many coins the man offered her, and was very surprised because of it. So the heroine instantly changed her mind, and stretched out her hands to take the coins from the butler's hands. Having accepted the money, the lady bowed to both aristocrats, after which she announced that it was time for her to go. To prevent anyone from stopping her, Miss quickly ran away, as if she had not been there. Looking at all this, the butler noted with a smile that the gentleman had met a rather nice girl. Suddenly, the man noticed that for some reason, the dog's owner hardly reacted to his words. The guy himself was really thoughtful, because something in this whole incident seemed very strange to him. To check what had happened, he called out to the first passerby he came across on the street. The commoner turned in fear to the aristocrat, who, his eyes flashing, said that he had a question. He pointed at Kelber, who was not at all kind now, and asked how many heads the dog had. At the same time, the dog itself growled diligently, scaring away the already frightened guy, who could only see one head. In order to release him as soon as possible, a city resident reported that at the feet of the aristocrat, there was a completely ordinary dog with one head. These words puzzled the fair-haired stranger even more, who could not find answers to his questions. Since he no longer needed the boy, he let him go, and he immediately ran away as quickly as possible. The butler asked the gentleman again what exactly had worried him so much, since a magic spell had been cast on the dog. Then the guy reminded the assistant that the girl somehow saw 3 heads on the dog. It turned out that the lady could see through Kelber's illusion quite calmly, and even treated it calmly. The secretary didn't believe it at first, but then suggested that the miss might have made a contract with one of the demons. When the boy denied this assumption as well, the butler was left with only one explanation for what was happening. He didn't even voice it, as the blonde man himself said that the girl from his memories had nothing in common with this lady. However, something still bothered the dog's owner and made his white eyebrows frown deeply, so he confided in a man named Tanma and asked him to find out everything about that girl. The guy knew that the appearance might be different, but it was impossible to somehow change the soul. Therefore, the dog's owner strongly hoped that in this duke's daughter, he would finally find what he was looking for. Meanwhile, Miliara herself came to an inexpensive area where she was going to spend some of the money on necessary purchases. Pretty quickly, Miss found something that she felt very comfortable in, so she bought it without thinking. Then the heroine went further along the streets, when suddenly she noticed a sign with a large mug of beer. The girl had been wanting to relax and unwind for a long time, so she was glad to come to this pub, and having entered it, she never regretted it, because she managed to eat her fill, which made her feel very good. Now, Miliara could fully concentrate on thinking out a plan for her escape. She knew that this empire would soon be destroyed by the Demon King, so she had no intention of staying here. After escaping, Miss also wanted to find a sacred relic of protection called Kian, which could help her greatly. This thing has been created for quite some time now, precisely to save and preserve the lives of its owners. However, Miss understood that there was one big problem in her whole plan, which was the location of the Kian. The thing was that this relic was in the temple of the very same Demon King who destroyed the empire. But even after reading the novel, the heroine did not know why Arvis suddenly decided to destroy everything around him. She was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice how someone from the audience suddenly began to approach her. The man loomed over the girl and suddenly asked what kind of Demon King she was talking about. With a puzzled expression on her face, the Miss turned to look at her interlocutor, who clearly knew her. At that moment, the guy looked at Mrs. Scribbles, and with a sweet smile said that he didn't know that aristocrats could draw so badly. He was sure that painting should have been taught to the girl among other basic skills. But at that moment, the heroine was not listening at all to what the stranger was telling her, as she was enjoying his beauty. Moreover, it was not even that important to the Duke's daughter, who exactly from the world of the novel this wonderful guy was. The young man himself said with a grin that he decided he was mistaken when he first saw his acquaintance in trousers. The heroine really didn't want this man to guess that she wasn't Meliara at all. Suddenly, the guy froze in place and silently stared at the girl, which greatly embarrassed her. The lady asked what was the matter, and he explained that the girl had spoken to him respectfully before, but he liked a simpler form of communication. Bending over and covered in a barely noticeable pink blush, the guy suggested that Miss call him differently from now on. The heroine, upon seeing this, was completely captivated by the beauty of the stranger, so she agreed to everything. And this man clearly took advantage of the situation, so he quickly asked to be called Linden. Only now did the heroine realize who exactly she had been talking to so carelessly all this time. The thing is that Linden Iserson was the second prince of the empire, whom few people knew by sight. And in the novel itself, the guy was a secondary male character, which the girl knew well. Noticing that Miliara's expression had changed for some reason, the prince immediately asked her what the matter was. Darches tried to make excuses by saying that she simply felt stuffy in this room, since she couldn't explain anything. The heroine could not understand what Linden was doing in such a quiet and unknown place. Because the boy's mother died early, he was taken and raised by his grandfather outside the palace. It was because of this that even many in the imperial estate did not know what the second prince looked like. At that moment, the guy called the lady's name again, and she shuddered violently, responding to him. Then he suddenly put his hand to her forehead, because he wanted to check if Miliara was ill. Linden immediately realized that Miss did not have a temperature, but suggested that she go home just in case. However, the heroine, blushing deeply, rejected this idea and hastened to assure that everything was fine with her. From the novel, the girl knew that Ezerson was a rather insidious man who tried to take his brother's wife away. The guy then said he had heard about the Duke's daughter's broken engagement, and then asked if she was okay. Although Linden's face showed genuine concern, Miss didn't believe him at the moment. She was no longer connected to her family in any way, so she knew that Linden would not be able to get anything from her. Since she was tired of this whole show of pretense, the heroine decided to end it. So the girl stood up and said that she had a lot of work after the broken engagement, so she would go. Linden tried to stop the lady, but before he could even touch her, she really was gone. The heroine was a little worried that she had acted too rudely, but she did not want to get involved with the second prince. However, looking back at him, the Miss thought that maybe the guy was really just worried about his friend. The heroine knew that it was at this time that Linden's grandfather died, and many responsibilities fell on him. So Miss returned to Etherson and thanked him for his concern for her. The prince himself did not expect that Miliara would suddenly turn to him and even decide to talk about something, and the girl suddenly promised that she would support her friend if he ever needed her help. This was the first time something like this had happened to Linden, so he didn't even know how to react to such words. Finally, the guy smiled and asked the lady to call him by his first name so that there would be no formalities between them. Hearing this, the heroine thought that the prince was acting like a child, but she simply smiled back at him. Suddenly, interrupting the conversation between the girl and the boy, a dog with 3 heads unexpectedly burst into the room. Meliara immediately noticed this sharp movement out of the corner of her eye, and therefore quickly turned around. But Miss didn't have time to do anything, and Kelber happily knocked her down, wagging his tail. Lyndon jumped up, chased away the impudent dog, and extended his hand to help the Duke's daughter up. Then the owner of the pub, Kelber, appeared at the door and called him over, saying that he was behaving rudely. Meliara was very happy to see this handsome man, so she smiled sweetly at him when she met his gaze. But it was completely unclear what the guy himself was thinking, since the gentleman was silent for some reason. Then the girl boasted that she had changed her hairstyle because it was much more comfortable for her to walk with a ponytail. Only after this did the stranger smile and say that this unexpected and new hairstyle suits the lady very well. While the two were talking to each other, Lyndon watched the girl and the boy in complete shock. Eventually, Ezerson couldn't stand it any longer and asked his friend who the person she was talking to was. Miss didn't know the name of the dog's owner, so Lyndon introduced himself first and asked the stranger's name. But for some reason, the fair-haired guy continued to stand silently and only frowned in response. This greatly embarrassed the prince, and he asked whether the boy would not introduce himself in response, as politeness required. The dog's owner said that he shouldn't at all, and the heroine felt the air become electrified with tension. Meliara didn't know why the two of them were suddenly fighting, but she knew it was best to separate them as soon as possible. What Miss was most worried about now was that her friend would find out about Lyndon's royal origins. The prince himself was not at all worried about his possible exposure, since he was too angry for that. He declared that decent people introduced themselves to each other immediately, and the guards behind him began to stir. The heroine could not even imagine that the second prince's guards would disguise themselves as ordinary citizens. But the fair-haired guy himself was not at all frightened by Lyndon's words. He only crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure. He glanced at the guards, and the people around him were overcome by the aura emanating from Kelber's master. The prince knew who exactly was the bearer of such powerful magic, so he was afraid. The gentleman himself unexpectedly approached Meliara, not paying attention to anyone else around him. The guy then briefly said that his name was Lecht, since he wished to introduce himself only to the girl. Somewhat confused, the heroine gave her name in response, although she was tense about the atmosphere in the room. She smiled and thought to herself that she had already met this name in her past life. Unexpectedly, Lecht, with an excited face, asked the lady if they had met somewhere before. Since the heroine had only recently occupied this body, she did not know who Meliara had seen and who she had not. So the girl got out of it by saying that she didn't remember the guy, but they could meet again. But Kelber's master was in no hurry to respond to this proposal, which puzzled the Duke's daughter. Then she added that she was leaving soon, so they didn't have much time left to get to know each other. After these words, the guy noticeably perked up and asked where exactly the girl was suddenly planning to go. Without any ulterior motive, the miss said that she was going to the village of Chaban in the east of this empire. The heroine was about to say goodbye with a smile, when suddenly Lecht unexpectedly said that he would go with her. Hearing this, the girl froze in place in surprise, since she could not even think that she would have company. The guy said that it would be much more reliable with him, but the lady tried to refuse, citing the fact that they were not very familiar. Meliara said that the journey would take several days, so she would only be a burden to her new friend. To this, Lecht calmly said that he could take a sacred oath if the miss did not completely trust him. The guy was so serious that immediately after these words, he pulled his dagger out of its sheath, after which, before the miss could say anything, the dog's owner took a lunar oath that he would not harm her. As Lecht spoke, the dagger glowed with magic, accepting its master's oath. The heroine watched the serious actions of her new friend in complete shock, not understanding what was happening. In the end, the girl couldn't take it anymore and screamed at the guy to stop and not do such a stupid thing. She grabbed his hands, preventing him from finishing the sacred oath that sheds blood. And then the heroine shouted again that she didn't need all this at all. She already believed the guy. Meliara smiled, trying to ease the tension, and offered to go on her journey with her. Miss broke this sacred oath of the moon. because she knew that it was most often used by lovers. The Duke's daughter was afraid of what would happen if these words were broken, so she did not allow Lecht to complete the ritual. To completely distract the guy, the Miss began to chat about how it would really be safer for her to travel with him. It was unclear from the gentleman's face whether he had guessed about the lady's tricks, and Lecht himself, for some reason, remained silent. True, in the end, he couldn't help himself and smiled a little, since he was pleased that he would be traveling to the east in pleasant company. Linden, who didn't like what was happening, continued to watch the girl and the guy from the side. The second prince didn't want to admit it to himself, but he felt out of place because of everything. The next morning, the heroine woke up in a very good mood, as she had been able to sleep wonderfully. The girl was immediately met by Kelber, with whom she was not at all against talking, since she loved animals. While the lady was talking to the dog, she was so carried away that she didn't notice how someone approached her almost from behind. It turned out to be Tanma, who wanted to know how the lady was feeling, so he approached her for a conversation. After exchanging a few words, the butler announced that breakfast was ready, so he called the girl downstairs. At the table, Miss was already impatiently awaiting her new friends, one of whom even waved to her joyfully. Meliara couldn't help but think how lucky she was to be around such handsome guys. Linden, meanwhile, pushed a plate towards the girl and suggested that she try the delicious local food. The heroine did not expect such care from the prince, but she tried to behave naturally and not be embarrassed. What also threw the lady off track was that she herself couldn't remember the last time she had a normal breakfast. This is because she never had enough time to eat properly before work, so Miss only had snacks. However, the girl understood that in this world she would have to eat well, so she readily picked up the cutlery. Suddenly, she noticed Lecht's hand pushing the plate with 2 delicious pieces of toast away from her. The heroine stared in surprise at the guy, who continued to calmly drink his drink as if nothing had happened. Noticing Meliara's gaze, the guy explained that if she ate too much now, she wouldn't get up from the table. In response, the girl smiled and thanked her friend, since she considered such a random concern to be sweet. Not knowing exactly what was in her glass, Miss took a sip from it and was ultimately incredibly surprised. The drink in the mug was exactly the same as what she drank every morning before work, which the lady did not expect at all. The heroine looked at Lecht in surprise once again, but this time she didn't say anything to him, because he wouldn't have understood anyway. Meeting Meliara's gaze, Kelber's master smiled and asked if her drink and food were tasty. The Duke's daughter was greatly embarrassed by this intense gaze, so she answered something unintelligible to her friend, covering her flushed face. Then the girl thought again about the delicious coffee that she never even hoped to try in this world. Unexpectedly, the gentleman advised his friend to add honey or sugar to the mug, because it would taste much better. Meliara was quick to agree with these words. As she was excited by Lecht's proximity, she began to drink coffee as quickly as possible, hoping that at least this would distract her from thoughts about her handsome friend. As soon as the girl finished drinking, Linden suddenly addressed her, distracting her from her planned meal. To the heroine's surprise, the guy suddenly asked if she was really going to the village of Chiban, which the lady confirmed. Suddenly, the second prince said that he now also needed to go east, so he asked to go together. Meliara didn't expect Linden to suddenly ask to go on the trip with her, so she almost dropped her toast jam. Noticing the doubt on the girl's face, Ezerson made a sweet face and looked pleadingly at the miss once more. The guy overdid it, and his face began to look childishly innocent and pure, as if he was about to cry. Seeing such cute manipulations, Meliara forgot about almost everything in the world and froze in place. In the end, the girl could not resist and asked Lecht if he would mind taking Linden with him on their journey. To this, the guy calmly replied that he would agree with any decision of Meliara, although just yesterday he had quarreled with the prince. In fact, the lady wanted the gentleman to be against the trip with Ezerson, but did not receive the expected refusal. So in the end, when the carriage was ready, 3 passengers were to set off on their journey to the east. At the sight of such a beautiful carriage, the heroine could not resist and admired its wonderful appearance. Lecht proudly announced that it was his carriage, which had been so well prepared by his butler Tanma. Then he extended his hand and politely invited the girl to climb inside the carriage with him. The Duke's daughter did not expect that Lecht would suddenly offer to go with her, since she had planned to get there differently. So Miss shook her head and said she would just borrow a public cart. But the gentleman objected to this, saying that there was no need to travel on the same road, but in different transport. These words made Meliara think hard, because Lecht's carriage was also much better than the public one. So Miss shook hands with her friend and thanked him for the invitation to go along, which she eventually accepted. At this point, Lyndon said goodbye to his closest assistants, since he was not taking anyone with him. Then the guy turned and met Lecht's gaze directly, causing him to freeze in place in surprise. Deciding to play a trick, the second prince smiled and said that since his carriage had not yet arrived, he would like to ride with his friends. This trick did not please Kelber's master very much, but he could not even somehow adequately object. So for a moment, the boys just stood silently opposite each other, feeling hostility between them. Lyndon was the first to break the silence and said that his father had been cautious in telling him some things about Lecht. And now, the second prince was very surprised that he was able to meet the master at all. But suddenly, the fair-haired man abruptly interrupted his interlocutor, starting to say something threateningly. Lecht ordered Lyndon to keep his mouth shut and not to say anything about him to Meliare ahead of time. The guy didn't want to reveal his identity more than anything, so he even flashed his eyes angrily. Only after saying everything he wanted did Lecht turn around and leave, leaving the second prince completely alone. The boy remembered how, as a child, he overheard his father's instructions, who told him never to approach Let Arvis. The man strictly forbade his son to get in the way of this family. No matter what happened, little Lyndon sincerely did not understand what his father could be so afraid of, if he ordered him not to contradict Arvis. And the emperor then declared that if Lecht points his sword at someone, the entire empire would instantly turn into a wasteland. But even with all this, Lyndon couldn't just stand there and watch as the Demon King got closer to Meliara. As soon as everyone had taken their seats and were leaving, Meliara felt the awkwardness hanging around her with her skin. The lady did not understand why she had such sensations, but she hoped that it was not because of Lyndon's presence in the carriage. In the end, Miss couldn't stand it any longer and spoke to Lecht, once again asking for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused to him. But the guy with an impassive face replied that the girl could do whatever she wanted. However, these words did not dispel the awkwardness surrounding the company, so the heroine decided to deal with it personally. She jumped up in the carriage and suggested that they have a great time when they arrived at Chiban village. But the girl didn't take into account that everything might not be so easy and simple because she felt sick in the carriage. The heroine did not expect such a situation, so she followed her friends helplessly, feeling bad. Seeing Meliara's condition, Lecht decided to take a short rest in the village, near which they stopped. By a lucky chance, the guy had bought a house here, and it was there that the whole company ended up moving in. After putting the Duke's daughter to bed, Lyndon asked if she was sure she could be left alone, and the lady confirmed this. With a worried expression on his face, the second prince promised to find medicine for his friend to make her feel better. Only after this did Ezerson leave, although it was clear from his expression that the guy did not want to do this at all. Left alone, the heroine remembered that in her past life, she had also suffered from seasickness, and at such moments, she always drank chamomile tea, but she was not sure that she would find it in this world. Suddenly, someone knocked softly on the door, and the miss sat up in bed again to greet the guest. It turned out to be Lecht, who was very carefully carrying a mug with some kind of warm drink for the girl. The guy asked the lady to drink what he brought and carefully handed her the mug so as not to spill it. Meliara stared at her friend in confusion, not expecting him to care so much about her. A few moments later, the miss obediently took the mug, asking what exactly the guy had poured into it. Without changing his expression at all, Lecht said that he had brewed some chamomile tea for the girl, which helps with motion sickness. This really shocked the heroine, because she could only dream of such a remedy. But in the end, she suddenly got it. Miss asked how Kelber's master found out about this, and he suddenly lied that Tanma told him about this remedy. Meliara was extremely happy that this world also had such a good remedy, so she drank it with pleasure, after which the Duke's daughter noticeably cheered up and happily thanked Lecht for taking care of her. The gentleman nodded in response and said, as he was about to leave, that the lady could rest today when suddenly she called him. Sitting on the bed, the girl suddenly told her friend that he was very kind and that she really liked that about him. For some reason, after these words, Lecht's face changed, but he didn't say anything in response and simply left the room. The last thing Miliara heard before her master left was his request to have a good rest. But even after he found himself outside the door, out of the lady's company, Lecht could not calm down after the words he had heard. The thing is that he had already heard these words once, and since then he could not calm down, directing all his efforts to finding that girl. She had a completely different appearance, but the same bright and cheerful smile that attracted him. So the guy hoped that this time he was not mistaken and really found that very lost lady. Having found his butler, the Demon King asked him to bring that very carriage from the duchy. Tanma agreed that it would help against motion sickness, but he was worried that the lady might see him, just like Kelber. But Lecht stated that if Meliara actually saw a real carriage, it would confirm her abilities. The man asked if they were not convinced already, but the gentleman stated that this was not enough for him. The butler noted that if his master had doubted the lady, he would not have sought chamomile tea for her sake. Tanma said mockingly that the gentleman he knew before was not like this at all, which meant he had changed. However, the Demon King himself grumbled about the fact that Miliara did not remember him at all, even if she was the one. The butler responded by noting that it was simply impossible not to recognize the girl's smile, and even he could see the resemblance. Looking down, Lecht agreed with his assistant, because he himself had thought about something similar. At the same time, the guy knew a lot about the lady from his past, and Miliara also wrinkled her lips when she was nervous. And even Kelber liked Miss as much as he liked the girl that Lecht eventually lost. He knew that, apart from her dazzling smile, his beloved hardly had any breakfast and had a love for chamomile tea. The gentleman complained to the butler that he remembered all these small details too well. Tanma watched with sadness as his master suffered because of his attachment to the human. Here, Lecht said that he would be able to verify everything only when they arrived at the temple, and the butler bowed in agreement. It dawned on the assistant that his master still had not forgotten that disturbing day that had happened 2 years ago. Then a girl who was a saint at the Temple of the Sun arrived at the Demon King's estate. She wanted to give her blessing to as many people as possible, so she came to Arvis's house. But then the Demon King already observed his religion, worshipping the god of the moon, not the sun. So Leitu didn't need the gift of another deity at all, which only irritated him. However, Tanma said that the Lord's reputation among the people could worsen if he ignored the saint. After thinking for a bit, the guy agreed with his butler, so he ordered the girl who had arrived to be let in. But all this was only in order not to spoil relations with another religion and reputation among the residents. Suddenly, this lady, approaching the king's throne with importance, pointed with her hand to the dog next to him, whose name was Kelber. She noted that it was a very strange animal, because she had never seen anyone with 3 heads before. Hearing this, the gentleman was very surprised, because only his beloved could see through the dog's spell. Only Tanma knew that in reality, Miss had simply made a contract with a demon, which is why she could see through illusions. So Lecht, who was expecting the wrong saint, ended up being very disappointed by what happened. The butler could only hope that this time his master would not be upset as a result. Then the man heard a loud and strange sound behind him, so he turned around with curiosity. Following him, Lecht also looked at what was happening, and both of them were very surprised by what they saw. 2 residents of this village tried to somehow help their friend, who was coughing so hard that he fell to the ground. At the same time, for some reason, some strange colored blood was coming out of the guy's mouth, while he still couldn't come to his senses. Seeing the color of the blood, the Demon King instantly understood what it was all about, although he found it hard to believe. A little later, while the lady was sleeping and gaining strength, a silhouette suddenly loomed over her, calling her. The heroine did not want to open her eyes, as she was still unconscious due to motion sickness. However, no matter how much she resisted, the girl still heard someone persistently calling her. Suddenly, Miliara's eyes widened, finally waking up after another loud scream. It turned out that Linden, due to his intense anxiety, had been trying to wake up his friend all this time. The Duke's daughter asked what was the matter, hoping that no one had noticed her drooling in her sleep. Ezerson asked if the lady was feeling well, which caused questions from the miss, because everything was fine with her. Only after this did the guy exhale, realizing that he had called the doctor in vain, and explained that there was an epidemic in the village. Meliara was horrified when she learned that many people were almost dying because of coughing and the strange color of their blood. As they went out to explore the area, Lyndon noted that things were even worse than he had imagined. The prince used his power to temporarily isolate the village, even though he knew it would not solve the problem. He suggested that Miss leave this place, but the heroine really wanted to stay and help the other residents. Here, Lyndon was distracted by the hissing of a magical transmitter that few people were allowed to wear. The girl noticed how her friend was trying for the sake of this village and decided that she would also make every effort. So Meliara began running around on various errands, but when she saw Lecht, she asked him what the doctors were saying. The guy explained that without holy magic, it would be very difficult for them to cope with the disease using only medication. But he promised to sort everything out, and he himself noted that the lady was still helping with blankets for the sick, although she had promised to rest. But the heroine had no intention of lying low, and instead asked if they could get help from the temple. Then it dawned on the girl that the novel said absolutely nothing about such a situation, otherwise she would have remembered it. Miss realized that the main character of this story was Saint Olivia, whose beauty and kindness amazed many. It was also difficult for the heroine because she knew little about the novel, although she was now part of its history. While the Duke's daughter was lost in her thoughts, Lecht suddenly began to say something to her, but stopped mid-sentence. Meliara, since she had not heard it all, asked again what the guy was talking about, but he did not answer. Since the girl still had a lot of things to do, she didn't ask her friend about anything, but simply moved on. The heroine tried her best to help as many people as possible who suffered from the epidemic. As a result, the lady did not notice at all that it was already getting dark outside, so the end of the day came as a surprise to her. Only when people had more or less calmed down did Miss fall onto a bench to rest a little. Almost immediately, Lecht approached her, who was also dealing with village affairs not far away. The girl knew that the guy was busy and wanted to talk to him about it, when suddenly she heard some angry cry. At the same time, a disappointed Lyndon suddenly ran past his friends, completely ignoring them. Meliara asked worriedly what had happened, and the boy explained that the palace had refused to send help. This was unpleasant news for the girl, because she had expected that the second prince would not be refused. Lyndon said that the palace considered the whole situation with the village a trifle, so he couldn't help in any way. The lady did not at all agree that the suffering of other people could be considered unimportant. The prince himself understood that for the palace, even at such a time, only one policy decided everything. The heroine remembered who Lyndon was in the novel and understood why he was so easily refused help. The second prince was always a thorn in the side of those who supported the first heir. This was all because the guy had very powerful magic, which was rarely found in anyone. But even after remembering all this, Meliara could not understand how people could so cruelly abandon the inhabitants. For a lady who had not yet lived long in this world, such an act seemed very selfish. Here, Ezerson suddenly asked his friend if she could contact the first prince, which surprised her. The girl was embarrassed and answered honestly that she would not be able to do this because of the broken engagement. Lyndon only just remembered this, so he apologized to the miss for even asking about such a thing. To change the subject, Meliara said that in this situation, all they could hope for was the holy help of the temple. But the lady knew that the priests of the sun were unlikely to help her, because they did not like the Duke's daughter very much because of her actions. However, Miss was going to forget about her pride, since now it was about the lives of other people. The girl could not find a way out of their situation, when suddenly she jumped up to the guys, remembering something. Meliara happily stated that, besides the temples of the sun, there was also another force that could help them. Only Lyndon sadly replied that Miss was wrong, because they had no one else to rely on. But the Duke's daughter stood her ground and reminded her friends that their empire was not only about the sun god. All this time, the girl desperately hinted that in addition to the holy magic of the sun, there was also the magic of the moon. Lyndon and Lecht, who had been listening attentively to the lady, were noticeably surprised by her proposal, and the heroine herself was completely delighted that she was able to find another way out. Miss was surprised that she didn't immediately remember about the priests of the moon, because it was their temple that she needed to go to. Since she was not doing well with the sun worshippers, the heroine expected that the moon worshippers would be happy to see her. After listening to the girl's speech, Lecht suddenly asked how exactly she was going to contact this temple. This question left the Duke's daughter frozen in place, her mouth open, as she had absolutely no ideas. The gentleman explained that the servants of the moon do not use communication devices, but there is a way to reach them. After these words, he suddenly pulled out a small metal whistle from somewhere, which shone in the sun. The heroine was surprised at the sight of this thing, and the guy asked her to simply blow the whistle. Meliara didn't know what would come next, but she trusted Lecht, so she obeyed him without arguing. As soon as the miss breathed air into the whistle, this thing produced a very beautiful and pleasant melody. Lyndon couldn't help but say that it was the first time he had heard something so magical, but the lady herself doubted that they would be able to contact the Temple of the Moon this way, when suddenly she heard a sound in the sky. For some reason, immediately after the whistle sounded, a huge eagle appeared above them. Only Lecht was not at all surprised by the bird, as if he had been waiting specifically for it. As soon as the boy extended his hand, the eagle immediately landed softly and obediently on it. And the gentleman himself looked extremely pleased, as if he had met an old friend. At the sight of this picture, the heroine was immediately delighted, because it was almost like a real performance. The lady was most attracted to the eagle, because she loved animals very much, so she asked permission to pet it. While the miss was enjoying the warmth of the bird, Lecht told her that this fellow delivers messages to the temples of the moon. Radiating genuine joy, the girl turned to Lyndon and invited him to pet the eagle as well. But the guy himself, for some reason, unnoticed by everyone, moved as far away from the bird as possible. The thing was that the second prince didn't particularly like birds, so Kelber seemed more pleasant to him to look at. But the lady did not remain distracted by her friend for long, and instead said that she would now bring a sheet of paper and a pen for writing. But before the girl could leave, someone small and almost unnoticeable carefully pulled her by the sleeve. It turned out to be a local boy who asked with interest about the whistle, as he had heard its sound. The heroine didn't expect to see him here, but she treated children well, so she didn't drive him away. Besides, Meliar liked this sound herself, so she happily began to discuss it with the baby. The girl even suggested that the child blow the whistle himself, which he immediately wanted to do. Suddenly, the boy started coughing, and his mood immediately worsened because of this. The heroine watched him with concern, asking if the baby was okay and if he needed help. Also, suddenly, the same dark purple blood that signifies illness began to flow from the child's mouth. This greatly frightened the lady, because it only meant that this boy was also infected and she was next to him. Hearing that her friends wanted to help her, the girl hugged the child and screamed for no one to come near them. The heroine understood that she had probably already become infected, since the disease was transmitted by airborne droplets. The lady had already decided for herself that she would suffer alone, when suddenly Lecht approached her and grabbed her hand. The miss immediately excitedly asked the guy to move away from her so that he, too, would suddenly not get sick. However, instead of leaving, the gentleman leaned over to examine the boy. Only after folding back the sleeve did the Demon King immediately discover signs of illness on the boy's body. The Duke's daughter was very upset by this, because she could only stand and watch what was happening. But what scared the lady most was that the Duke could also become infected because of her, since he also approached the baby. Miss didn't want the boy to suffer at all, dying hard from this mysterious disease. So, taking a deep breath, the heroine screamed with all her might in protest. At the same time, the lady clenched her eyes and fists so hard that she didn't even notice how the glow poured from her hands. It was only a few moments later that Meliara discovered that sacred magic was emanating from her. Lyndon, who had heard that the Duke's daughter had no abilities, was more surprised than anyone else by this. Meanwhile, the light that came from the heroine's hands went out as quickly as it appeared, and she didn't even understand anything. Unexpectedly, Lecht called out to the girl, as he wanted to show her something related to the boy. The guy lifted the child's hand, and it turned out that the pigment spots had somehow disappeared from the skin. Miss couldn't believe what she saw, and the boy himself suddenly joyfully reported that he felt much better. The little boy's eyes lit up with genuine joy when he asked if the beautiful stranger was by any chance a priest. Meliara wanted to deny that she had helped the boy when Lecht suddenly said that this treatment was her doing, but the Duke's daughter did not believe her friend, saying that she could not help in any way, because she had no abilities. Suddenly, people behind the lady suddenly began shouting in protest, interrupting her words, so she looked back. It is unknown where the priests of the Temple of the Moon appeared in this village, and began to claim that it was Miliara who helped the child. They all began to praise the girl together, who did not expect that songs would be sung in her honor. Meanwhile, the three priests finished their strange dance and announced that they had been waiting for Miss for a long time. But the heroine herself was very frightened by the behavior of these strangers, because she didn't even know them. Because of these emotions, Miliara could not even rejoice at the appearance of the priests, as the boy did. While the girl stood there, not knowing what to do next, the assistants of the Temple of the Moon surrounded her from all sides. Suddenly, their actions were stopped by a pink-haired lady who had just emerged from the magical portal. The heroine saw this lady for the first time, but she couldn't help but notice how powerful her aura was. At that moment, the priestess approached Miliara and asked for forgiveness for the fact that her assistants had frightened everyone. The Duke's daughter did not want to quarrel with anyone at all, so she accepted the apology and asked who was in front of her. The girl bowed her head, as she only now remembered that she had forgotten to introduce herself to everyone present. And then she said that her name was Linda, and she was the high priest of the moon god. The whole company soon moved into the house to talk, and the priestess again began to talk about the illness. Meliara was only now able to truly calm down when she realized that now all the sick would be cured. Then the lady remembered that they hadn't even had time to send the letter, so she asked how the people from the temple found out about them. To this, Linda replied that Miss had recently whistled for them, but the heroine did not believe that the whistle could be heard from a great distance. Then the priestess explained that this whistle contained divine power, so they would hear it from anywhere. Suddenly, the priestess became more serious and said that not everyone would be able to use this item. According to legend, only the one chosen by the moon god could bring the whistle to life. Meliara was very surprised when Linda suddenly said that she was actually a saint of the moon. Meanwhile, the girl politely bowed to the Duke's daughter, who was still sitting in bewilderment. Linda admitted that she had been looking forward to this meeting for a long time, which even scared the heroine. The lady could not believe that she was some special person for the inhabitants of this world. Under the priestess's gaze, the mist jumped up and screamed that this was all impossible. The heroine was convinced to the depths of her soul that everyone around her had made a mistake and taken her for someone else. Linda asked surprisingly calmly why the saint was so sure that she was nobody. Then the girl confessed that once the priest of the sun had already told her that there was no magic in her. It was for this reason that Meliara was often bullied by her own father later on. Hearing this, the priestess was noticeably surprised, since she did not expect that the saint would already be provided with some information. To the Duke's daughter's great surprise, Linda suddenly asked if the old man had really said something like that. Linda clearly couldn't forgive the priest of the sun for keeping silent about finding the saint of the moon. However, then the priestess admitted that it was not a lie to catch that old man, because there really was no sun magic in Meliar. Even after hearing all this, the lady still could not believe that these events were actually happening to her. At this point, Lyndon entered the conversation and asked if his girlfriend was really a saint of the moon god. To this, he was answered by his assistants, who were outraged that the guy did not believe the words of their priestess. The second prince tried to explain that he meant something slightly different, but no one listened to him, and Meliara herself was impressed by the fact that one of the priestesses behaved so disrespectfully towards the heir of Ezerson. To settle all disputes, Linda once again reported that the Duke's daughter was definitely a saint, because she had a lot of magic. It suddenly dawned on the heroine that only one person besides her possessed such power, and that person was Olivia. Then, Miss asked what would happen if someone appeared with more magic than her, but the priestess reassured her, saying that it was impossible, although the lady still did not understand how her magic could not manifest itself until now. However, the priestess herself was not concerned about this fact, so she calmly explained that not everything is shown at once. She said that from birth, every child has some amount of power in their body, but it takes time to awaken them. But in the case of the moon saints, everything was much more complicated, because their powers were shown only when the body and soul found balance. Linda shared information that her abilities appeared at about 4 years old, while for others, it appeared only in old age. The heroine suddenly thought hard about the priestess's words, about how the body and soul always needed balance. After all, in this case, it turned out that Meliara's body originally had her soul, which sounded very strange. But even having assumed this, Miss Still did not believe herself, since she was an ordinary worker. Unexpectedly, Linda asked if there were any strange marks on the body of the Duke's daughter. She explained that the whole point was that when she showed power, a pattern appeared, like the one on her face. The heroine immediately recognized this mark because she had observed it on her body all her life and considered it very strange. The girl remembered how during one of her get-togethers with her friends, they even discussed this incomprehensible symbol. Then, the miss explained to her friends that it was not a tattoo on her back at all, but an ordinary birthmark. As a result, they all decided that this symbol was so much cooler than any tattoos, so there was no point in getting them. For some reason, Meliara only now remembered this entire dialogue, which took place in her past life. Almost immediately, it dawned on the lady that she had seen exactly the same thing on her body in this world, but she wrote it all off as a coincidence. After realizing all these facts, the Duke's daughter truly believed that she was somehow a saint of the moon god. The next day, after a good rest, the priests began to help sick people. At this moment, Meliara sat completely alone and carefully watched the assistants work. Suddenly, Lyndon approached her, noticing that his friend was sitting all alone for some reason. The girl, with a confused smile, explained that she had not yet been allowed to receive treatment, so she sat here. Hearing this, Ezerson laughed good-naturedly, calling the priests very persistent guys. Meliara noted that, in any case, the worshippers of the moon god quickly dealt with the treatment and helped people. The lady was glad that it was the magic of the moon that was suitable for illnesses, while the assistants of the sun only treated physical injuries. Lyndon sat down next to the miss and reminded her that she too could now use this holy magic. The heroine admitted that at the moment she is only learning the basics, but still showed what she has managed to learn. Seeing this magic, the second prince was stunned into silence, as he was surprised at how beautiful it was. The girl herself didn't even notice the guy's reaction, but simply invited him to touch her magical sphere. Ezerson never thought that someone would ever trust him with their own powers. But that moment had come. Meliara truly trusted her friend completely, so she wasn't against him somehow interacting with her magic. Unexpectedly for both of them, the spheres suddenly rose into the air and burst over the heads of their friends in the form of a fabulous fireworks display. After this, Lyndon, like a little child, enthusiastically asked the Duke's daughter to show him everything again. This sudden and somewhat strange request noticeably surprised the heroine, so she didn't even have time to contain her emotions. Noticing this, the second prince cringed inwardly and asked for forgiveness for bothering him with his stupid requests. But the Duke's daughter suddenly asked the guy not to apologize for this, because she didn't think anything bad at all. To Easterson's great surprise, the lady waved her hands and conjured her beautiful magic again, after which the girl affectionately told her friend that he could look at her abilities as much as he wanted. Lyndon didn't expect that Miss would promise to show him this beauty until she used up all her magic, and Meliara at that moment declared that nothing burdened her to show all this to her friend over and over again. The second prince was so flattered by the girl's words that he couldn't even say anything because of the gratitude inside him. That evening, Lecht was going about his business separately from everyone else, as he had something dangerous planned. The guy, standing in the darkness, flashed his yellow eyes, waiting for his interlocutor, who was about to appear. But at first, instead of any person, a dark and unpleasant snake crawled to the feet of the Demon King. She had 5 heads at once, and all of them, as if on command, hissed at Arvis, who stood and did not move. Only the gentleman's yellow eyes became even more piercing, because he knew what the appearance of the snake meant. Just a few moments later, another demon emerged from the darkness and smiled at his brother with a grin. In response to the approach of this demon, Kelber almost immediately growled menacingly, since he did not like him. But in response to the dog's growl, the Demon King's brother only smiled mysteriously, as he was not at all afraid. After which, with the same grin, he said that Lecht had only 1 dog left, not counting the butler Tanma. Without responding to this provocation, the Demon King asked his brother if he had forgotten that he had no right to harm people. Lecht was referring to a well that was poisoned by a special plant that only grew in the demon world. Prody himself knew that this poison from the well could only be obtained in their dimension, which pointed to him. But he was still glad that he added a small amount, and therefore people did not die immediately. However, the gentleman reminded that because of his brother, too many people still died, which was unacceptable. But no matter how Lecht threatened, Prody was not at all afraid of possible punishment for his antics. So the demon just joked once again about his brother being such a boring bore, after which he reminded that he had made a contract with the man, and now Lecht could do nothing to him. The Demon King really had nothing to say in response to this, so he stood silently in place for a while. Then Prody instantly transformed and put his enchanting magic into action, hoping to entice his brother. At the same time, the demon said that he would not dare to go against the laws of their world, because Lecht was the king himself. Kelber had a much better sense of smell than his master, so he was the first to succumb to the charms of his cunning older brother. The dog obediently stepped back and stopped growling, as he temporarily began to consider Prody an ally. This made Lecht realize that the elder was using his power against him, trying to charm and cloud his mind. At that moment, the guy himself asked whether the ruler had been living among people for too long. He slyly hinted that he could even replace his brother, who had not appeared in the demon world for a long time. Lost in his conversation, the demon didn't even notice how Lecht used his magic, which eventually grabbed him by the throat. The gentleman angrily reminded that apparently, due to his absence, Prody had completely stopped being afraid of anything. Meanwhile, in their last battle, the younger brother managed to break off part of the elder brother's horn. The demon could not come to terms with the fact that even this time he lost so easily to Lecht, and the Demon King himself at that moment directed his spell at his brother's snake, which began to hiss at him even more angrily. As a result, the snake fell to the ground, and the gentleman reminded him that he had already shown too much mercy. Prody was very angry that his younger brother thought he was the strongest and bossed him around. Here he noticed that during this skirmish, a necklace had fallen out of his clothes and was now lying alone on the ground. Despite his bad mood, the guy hurried to pick up this little thing, because it was important to him, after which the demon whispered to his arrogant brother that they would still see who was stronger. In the village itself, after the arrival of the priests of the moon god, the disease began to recede quite quickly. However, the problem of lack of assistance still remained open for all residents. So Meliara once again found herself a useful occupation and promised everyone that she would do it properly. But the lady didn't take into account that as a result, she would become incredibly tired, because there would be too many tasks for her alone. Sitting down on the bed for the first time that day, the girl admitted to herself that she barely felt her body. Initially, the heroine simply did not want to sit idle, but she did not expect that the work would be beyond her strength. So, having worked for several days in a row from morning until night, Meliara was eventually completely exhausted. It even got to the point that the lady accidentally fainted yesterday while walking to her room, which greatly frightened her friends. At least today, the girl planned to behave in such a way as not to cause any further concern to anyone. But as soon as she left her room, she saw something that surprised the lady quite a lot. At the entrance, friends were waiting for her, clearly wanting to make Mrs. Wellbeing almost the entire day. Linden was the first to run up to Meliare, worriedly asking about her current condition. The heroine, with a confused smile, hastened to convince the guy that she was okay, so he didn't have to worry. Ezerson, still a little sad, told Miss that everyone was very worried about her because of yesterday. Looking around, the heroine was able to personally verify the words of the second prince, who was not alone next to her. Although Lecht didn't show much of his emotions, it was clear from his face that he was glad that the girl was feeling well. Meliara had never seen such an expression on the gentleman before, so she was very surprised by it. But the most pleasant thing for the lady was the realization that her friends really cared about her, so she smiled sweetly at them. Eventually, the lady became a little embarrassed, so she asked everyone's forgiveness for causing them concern. Unexpectedly for the heroine, Lecht suddenly extended his hand to her, tenderly addressing her by name. The guy put his hand on the miss's shoulder, saying that she didn't need to work so much and bother herself so much. The Duke's daughter had never before spoken of the idea that she could simply admit her fatigue and rest. Moreover, the Demon King suddenly gently hugged Meliara, trying to comfort her as carefully as possible. At the same time, the guy whispered in the girl's ear that everyone has their own limit, and this is absolutely normal. Even though all these words could be considered too sentimental, the lady listened to them attentively, and then she suddenly became emotional and couldn't contain her emotions, because it was very important for her to hear something like this. Unexpectedly for herself, the heroine remembered a situation from her past life when she was content and happy. The girl then confessed to her friends that her mentor had hit her when she almost forgot to eat, but instead of laughing with her, for some reason they became suddenly wary about it. The friends even suggested reporting this teacher from the shelter, who suddenly started using violence. The heroine tried to explain to everyone that it was just a friendly, harmless joke from a loved one. But no one listened to the girl, and because of this situation, there were proposals to punish the man. Era was horrified that everyone around her had misunderstood her, and she could not change anything. Eventually, the friends calmed down this time and asked to tell them if things got worse. But the girl still could not understand why her words were ultimately so distorted. The heroine would very much like her life to be no different from others, but this was not the case at all. So from that moment on, the lady decided to never show her weaknesses to anyone again. But here, for the first time, she heard from Lecht those very words that she had been waiting for throughout her entire life. That's why Meliara couldn't hold back and started crying, finally feeling a huge relief inside. Lyndon watched all this from the sidelines, realizing that he had missed the moment and could not say anything himself. The boy felt a little sad about this, but he didn't want to stop the Duke's daughter from crying. Ezerson suddenly remembered the past, when Meliara was sitting and peacefully drinking tea in a beautiful garden. At that moment, he pulled the lady out of her thoughts as he called her name sharply, drawing all attention to himself. Lyndon came to visit the girl because he had not seen her for quite some time and wanted to maintain communication. Miss had just arrived in the capital at that time, and the second prince found out about it completely by accident, but still came. He sat down next to the lady at the table, saying that next time he would like to find out about her arrival from her herself. Meliara then, lowering her head, said that it would be better for them not to see each other, because too many people were watching her. The girl was worried that Lyndon would end up getting a bad reputation by associating with her. In response, the second prince said with a grin that he was not worried about such things, since everything was already known in the Empire. Meliara didn't think that this guy would suddenly take her side, but for her it was very pleasant. Lyndon himself suddenly and unexpectedly declared with a smile that he could even call the two of them friends. Having said all this, he then stood up and said that if Miss was still against it, then he could leave right now. Noticing that the guy might actually leave, the Duke's daughter immediately began to stir, since she didn't want this. After which, lowering her head due to excitement, the lady admitted that she also enjoyed communicating with the prince. Moreover, the girl even enjoyed listening to the guy discussing various topics. Lyndon smiled sweetly at this and suggested continuing their conversation, since everyone was happy with it. He remembered that he first met Meliara in the temple, where she was accused of trying to steal the necklace of Saint Olivia. The Duke's daughter tried her best to convince everyone that she had simply been set up, but no one listened. Ezerson then thought that the lady had a beautiful face, which did not suit the reputation of a thief. Suddenly, in front of everyone, Meliara's father approached her and slapped her on the cheek, which greatly surprised the second prince. The man shouted that his daughter was a blasphemer, and because of his anger, he didn't even care about public opinion. Only now did Miss finally become convinced that neither her words nor her tears would make anyone believe her. The prince thought absently that the Duke had treated his own family too cruelly. Meanwhile, this girl was the only one in several generations who was able to become the bride of the first prince. Knowing that Meliara was seriously lacking love, for his own benefit, the guy got closer to her during supposedly casual conversations. Although the lady did not attract him in any way, Lyndon continued to maintain contact with her in the hope that her family would be useful to him. One such day, the prince, out of boredom, began to look at Meliara's hands, when suddenly he noticed something on them. It turned out that Miss's wrist was reddened from recent beatings, and it was impossible to cover this place. The girl herself, noticing that the guy had seen everything, said with a timid smile that she had simply spilled tea on her hand. Ezerson did not understand how the Duke's daughter, even after being injured, could not take care of her own treatment. He watched Miliara for a while and realized that her life with her abusive father was not much different from his. The girl desperately clung to the slightest sign of attention to her because she terribly lacked it in her family. And quite often, Lyndon avoided Miss with his presence because of her constant annoyingness and compliance. But at one moment, everything changed for the guy, and for some reason, the Duke's daughter gave him support, not boredom. He would never have thought that the lady could smile so happily and give a good mood to others. Not understanding what was going on, the second prince continued to carefully watch the Miss from the side. Meanwhile, she managed to give her attention to everyone who needed it and supported everyone. But what surprised Ezerson most was that for some time now, Miliara began to laugh and smile very cheerfully. At first, the second prince decided to go with the Duke's daughter only because Lecht suddenly became interested in her. Ezerson had no hopes for the lady, as he had long since become accustomed to considering her boring and useless. But after some time, the guy changed his mind, and he even wanted to communicate with a girl instead of Arvis. For some reason, Lyndon remembered his childhood, in which he was extremely lonely and lost. This is all because his mother died very early, and only his grandfather remained on the side of the future second prince. Little Ezerson had to constantly look around carefully for support and protection, but instead, he received ridicule and bullying from the people around him, which caused pain to the boy. Even his father said that a child should know his place and not interfere where he is not wanted. Out of grief and resentment, the boy often ended up running away and didn't even look where exactly he was running. At one of these moments, a woman he had never met before suddenly appeared in front of Lyndon. The boy was so tearful that he couldn't see anything in front of him, so he accidentally crashed into a beautiful stranger. Unexpectedly, instead of scolding, the lady asked who the little second prince was running from. The girl's face looked truly worried, something Lyndon hadn't seen around him for a long time. Since the boy did not answer, the miss asked him not to cry, and in return promised to show him something unusual. She waved her hands, and beautiful bubbles of magic appeared in the air, which was emitted by this girl. What he saw made Ezerson even forget that he had just been crying, as he could only watch the spheres. The boy had never seen such beautiful magic before, so he was incredibly surprised. And the woman smiled as if nothing had happened, and said that she also liked these sparkly things. She promised to show them to the child as much as he wanted, until her magic completely ran out. In response, Lyndon burst into tears again, only this time from gratitude for such kindness. The second prince shook his head to drive away these unnecessary memories, and then he looked again at Miliara, whose magic reminded him so much of those very spheres from his childhood. Here, unexpectedly, the girl finished her dialogue and turned to her friend, meeting his gaze. At this, the lady waved her hand cheerfully to him, as she was glad to see the second prince nearby. Lyndon himself suddenly squatted down because of this, thereby greatly surprising everyone around him. The guy did this because emotions overwhelmed his entire body, and he did not want to give them vent. The second prince sincerely did not understand why everything in his life had turned out in such a strange way. The next morning, Lyndon very sweetly offered his friend to try all the delicious things of this area. Not to be outdone, Lecht also gave advice, although he didn't smile as widely as before. Meliara couldn't understand why the boys were crowding around her and insisting that she choose something from them. At the same time, the heroine clearly saw that the guys were simply competing with each other. Here, unexpectedly, the priests joined in the friends' dispute and also offered the lady food. As a result, Miss laughed at the amount of care given to her and promised to try everything. The girl understood that her stomach would have a hard time, but she was ready to make such a sacrifice for the sake of her friends. A little later, when the Duke's daughter had had a chance to try everything, she said that she now needed to rest in her room. So, with that, Miss said goodbye to everyone for now, because she was really tired of eating so much. Lecht and Lyndon wished the girl to have a good rest as soon as possible, because they had no intention of interfering. But as soon as Miliar closed the door behind her, the guys' faces immediately changed for the worse. They were still competing with each other for the heroine's attention, which even the priests from the Temple of the Moon noticed. When everyone had left, the gentleman nevertheless turned to the prince, saying that it was clear from his face that he had something to discuss. Lyndon really couldn't keep quiet any longer, so he frowned and said that he would get straight to the point. All this time, Esserson had been closely observing the relationship between the Demon King and the Duke's daughter. So now he asked why the master was so protective of Meliara. Clearly showing interest in her, Lecht understood why he had raised questions, since he had never been interested in politics or power. The second prince warned that the demon should not even try to take advantage of the lady's position. Suddenly, the Demon King interrupted the boy and asked if he himself hadn't used Miss once. Lyndon wanted to object to this, but stopped himself, as he realized that to some extent Lecht was right. With a sigh, the prince admitted that everything had indeed been like that before, but now it had become different. Realizing that the guy had told him the truth, the gentleman himself admitted that he wanted to make sure of something regarding the girl. Esserson immediately assumed that his friend might doubt that Meliara was indeed a saint of the moon, but the Demon King did not want to be more frank, as he turned away and started to walk away. Lyndon followed him and shouted that he would stand up for the Duke's daughter if Lecht continued to pursue her. This came as a surprise to the Demon King, who was about to end their conversation, but the prince was deeply convinced that it was his friendship with Meliara that was truly pure and true. But the demon suddenly announced that before defending the Saint of the Moon, the guy needed to get rid of the abomination inside himself. The second prince himself did not know about this, but Lecht saw that he was surrounded by some kind of supposedly holy blessing. But Lyndon didn't know that his defense was just a fake, so he was very surprised. The gentleman explained that he could be calm about the magic of the sun, because it was simply the opposite of his power. But the energy that surrounded the second prince was something that the Demon King really didn't like. Esserson stood up for Olivia and said that her blessing could not be a simple deception. To this, Lecht only chuckled and said that the guy himself would have to decide what was a lie and what was the truth. These words only confused the second prince even more, but he decided to get to the truth at all costs. Completely perplexed, Lyndon asked why Lecht had told him all this information. The Demon King looked at the boy and said that he hoped he would be smart enough to figure it all out. Before leaving, the gentleman advised him to look for rumors about the disease, which once again surprised Esserson. That evening, all the villagers rejoiced at having been rescued and merrily lit fires under the night sky. In the midst of all this celebration, I sat quietly at the table and watched everything that was happening from the side. The girl already liked the fact that she could watch people's happy faces, and she didn't have to participate at all. Lyndon suddenly turned to the lady and said that he could not believe that they would be leaving this place tomorrow. Meliara herself did not notice how time flew by, because in this world she was much busier than in the past. Sighing, Miss turned back to the people to continue to rejoice at the fact that peace had returned to them. All the residents gave themselves over to this moment completely and enjoyed it with all their hearts, because they had to survive tomorrow. The second prince could not help but notice the pleasure with which the Duke's daughter looked at everyone around her. So he asked the girl if she wanted to dance with him, which immediately embarrassed the heroine. Miss told her friend that she couldn't dance properly at all, so she wouldn't like it. Then Lyndon noticed with surprise that Meliara had always liked dancing before, which scared her. However, the heroine said that just because she liked dancing, it didn't mean she was good at it, which is how she got out of it in the end. The boy took these words as truth, and the Duke's daughter was able to breathe a sigh of relief, because the worst was behind her. He suddenly asked if Meliara had always worshipped the moon god, which made her even spit out her drink in surprise. Having put herself in order, the girl for some reason said that her entire family had long been worshipping the god of the sun, and not the moon, after which the heroine admitted that she herself was an unbeliever, although it was strange for this world. Lyndon was indeed very surprised when he heard that the lady did not believe in any god. Only now did it dawn on Meliara that there might not be atheists in this world, but it was too late to retreat. So Miss softened her words, saying that she simply had not yet recognized anyone who was already known. As a result, the heroine became too engrossed in her thoughts about the gods, of which the prince understood nothing. Because of this, an awkward silence hung between them for a few seconds, which the lady could not dilute in any way. Suddenly, laughter was heard from somewhere to the side, which brought Meliara and Lyndon to their senses. The girl turned around and found Lecht next to her, who heard all her words and supported her. The guy even added that each deity is magnificent in its own way, so it can really be difficult to choose just one. In response, the Duke's daughter asked the gentleman not to laugh at her, as she was very embarrassed by this. Unexpectedly for her, the Demon King suddenly reached out and gently took a lock of the girl's hair, after which he suddenly kissed him tenderly, which Meliara herself watched with undisguised surprise. And Lecht said that for him, the lady would forever remain the infinitely beloved child of the moon. At that moment, the villagers suddenly grabbed lanterns to light them and send them into the sky. But neither the boy nor the girl, who were now looking only at each other, noticed this circumstance. Instead, the gentleman added that the lady would definitely receive boundless love. She just needed to believe in it. The guy's behavior pleasantly surprised Meliara once again, but she tried not to show it. Embarrassed, the heroine again began to talk nonsense, which made her blush even more. Finally, Miss leveled her speech and promised that she would never show her lack of faith to anyone again. Lecht wanted to explain that this was not what he meant at all, but the girl did not listen to him, as she had already stood up. She explained that she was very tired because she had drunk too much, so now she wanted to rest. However, the heroine advised the guys to continue enjoying this pleasant, warm evening. Not wanting to detain the tired lady, Arvis silently followed her silhouette with his eyes, although he himself remained saddened. In fact, Miss left the table not because she was tired, but because she could no longer contain her emotions. So, closing the door to her room, she sank to the floor and began to think why Lecht was acting so nicely. Moreover, the guy managed to say something that still couldn't completely calm the heroine's heart. Meliara definitely felt the anxiety in her friend's words, but she didn't understand why he was acting like that. Remembering how tenderly the guy held her close, the girl understood that he wanted to comfort her with all his might. Only as a result, Meliara's heart beat several times faster, as if Lecht had just provoked something. So right now, the heroine couldn't think about the gentleman without embarrassment, and that's why she decided to leave the event. The lady sincerely did not understand whether her friend treated her this way only because she was a saint of his moon god. The priests, who fell deeply in love with the miss at first sight, behaved in much the same way. But the Duke's daughter herself was still not sure that she was the true chosen one of the moon god. However, right now, all these thoughts were too exhausting for the heroine, so she decided not to think about them for now. At this point, since the celebration was almost over, the residents began to clean up the area where they had been dancing. But Lyndon didn't notice the efforts of the people around him at all, since he constantly looked with suspicion only at Lecht. Suddenly, one of his assistants approached the prince and said that he had found the information he needed earlier. Ezerson was eager to find out what his servant had managed to dig up, so he immediately followed him. Lyndon had given the task of finding out everything possible about the Saint of the Sun and was now ready to listen. The information seeker was lucky because he managed to find a reliable source of information. So he said that a couple of days ago, Olivia disappeared from the temple, and her body was found not far from this village. But even after finding out all this, the assistant himself did not believe that the Saint of the Sun could be somewhere here. The second prince himself did not want to unfairly accuse that lady of anything, but he remembered Lecht's words. The boy was tormented by the fact that the Demon King was sure that the energy surrounding him was just a fake. The next morning, when Meliara went out into the courtyard to the carriages, she was extremely surprised by what she saw. In front of the girl, instead of horses, huge slugs were harnessed to the cart. The butler politely explained that this type of transport would definitely help the lady against motion sickness, but the heroine could not believe that these slugs would carry her much better than any horses, because they looked scary. Tanma noticed the awkwardness and explained that it was their local exclusive, so the lady had nothing to fear. The man assured with a joyful smile that the slugs were very fast, despite their strange appearance. Unexpectedly, the butler suggested that the miss get to know the slugs better before leaving. Although Meliara did not want to touch these strange creatures at all, she still came closer and extended her hand. The girl reached with her eyes closed, so she didn't even notice how her hand suddenly reached the target. Realizing that her feelings were not so unpleasant, the heroine even opened her eyes in surprise. The slugs didn't seem slimy to her, but clean, like plates after washing, which impressed the lady. So the girl quickly became a lover of all slugs, because these creatures fascinated her, Lyndon didn't even have time to approach the carriage before he froze in place and began to watch his friend's actions. The guy couldn't even imagine that Miss would love ordinary horses so much because he couldn't see through the magic. Then Miliara noticed that Kelber squeaked sadly near her, and so she said that he was much nicer than the slugs. At that moment, Lecht approached Miss and sternly informed her that it was time for them all to move on to their destination. The heroine obediently jumped into the carriage with the help of the guy, and then asked how Linda and the other priests were. The gentleman explained that they could teleport, so none of them needed carriages at all. As he got into the carriage with the lady, the boy remembered that the temple in Shibana was almost in ruins. He explained to the miss that the temple had been closed for quite some time, so there was no point in watching it. The heroine didn't know that things were going so badly for the worshippers of the moon god, and she felt sorry for it. However, Miss wanted to get going as soon as possible, so she looked out the window and called Lyndon to them. At that moment, the guy was carefully adjusting his suit when he suddenly heard Miliara calling him personally. He immediately broke into a happy smile and assured that he would join his friends very soon. Miss had time to think a little sadly about the fact that she would have to say goodbye to this lovely village. They had all suffered so much with the illness, but now the lady was glad that all the difficult things were already behind her. The second prince was about to get into the carriage when suddenly one of the messengers ran closer and called out to him. The assistant was so out of breath that he could barely speak, but he still reported that Lyndon's grandfather was in critical condition. The boy, hearing this sad news, froze in surprise because he loved his grandfather very much. Miliara, as soon as she heard the news, immediately jumped out of the carriage to check how Lyndon was feeling. Miss knew that according to the plot, the old man was dying at this very time, so she asked the guy how he was doing. The prince himself did not believe that something serious could happen to his grandfather because he often lost consciousness. However, Miss did not think that this time with her relative, everything would be as simple as it had been before. Lyndon suddenly told the lady not to worry because there would be many famous doctors with his grandfather. But the heroine realized that the guy was trying to calm himself down rather than her, since he pretended that everything was fine. The heroine couldn't leave everything as it was, so she pulled her friend by the sleeve, which stopped him. Then, in all seriousness, Miss asked Lyndon to go to his grandfather instead of being with her. The prince replied with a smile that there was no need for that, because he was not at all worried or anxious. However, Miliara knew what was behind the boy's smile, so with a sigh, she asked him not to lie to her. The heroine knew perfectly well that the guy wanted to go to the east only because of her, and she told him about it. The second prince did not know that the lady had long known all the reasons for his trip, so he froze in surprise. Miliara, just in case, said that the guy didn't need to try, because she was already on his side. Esserson shuddered, because he had indeed thought about something similar. But before he got to know the duke's daughter better, unexpectedly, the lady confessed that her father had decided to cut her out of the family tree, and she had given her consent. So, with a smile, the heroine announced that she had gone to the east to start her life with a clean slate. And for this reason, Miss also advised her friend not to waste his time on unnecessary things. But Lyndon suddenly objected that he had become close to Miliara not at all, for the sake of her high status. The girl was surprised when she heard that this was his initial reason, but then the guy changed his mind. But she still insisted that Esserson go now to the man he truly loves very much. To the heroine's surprise, the second prince suddenly asked her to never say such things again. Lyndon was very upset because he felt like he meant nothing to his friend. So the guy asked her to let him decide for himself who would be most important to him in life. Miliara didn't know that it was so important for her friend, but she supported him once again so that he wouldn't doubt anything. Here the miss noticed that for some reason the guy leaned against her and did not move away at all, which seemed strange to her. After a few moments, Lyndon finally pulled away and asked if the lady could show him her magic again. The duke's daughter did not expect that the guy would suddenly ask her for something like this, but she was not at all against it. So, surprising Lyndon once again, Miss showed him her magic, which was very beautiful to look at. Esserson even closed his eyes in pleasure, feeling the movement of air only with his fingertips. When the guy opened his eyes, he asked the lady why she never asked the question, and why he was asking this. To this, Meliara replied that she did not need to know the reason, because magic did not take much of her strength. After these words, the prince admitted for the first time in his life that he personally could not act so selflessly for someone else. From childhood, the boy was surrounded by those who wanted to sell him information, but had no intention of helping him. So the future second prince was constantly trying his best to prove that he was of some use. From an early age, Lyndon began to understand documents and even found his mistakes and traitors who harmed him. Sometimes Ezerson even deliberately set up some people by getting rid of the paper they needed. And when the guy was asked for something, he also always looked for the benefit in it, since that was how he was accustomed to it. Lyndon admitted that he was such a calculating person, and that was the only reason he was able to survive in this world. However, Meliara became the first person for the guy who came to him and did not expect any benefit. So the prince told the lady with a smile that he would now act differently because he had changed a little thanks to her. The girl didn't think that her friend would confess something like that to her, but she simply supported him with her smile. Lyndon himself understood that it would be better for him to return to his grandfather now and not continue to follow the lady. Here the guy said that nothing would stop him from visiting the old man first and then seeing his girlfriend's strength. Lyndon still found it difficult to communicate with the Duke's daughter because he could not figure her out like he did his grandfather and mother. Having heard from the guy that he would visit his grandfather after all, Miss was very happy about this because that was what she wanted. Noticing this, Ezerson asked if Meliara was really so happy about their separation, which put her in an awkward position. But then he laughed, showing that the question was not serious, because the prince knew that the lady was simply worried about him. The heroine laughed along with her friend, although she still felt awkward about his joke about her emotions. Unexpectedly, the second prince suddenly took the girl's hand and kissed it tenderly, since he soon had to leave. After that, he said with a smile that he wanted to receive as much beauty as possible from Miss. These pleasant words struck the heroine to the depths of her soul, as she had never heard anything like that addressed to her before. Suddenly, someone came up from the side and abruptly tore the hands of the girl and the guy, who were saying goodbye in this way. It turned out to be Lecht, who for some reason took Meliara's hand for himself and looked unhappy about it. The Demon King cast a terrible glance at Lyndon and declared that it was high time for him and the lady to leave. The second prince couldn't say anything back to his master at this moment, so he just awkwardly remained silent in response. The butler watched everything that was happening with great interest and made his own conclusions. Tanma realized that for some reason, Arvis was being quite rude, and he was talking to one of his allies. The assistant guessed that Lecht was deliberately showing off in front of Meliara, which made him laugh a lot. Meanwhile, the heroine looked out from behind the blonde man and wished Lyndon a good journey. The second prince was grateful to the Duke's daughter for even this small support, so he smiled at her. Before leaving, the guy suddenly asked the miss if he could call her Ara the next time they met. The heroine didn't see anything wrong with this, so with a sweet smile, she allowed the guy what he wanted so much. This made the second prince feel calmer and lighter, at least for a moment, because he had real friends. The guy looked somewhat sadly as the carriage with Meliara and Lecht drove off to the village, and the girl herself at that moment was thinking about the fact that she had even managed to become a little attached to the village that they were helping with its illness. Here the lady looked at the gentleman and found that he was incredibly gloomy and sullen, as if something had happened. The heroine immediately asked her friend what had happened to him, since he looked so sad for some reason. But Arvis suddenly declared that he was fine, although the guy's face betrayed the fact that something was still bothering him. The Duke's daughter even worriedly suggested that she might have done something wrong and not noticed it. The Demon King noticed that the miss was worried and said that it was not her fault at all, and that she herself was not to blame for anything. In fact, the guy couldn't get the situation out of his head when Lyndon suddenly kissed the girl's hand. Realizing that she wouldn't get the truth from her friend, the lady asked why he had decided to go east with her. But this time, the Demon King lied and said that he just lived there, so he decided to visit his home. Meliara asked to describe the Duke's estate, and she said that she lived in a beautiful place. From his house, the Milky Way was visible, and many beautiful and unusual creatures lived nearby. Having told all this, the guy confidently said that the girl would definitely like it in his house. The heroine even blushed slightly, when she heard such words from her friend, because she was very pleased. So, folding her arms across her chest, Miss replied that she would very much like to visit Lecht's estate someday. The boy replied that she could come at any time, and Meliara bowed her head to him in gratitude. However, first she had to get to the ruins of the temple of the moon god so that the girl could be officially recognized as a saint. The lady also still hoped to find a sacred relic called Kion, which she had completely forgotten about. Only now did it dawn on Miss that she was planning to run away, not stay in the Empire, and that she was busy with other things. The heroine was very afraid that this world would soon be destroyed by the Demon King, and did not want to come under attack. The gentleman noticed that the Duke's daughter had become very thoughtful for some reason, so he called out to her, slightly frightening the miss. The guy asked if she was okay, and the heroine wondered if she could tell the whole truth about herself to Lecht. Meliara was very afraid that her friend would not believe her at all, and would even turn away as a result. The lady understood that if she were in the gentleman's place, she would definitely not believe such a story even from a close person. However, the girl knew that she could not pretend for too long, either in front of the butler or in front of Linden. There were a lot of people around her whom the heroine could not lie to, because in her eyes, it spoiled the relationship. Here the miss thought about telling everything that had happened to her to the priestess Linda when she became a saint. The heroine felt that people might listen to her and believe her story if she had a sufficient reputation. Lecht saw that the girl was thinking about something and asked if she doubted being a saint or not. Meliara never thought her emotions would be perceived in this way, but she explained that she had no concerns. Miss understood that the status of a saint would definitely put pressure on her, but she wanted to try. The Demon King noticed that the lady was clearly not telling him everything, but he did not question her about everything again. Instead, he changed the subject and asked where the Duke's daughter planned to live once she officially became a saint. The lady replied that she had not yet thought about it, and Lecht offered her his house, which greatly surprised Meliara. The guy explained that it would definitely be comfortable to live with him, because he has a large territory and a good estate. The heroine really thought about this proposal, because she believed that her friend would be able to provide for her. The Demon King himself strongly desired this, but tried not to show it, and continued to remain outwardly calm. But the heroine saw the guy's desire, so she laughed and agreed to live with him, at least for a while. It was only now that she realized that no one had ever cared for her as much as Lecht, for some reason did. Here the heroine suddenly remembered that the guy had once sworn to her that he would always help her, no matter what happened. This memory even made the girl jump up excitedly, which scared Lecht. But without noticing this, the lady grabbed the guy by the hands and asked if his oath would remain in force when she became a saint. It was very important to the Duke's daughter that her friend would continue to be on her side, no matter what was happening around her. Arvis listened carefully to Meliara, who was clearly worried about his sacred oath. The heroine knew that if Lecht was on her side, she would not have to worry about the possible end of the world. In response, dispelling all the girl's doubts, the guy smiled and said that he would always help her, after which, to prove his words, Lecht pulled the lady's hand towards him and kissed it tenderly, as he himself wanted to do. Meliara was pleased to hear her friend repeat the oath he had once given her once again, in order to finally calm her down. Then suddenly, the carriage ran over a rock and jerked so hard that the heroine lost her footing and fell. At the same time, the girl accidentally landed right on Lecht's warm chest, which was a complete surprise for her. Miss immediately jumped back and, blushing deeply from embarrassment, asked her friend for forgiveness for her fall on him, and the carriage suddenly stopped completely, which is why the boy and girl looked out the window to understand what was happening. It turned out that they had already managed to arrive at the place, in the very village of Chaban, where the heroine was so eager to get to. As soon as they stepped out into the fresh air, the girl turned to her friend and asked if Linda and the priests had arrived. He replied that it had been a long time since teleportation worked quickly, and the lady wanted to use it next time too. The Demon King suddenly couldn't stand it any longer and called out to the miss, to which she readily turned around, listening to him. Then the guy asked why she suddenly asked him for protection, if something serious had happened. Since Meliara could not tell about the end of the world, she explained that anything could happen when she became a saint. Then Lecht once again announced that, no matter what happened, his oath would still remain in force. At this time, Kelber was watching the dialogue between the boy and the girl with interest, and he understood only their intonations. The dog understood that his master was somehow getting closer to the lady, and personally, he was only happy about it. The heroine herself was very pleased to receive such strong support from the gentleman, although she did not know the reasons. Because of his behavior, the guy increasingly reminded the girl of a reliable knight from some romance novel. When they arrived to the priests, the worshippers of the moon even burst into tears at the sight of their saint. Like loyal puppies, they all declared as one that they had missed the lady very much, which made her smile affectionately. And the priests shared that, in their place of residence, they even managed to allocate a room for the lady and wash it. Moreover, they, among other things, also found the most delicious fruits, deciding to please their saint. To all this, Miliara replied that they, too, were most likely hungry, so she suggested that they eat together. When everyone started to go inside, the girl suddenly remembered that she didn't know how to address her main assistants, so the lady called out to them and asked them to introduce themselves, which caused slight surprise among the three priests. Miliara admitted that she would not be able to constantly address them in an aloof manner, and so she decided to find out their names. To the great surprise of the Duke's daughter, the priests suddenly burst into tears in response, which greatly frightened her. The assistants, with tears in their eyes, admitted that they would forever remember the day when the saint personally asked their names. Finally, the oldest of them threw back his cloak from his face and asked his friends to calm down so that he could give an answer. At the same time, the guy himself could not contain his own emotions, so he gave this speech while tears were streaming down his face. In the end, the girl was the first to calm down among everyone, so she was able to say with a smile that her name was Urine. She also introduced the others, saying that the tall guy's name was Peter and the red-haired one's name was Zion. After which, Urine explained that they were all brothers and sisters who served the moon god, so they didn't even think about age. The girl was very afraid that she would never be able to meet the saint, because she had not appeared among the worshippers of the moon for a long time. At this point, the assistant jumped up to the lady and declared that she considered it a great stroke of luck that they were able to meet after all. Miliara reminded the priest, slightly embarrassed, that she had not yet been officially made a saint. Urine immediately wondered if Mrs. Linda still had doubts about anything, because everything was absolutely clear to her. The priestess felt that Miliara was emitting a huge amount of sacred energy that no one else had, so Urine gently grabbed Mrs. Hands and said that for her, this energy was powerful evidence. The priest said that when the infection spread throughout the village, she saw the lady helping others. Therefore, for Urine personally, everything was clear. Even if the high priestess doubted something for some reason, the priest was absolutely sure that Miliara was a good person, and it would be difficult to convince her now. The heroine was surprised by these words from her assistant, because she essentially did nothing to make her think so. Here the girl was distracted, and she gathered herself forward, leaving the Duke's daughter alone for now, since they had finished their conversation. However, before leaving, the assistant called the future saint to the table to regain her strength. Since the lady was indeed hungry, she followed her assistant as she went to join the others. After eating, the whole company headed to the temple, which was located high in the mountains, and therefore the miss quickly got tired. She asked how far they still had to go, and Linda pointed somewhere at the very top of the mountains, which scared the lady. The Duke's daughter was now not at all surprised that the temple of the moon god had so few followers. In her current body, the heroine absolutely could not walk for long, because the former Miliara walked little. The girl could barely stand on her feet when suddenly she began to stagger, and the lady unexpectedly began to fall to the side. But Miliara was prevented from falling by Lecht, who caught her in time since he was right next to her. Miss sincerely thanked the guy for his help, as she did not want to get hurt when falling. The Demon King looked his friend over from head to toe and realized how exhausted she was, so he squatted down and told the girl to climb on his back so that he could carry her to the temple. Lecht was very serious about this, as he really wanted to make the lady's path easier. Miliara was immediately very embarrassed by such a proposal, so she tried to refuse, but then the butler entered the conversation and said that the miss should allow the gentleman to help. Tanma explained that the mountain road was dangerous, and it was unacceptable for the girl to accidentally twist her ankle. As soon as the priests heard about this, They immediately turned around sharply, as they were very afraid for the saint. Each of the guys immediately offered their help, as they were ready to do anything for Meliara. As a result, the Duke's daughter made a choice in favor of Lecht, because at least she knew him longer than the others. The girl was worried that her friend might be in a very difficult situation, but the guy himself felt absolutely fine. However, Lecht admitted that he did not hope that Miss would agree to his offer of help, although he was glad. Meliara became even more embarrassed by this and asked her friend not to laugh at her too much. The lady was very worried about constantly being in debt to the gentleman without doing anything in return. To this, the Demon King noted that the miss had clearly changed, but he really liked it. Because of this compliment, Meliara blushed slightly and whispered that she wanted to become a saint already. The heroine really wanted this because she was going to officially make Lecht her protector. Unexpectedly, she said that, having become a saint, she was able to get to know the guy from a completely different side, which she liked. Here, one of the priests shouted that they had arrived, and thus interrupted the Duke's daughter's reasoning. The heroine, still on Lecht's back, stared with all her eyes at the place they had all come to. The girl got off her friend's back because she wanted to personally see all the beauty of this place around her. The high priestess knew better than anyone where to go, so she made sure that no one lagged behind her along the way. Meliara said that she didn't think the temple would be so wonderful, which made Linda smile. Since the sanctuary itself was small, the whole company quickly came to its central place. The high priestess was the first to approach the cup, which was now to participate in the dedication of the saint. The heroine noticed this strange object of unknown purpose and asked what it was. To this, Linda said that the cup was a temple relic and asked the lady to lift it herself. As soon as the heroine did this, the cup suddenly began to shine with a beautiful light, although the girl herself did nothing for this. For some reason, water also began to quickly collect inside her, which greatly surprised the Duke's daughter. However, the priestess calmly explained that this was happening because the cup was reacting to the touch of someone with lunar powers. Since everything was in order, the priestess told Meliara to take the cup and follow her. Linda said that in every temple there is a special column, around which construction always begins first, after which she placed her hand on the column and asked the saint to pour water from the bowl onto that very spot. Not really knowing why this was happening, the girl nevertheless obeyed and did everything as it should. The priestess said that the lady should now use the sacred power of this place to complete the ritual. After listening carefully to the priestess's words, the heroine concentrated and began to slowly absorb the energy. For a few seconds, nothing really happened, when suddenly the girl's hands began to glow, and this glow began to spread further. As a result, a whole column of light flared up from the column, which illuminated everything around for many meters. The water in the column seemed to come to life and crawled along its base, beautifully wrapping around everything it came into contact with. And then the coils of light began to spread across the floor, hitting exactly the beautiful pattern everywhere in the central room of the temple. When all the patterns were covered with water and radiance, a huge radiance flared up over the temple, which was even larger than the pillar of light before. And in front of the heroine, a translucent shield suddenly appeared, which was the sacred relic of the Kion. The girl absolutely did not expect to meet her in this place, and even more so that the shield itself would appear in front of her. Seeing all this, the high priestess explained that only one person could receive this relic before the end of their life. The Demon King and his assistants were watching the lady who was being initiated at that moment. Meliara stretched her hands up, as she truly wanted to receive this sacred protection for herself. At the same time, Miss had time to think that for some reason she did not feel any awe, as if she had already seen this object. Feeling the strong emotions that came from Kion, the girl seemed to be transmitting her love to someone. The only thing that bothered the heroine was that she might not be good enough for the status of a saint. However, the Duke's daughter remembered that a terrible disaster would happen next, and therefore, clenching her hands, she did not want to remain inactive. Now she had people like Lecht around her, whom she didn't want to disappoint in their faith in her. So Meliara decided to take a risk and asked the shield to give her courage if it could. The girl then brought the relic closer to her face and closed her eyes to synchronize with it. Because of this, another flash of strong light blinded everyone around, and people quickly covered their eyes with their hands. The temple thundered and began to collapse in places, but the lady did not notice anything around her at that moment. Quite quickly, the Kion merged with the heroine's energy and disappeared for now in order to continue to invisibly protect her. When it was all over, the lighting and the noise disappeared, so Miliara opened her eyes in confusion. The priests looked with admiration at the lady who had just become their full-fledged saint. For this reason, the high priestess approached the lady and, getting down on one knee, congratulated her on her new status. Following Linda, everyone else fell to their knees, still delighted that they now had a saint. While Miliara was begging the priests to rise, Lecht suddenly walked silently towards her for some reason. The miss was so absorbed in her work that she noticed the guy only when he was right next to her. Then she suddenly smiled at him and said that the boy could finally be with her as an accompanying knight. But in response, the Demon King for some reason gently grabbed the girl by the waist and carefully pulled her towards him. The heroine did not expect such actions from her friend at all, so she froze in surprise, and the guy only pressed Miliara closer to himself, clearly enjoying hugging her at that moment. It was only after a few moments that Lecht whispered a little sadly that he knew it was her. When the Duke's daughter received the sacred relic, Arvis stood to the side, clenching his fists in excitement. More than anything in the world now, the guy wanted everything to work out for the girl, because it would mean a lot to him. Meliara stood before him completely calmly, and the initiation itself took place as it should have. However, in this lady, the Demon King saw the saint he had met 100 years ago and had been searching for ever since. That miss, after the ritual was over, smiled at him just as cheerfully as Meliara did now. Therefore, the gentleman could not restrain himself and hugged the miss, because he had been waiting for her to appear next to him for so long. The heroine herself was very surprised by her friend's behavior, but did not dare to stop him, only calling out to him uncertainly. Just as suddenly as he had hugged her, the guy suddenly jumped away from the lady as he was about to give a great speech. With absolute faith in his words, the Demon King suddenly declared that he swears that this world will not fall. After which, he suddenly got down on one knee and said that he would try to fulfill all the lady's wishes. Lecht took the girl by the hand and said that if evil began to walk around her, he would always remain close. It was important to the current saint that her friend keep the oath between them, but she did not expect that he would suddenly repeat it. Arvis himself smiled sadly at that moment and asked Meliara to allow him to help her always. The girl gave permission, and then the guy took her on his back again, as he noticed that the miss was very tired again. Linda said that she would contact them when she had completed all the preparations for the proclamation of the saint in front of everyone. At this point, the high priestess had to say goodbye to Meliara and her friends, as there were other matters to attend to. Lecht looked at the lady's face and found that she was asleep, tired from using the sacred powers. So the guy very carefully carried her to the carriage and put her inside, trying with all his might not to wake her. After which, the Demon King was about to ask Tanma for a blanket, but the butler already had it in his hands. Noticing the smile on his assistant's face, Arvis noted somewhat embarrassedly that he was in a good mood. To this, Tanma said that he could not help but rejoice, because the gentleman had finally found the girl he had been looking for a long time. The butler himself had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and impatiently, so now his joy truly knew no bounds. Seeing how pleased his assistant was, the Demon King smiled back, although he himself did not notice this smile. Then he climbed into the carriage and looked at Meliara, who was sleeping soundly and sweetly, not yet waking up. Lecht couldn't resist and sat down next to the girl, lightly laying her head on his shoulder to feel the warmth. The guy had been waiting for this moment for a long time, although he understood that the lady did not remember him, and therefore he had to act carefully. Here, unexpectedly for himself, Arvis heard a female voice asking him if he was really going to leave everything like this. Lecht looked up and saw the ghostly silhouette of the saint he had met 100 years ago. Her promise that they would definitely meet again someday immediately popped into the Demon King's mind. The guy could only hope that this time Meliara would not leave him alone, as happened in the past. Looking closely at the face of the Duke's daughter, Arvis realized that he had been waiting for her for a whole century and was ready to wait even longer. He was absolutely sure that although the saint's appearance had changed, her soul was still the same. So the king recognized the lady. Lecht pressed his lips to Mrs. Forehead and promised himself that this time He would definitely protect her, no matter what happened. After some time, Meliara fully regained her strength and therefore finally woke up from her sleep. The girl sat up in bed and stretched sweetly, thinking about what a good dream she had recently had. Unfortunately for the lady, she had managed to forget the details, but she was not at all worried about it. Here, the Duke's daughter suddenly realized that the bed in which she was sleeping was for some reason unusually soft. Miss turned her head from side to side, but around her were paintings that were completely unfamiliar to her, and obviously expensive ones at that. Just as Meliara realized that she was not in an inn, a maid approached her. The assistant bowed to the lady and said that from today on, she would serve her as best she could. This calmed the heroine down a little, so she asked with a smile to tell her where she was now. For some reason, the maid was clearly surprised that her mistress did not know where she had suddenly ended up. But the girl still said that Meliara was in the central bedroom of Duke Arvis's estate. Hearing where exactly she was lying now, the Duke's daughter breathed a sigh of relief for a moment, since she no longer had to worry. Suddenly, what her assistant had just told her dawned on Miss, and the heroine became very frightened. She asked again, and the maid, with a stony expression on her face, repeated what she had just said. The Duke's daughter remembered very well that in the original story, it was Duke Arvis who was the Demon King. So the lady jumped up, because she realized that she urgently needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. The heroine asked if the assistant had seen the guy who came here with her, but she herself did not listen to the rest of the information. Suddenly, the doors to her room opened, and the girl shuddered in fear and froze in place, as she did not have time to run away. Meliara began to stare intently at the man who was slowly approaching her. To her surprise, it was Lecht, who, as if nothing had happened, asked how the lady was feeling. The heroine immediately remembered how entire streets burned in flames due to the Demon King's anger. His three-headed dog kept growling furiously, thereby scaring everyone around him away from him. Duke Arvis himself walked slowly through the imperial estate, because he had absolutely nothing to fear now. He looked for the remaining people whom he could drive away, since he did not kill anyone on purpose, although he burned everything around. Here the king came across the emperor and empress, who for some reason remained in the throne room. The man remembered the agreement between him and Arvis, and therefore did not understand why Lecht suddenly broke it. The emperor tried to remind the demon that they hadn't broken any rules, so why did he do it? The words clearly came with difficulty to Lecht, but he still explained that he was behaving this way because the rose had died. The emperor, who was trembling with terror, did not understand at all what the king meant, which only made him more afraid. And at that moment, Lecht extended his hand forward and activated his magic to show that very dead rose. Only the petals that remained from the dead flower materialized above his palm. The Demon King clenched his palm and said that it was useless to wait for 100 years, which now made his heart hurt greatly. Then he took out his sword, as he was going to get rid of everyone present forever. The demon explained this by saying that otherwise he would have really gone crazy, but this way he had a chance to at least do something to calm down. Thus, Arvis destroyed almost the entire empire, because absolutely no one could resist him. In short, the heroine read all this in the book, but could not believe that such an impeccable person was a demon. Lecht did not yet suspect that the lady understood perfectly well who he was, so he behaved just as sweetly. But Meliara herself could no longer perceive the guy as a human, since she knew that he was a dangerous demon. So Miss couldn't even stand it and turned away sharply, although it wasn't very nice in relation to everyone else in this room. But the master did not understand what was happening to the girl, but the maid could not explain anything to him either. Eventually, Lecht collected his thoughts and called the Duke's daughter to the dining room if she was feeling well enough. The heroine was very afraid to be alone with the demon, so she said that she was not hungry at all now and would not eat. But Mrs. Stomach immediately rebelled after these words and made sounds that it needed to be fed. The guy noticed this and said with a smile that the lady would be served here, which partly touched her again, even though she was afraid of him. When, a little later, Meliara finally dared to leave the room, the butler immediately greeted her politely. Tanma proudly said that he personally refurbished the mansion so that the lady would feel comfortable in it. The man suggested that the lady take a walk after the meal, since Lecht had a beautiful garden in which one could admire the plants. The heroine thanked her assistant for such an offer, although she was not in the mood for walks at the moment. Here the Duke's daughter wondered who among the people in the estate knew who their master really was. Suddenly, the butler's face changed dramatically, and he declared that the miss urgently needed to come to his master. Although in reality he was just joking, Miliara had already disappeared without a trace because she believed Tanma's words. The butler was very surprised to see how quickly the girl ran into the dining room, but said nothing. At that moment, the heroine thought that when she became a saint, everything would get better. But for some reason, it only got worse. Here in the room, Miss saw Kelber, who was incredibly glad to see her, because for some reason, he loved her very much. Miliara couldn't refuse the dog, so she sat down next to him and began to scratch his belly, since it calmed her down. Suddenly, the thought came to the lady's mind that an animal raised by a monster could not be ordinary. Only now did it dawn on her that there was something wrong with Kelber too, and Miss abruptly stopped scratching him. The heroine couldn't get her head around the fact that the dog was some kind of terrible and horrible creature, but just in case, she still slowly moved away from him, promising Kelber to play another time. Since Miliara was looking only forward, she didn't notice how she accidentally bumped into someone with her back. This man turned out to be Lecht, who anxiously asked what had happened to the Duke's daughter. The guy's eyes betrayed his inhuman nature, but for some reason, the miss noticed it only now. Because of this, the girl became even more scared, although she did not want to admit her emotions to her former friend. However, the lady failed to act naturally, so Lecht once again noticed that something was wrong with her. The Demon King couldn't figure out the reason, so he suggested that the miss had gotten sick after being outside for too long yesterday. Suddenly, Arvis reached out his hand to the miss, and Miliara even closed her eyes in fear, because she didn't want to know what he would do. But, to the heroine's great surprise, the guy simply gently stroked her back, which she did not expect at all. The Duke's daughter even froze in place from such behavior of the demon, because she thought that he would behave differently. Lecht admitted that if he had guessed earlier about Ara's health, he would have eaten with her in the room. Looking at the guy, it seemed to Miss that in front of her was exactly that friend whom she knew so well because of his kindness and tenderness. The heroine couldn't believe that the gentleman could be a villain, so she suggested that there was another Arvis. The fact that she suspected Lecht of something like this even made Miss feel sad, as if she had let him down badly. Miliara was so deep in thought that she didn't immediately notice how the guy suddenly approached her for some reason. The gentleman, with a serious and slightly worried expression on his face, said that he would like to do something right now. He put his hands on the girl's shoulders and asked if she would allow it, while the heroine did not know what was being discussed. Then the friend leaned even closer to the lady's face and whispered that he would like to kiss her if she didn't mind. But the guy didn't dare touch Miliara's lips, but instead gently kissed her on the forehead. Even this kiss was more than enough for Lecht, so he paused and pulled away. Suddenly, the boy and girl heard someone's voice, which openly laughed at their modest actions. Some blue-eyed and white-haired demon said that he didn't remember the Demon King acting like that. He then crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was the Demon King's older brother, but he expected him to do something different. Lecht was noticeably displeased with Prote's unexpected appearance and reflexively covered Miliara with his body. The heroine looked closely at the guy in front of her and was surprised that he was also a demon. The owner of the estate discontentedly informed the elder that it was not nice to burst into his house through the window like that. But this didn't bother the elder one at all, as he simply spread his arms and grinned again. At this, the demon's multi-headed snake hissed threateningly towards the girl and the boy, putting them in their place. But she didn't manage to scare her friends for long, because suddenly, Kelber jumped out from somewhere and growled in response. Miliara asked the dog not to behave so aggressively, which did not immediately escape Prote's watchful eyes. He noted that he had never seen a dog obey anyone other than his own master. For some reason, the heroine was very scared when the demon discovered that she was a saint and said so. Unexpectedly, the older brother extended his hand forward to introduce himself and said that he was very glad to meet them. But Duke Arvis pushed him away quite rudely because he did not want him to have contact with Miliara. Prote obediently stepped back, although he reminded Lecht that the girl did not belong to him at all. He also suddenly stated that this lady was much softer than the previous saint because she could not just stand still. But what angered the Demon King the most was his brother's words when he said that he chose the miss because of her title. In great anger, the master ordered the demon to disappear before he tore him to pieces out of emotion. The elder just laughed at this and pretended that he just wanted to give advice, but the younger one was already ready to fight with him. The heroine, watching everything that was happening, did not even know which side to take and what to do now. She stepped back to be closer to Kelber when she suddenly noticed that the dog had begun to change for some reason. Before the Duke's daughter could say a word, the dog began to rapidly increase in size, which frightened her. Prodi realized that his time here was up and advised Meliare to simply be more careful around others. The Demon King didn't like that his brother hinted at the previous saint who had disappeared, but he didn't have time to stop him. So Prodi said that the girl trusted Lecht 100 years ago and then mysteriously disappeared. These words made the miss very wary, although she tried not to show that she was suddenly thinking about something. But in reality, the heroine thought that it was more logical for the Demon King not to protect the past saint. The guy immediately noticed that Meliara was thinking hard about the elder demon's words, which made him wary. The Demon King himself knew that his brother was talking complete nonsense, but the girl clearly didn't know about all of this. Prodi unexpectedly admitted that this time he wanted to find the saint before his younger brother, but he couldn't. However, he was not going to give up so easily because he could try to charm the lady with his magic. With a snap of his fingers, the demon summoned a pleasant floral scent that was supposed to intoxicate the mind. Although the heroine did not have as good a sense of smell as the creatures from hell, she almost immediately sensed an unfamiliar smell. It immediately affected the girl, so that she swayed and fell right into the arms of the master. Duke Arvis anxiously asked Meliara how she was feeling, but the miss could not answer yet. This made the Demon King incredibly angry, and he glared at his arrogant brother. Prodi even took a step back from such powerful energy, although he still didn't stop smiling mockingly. But before Lecht could do anything with Meliara in his arms, he suddenly heard a loud crash behind him. The doors to the room swung open, and a strong wind blew inside, dispersing all the magic of the charm. The elder demon was unhappy about what had happened, but he could not resist the magic of another creature. Unexpectedly for everyone, a guy with 2 demonic horns burst into the room, who was clearly angry. Following the demon who was screaming for Prodi to get out, the butler also suddenly appeared in the room. The older brother immediately recognized this screaming guy, whom he had not respected for a long time. Even Lecht wasn't particularly happy about the loud assistant's appearance, so he asked Tanma why he had brought him. To this, the man replied with a smile that mad dogs were best suited for hunting madmen. Prodi heard these words perfectly well, but they did not hurt him at all, because he was used to such an attitude. However, it would be difficult for him to continue the dialogue further with such a number of opponents, so the demon decided to retreat. But the guy with 2 horns on his forehead didn't like the fact that the elder one suddenly decided to run away. Prodi had indeed already climbed out the window, but he promised Meliara that they would meet again, but alone. The heroine didn't answer, because she really wanted this strange guy to leave. Unlike the lady, the assistant was not going to let the demon go so easily, so he broke free from the butler's hands. He still managed to run to the window and shout one last time that the enemy should not dare approach the lady. Muso calmed down only when Lecht suddenly called him by name, which immediately brought the guy to his senses. The Demon King asked his assistants to leave the room as he wanted to speak with Meliara alone. Tanma immediately took the younger demon with him, although he wanted to be present during the conversation. As soon as they left, the long-awaited silence reigned in the room, and only the gentleman sighed heavily in it. The heroine herself was not calm, since she was worried about Prodi's last words about caution. Seeing that the guy did not dare to say anything, the girl was the first to ask if he really was the Demon King. Lecht had been afraid of this question for a long time, but he still confirmed the information because he did not want to lie. Realizing that her friend was Arvis, the lady became indignant that he had not told her anything earlier. And even when Miss asked Lecht some rather personal questions in the carriage, he continued to hide the truth. So now, Meliara finally demanded the answers that the master had not given her before. What worried the Duke's daughter most was why the Demon King did this to her. In response, Arvis calmly admitted that he had indeed kept a lot of things from the lady, but he immediately explained that he kept silent not because he wanted to lie to her, but because he was disappointed in people's reactions. Miss listened carefully to the guy and was able to understand how difficult it had been for him to live all this time. From the very beginning, the Duke's domain included a large territory and a powerful army, which attracted liars. So many people tried to win the gentleman's favor, which is why he tried not to communicate with anyone. The girl whispered sadly that Lecht was simply afraid that she would behave like the others. The Demon King nodded briefly and explained that he wasn't sure about her at first, which was why he didn't open up. Then the miss asked whether the guy knew that she was a saint, because this worried her no less. Meliara's mind was still filled with Prote's words, who had said that it was not a matter of personality, but of status. But the demon confidently said that he didn't care about the girl's title. He was only interested in her. These words were exactly what the heroine wanted to hear, but she clenched her fists out of disbelief. After which, barely holding back her tears, the Duke's daughter screamed that her friend was lying to her about everything. For some reason, the lady decided that the guy was nice to her from the very beginning, only because of her sacred power. Seeing the girl's tears, Arvis instinctively tried to approach her to console her, but the heroine took a step back and said that she knew that Lecht's kindness was not originally intended for her. But the guy stubbornly objected that this was not so, and he simply had not found the right time to tell everything. However, Meliara could not forgive her friend for the fact that he still ended up deceiving her. In fact, the heroine was not so much angry as saddened by everything that happened to them. She kept almost all her emotions inside herself and stated that if she had known about the lie from the beginning, she would not have been here. These words deeply affected the Demon King, because despite his inhuman origins, he had feelings. And at that moment, Meliara turned around and declared that she was going to leave before sunset. But Lecht couldn't allow that to happen, so he grabbed the lady's hand in the hopes of stopping her. The guy sadly admitted that he had been looking for her for so long, and now he absolutely did not want to let her go. In response, tears began to flow down the Duke's daughter's cheeks, but she herself did not say anything to the guy. The demon saw that the girl was worried no less than he was, and there was no way to change that. So, unable to forcibly keep the miss near him, Lecht nevertheless let go of her hand. Meliara felt that she was free and abruptly moved away from Arvis, who was lying to her. Before she ran out the door, she shouted that more than anything in the world she hated lying men. As a result, the gentleman was left completely alone in the middle of the room, which he really didn't want. Lecht was extremely sad, but he understood that he himself was to blame for this whole situation. A little later, having found a room that was allocated especially for her, the heroine fell onto the bed, exhausted. Although the lady said that she would leave, in reality, she did not want all this at all now. Besides, Miss couldn't help but worry about what Lecht was now experiencing because of her. But the girl was also worried about the words that the Demon King's older brother had said to her. Prote was sure that the saint had disappeared precisely because she had blindly trusted Lecht. And now Meliara didn't know what to think about this whole complicated situation. She remembered very well that Arvis was indeed a demon who was destined to destroy this world. But the heroine still couldn't understand why Lecht had acted in this way. The lady knew that the demon used the rose as an excuse, but she couldn't guess why. The more the girl became immersed in her thoughts, the sadder she became about this strange world. In the end, Meliara couldn't take it anymore and buried her head in her knees, as she couldn't think of anything. Then someone timidly knocked on the door of the girl's room, and she immediately raised her head in surprise. After which, the miss took a risk and allowed this unknown person to enter, when Lecht suddenly appeared on the threshold. The boy, looking sad, asked the Duke's daughter to give him at least a little time, because he wanted to show her something. The heroine was curious about what the demon could talk to her about, so she followed him and saw a stunning gazebo. Meliara could not imagine that such a beautiful place existed somewhere in the Duke's estate. Roses were blooming in incredible quantities all around, and their pleasant aroma spread everywhere. Lecht himself, in complete respectful silence, led the girl straight to the gazebo and did not explain anything for now. Somewhat hesitantly, he approached the flower that was in the very center of this place under the flask, and then reached out to it. However, Arvis still did not dare to touch her, but instead, he called the lady to him. The heroine was extremely interested to know what the matter was, so she obediently approached the flower. At the same time, the rose under the flask suddenly began to glow. as if it were not an ordinary plant at all. The miss was embarrassed by this, and therefore asked the guy if this flower was really a rose. She turned to him and suggested that the plant might have some special magical charm. Suddenly, Miliara noticed the expression on Lecht's face, that for some reason he was now showing. It was clear from him that Arvis was almost crying for some reason, but he still confirmed the lady's guesses. At the same time, he himself kept his eyes fixed on the Duke's daughter, who stood in the light of the shining rose, after which the demon came closer and explained that this flower was made from pieces of the soul of a saint who disappeared 100 years ago. Hearing this, Miss felt sad again, because this story was shrouded in mystery for her. Only now did she finally understand that the former saint and Lecht were not just ordinary acquaintances. The Demon King suddenly announced that he had indeed been waiting for the goddess's messenger, and was glad now that Ara had become her. The only thing is, the guy himself didn't fully believe that he was right this time, so he waited long enough to make sure that the saint from the past had indeed returned. However, even when Arvis told her everything, the heroine still could not understand what he was talking about. Then the Demon King explained once again that all this time he had been waiting for her, and not for anyone else. The gentleman was finally certain that in front of him was the one he had fallen in love with 100 years ago. But Miliara herself immediately began to object, because for her, such a thing was simply impossible. The heroine almost let it slip that she wasn't real, but she covered her mouth with her hands in time. However, the girl remembered for herself that she had mistakenly taken over someone else's body and ended up in the world of a novel. So, with her whole body shrinking, the lady told Lecht that she was not at all the one he had been waiting for all this time. But the Demon King suddenly objected that the miss was wrong, and she asked him to prove otherwise. Without answering, Arvis silently approached the rose in the flask and suddenly lifted the lid that protected the flower. Taking the plant into his palm with the help of magic, the gentleman said that the pieces of soul in it react only to the same soul. Moreover, if the true owner changes his appearance, the flower will still easily recognize him. After these words, the miss could no longer believe that her soul was identical to the soul of the saint 100 years ago. And Lecht suddenly said, for the umpteenth time, that the girl had promised him that they would see each other again someday. In the demon's eyes, there was still hope that this promise given to him once would really come true. He approached Miliara and whispered that he wished she would never leave him alone again. Since the Duke's daughter had still not answered him, Arvis himself approached her and hugged her tenderly. The guy buried his head right into the girl's shoulder and with tears in his eyes asked her not to leave him anymore. The next morning, Muso was checking as usual to make sure everything was in order on the outskirts of the estate. He was one of the skilled workers who looked after the house, so he did his job carefully. The guy tried so hard that sometimes they even shouted at him that he was about to break something from his zeal. But in response, the demon only smiled, since he was often in a great mood. He was so happy about life now, because not long ago the butler introduced him to the lady. Muso was just as eager to meet her as anyone else, so he could barely control his emotions. Tanma explained with a sigh that the chief assistant was often quite noisy, but the lady did not mind. Instead of swearing, she smiled sweetly and extended her hand to the guy to shake. The demon even thought that a bright light was emanating from the girl, as if she were not a person, but an angel. And now, remembering that moment, Muso couldn't help but feel joy bursting out from within him. He was even going to give his life for Miliara, if necessary, and did not notice that the miss was now watching him. In fact, the heroine did not want to meet the assistant at all, but it so happened that he blocked her path. This morning, when they met, she asked if he had really waited for her for 100 years, and the demon confirmed it. At the same time, Muso confidently stated that he remembers the saint as well as his yesterday. Since the Duke's daughter still understood little about herself, she decided to find out what she was like before. And the first being who knew her was precisely the assistant, with whom the lady finally decided to talk. But as soon as the heroine moved, Muso immediately heard a rustling sound near him and turned around sharply. Without even understanding what was going on, he activated his powers and demanded that the unknown thief come out to him. It was only when his incredible strength caused trees to fall that the demon discovered that his mistress had come to him. Fearing that he might accidentally harm the lady, the guy immediately stopped his magic and ran up to her. Meliara only now realized that, no matter how naive the demon was, he was still not a human. At that moment, in the Temple of the Sun, a fair-haired girl was quietly praying to the sun god on her knees. It was Saint Olivia, whom many people knew, since almost all the residents partook of the same religion. Having finished her prayer, the lady turned to the guy who was standing near the window and was not paying any attention to her. The girl approached the demon that was Prody and asked what he was thinking about so hard. But instead of answering, Lecht's older brother only grinned in his usual favorite manner. At this moment, he watched as the first prince frantically tried to break into the temple. The boy made a lot of noise because he thought Olivia was still too sick to pray. The demon listened attentively to the cries of the air, since he could clearly distinguish them even through the closed glass. The Saint of the Sun was confused by her ally's unusual silence, so she made another attempt to talk to him. And it worked, because Prody still turned to her, although for some reason he was not very happy. Noticing the guy's state, the lady lowered her gaze and turned away, pretending that she was sorry that she had distracted him. But the older brother immediately saw through the girl, who was only afraid of being left completely alone. Olivia looked at the demon with whom she had made a contract, fascinated, and was ready to obey him in everything. Prody himself felt the desire coming from Miss to unquestionably obey him in everything, which was to his advantage. He leaned down slightly and touched the saint's forehead with his lips, causing her to freeze in that position for a while. When the guy finished, Olivia whispered sheepishly that the demon could give her power in another place. But the ally turned the Miss's face towards him with a grin and said that for some reason she had not been bothered by such things before. After which, still holding the girl tightly in his arms, Prody reminded them that nothing had stopped them before. So the elder asked if the lady would give him consent to continue helping her within the walls of the temple. He was sure that he was completely right, and that the one who had concluded an agreement with him would still have to give in. And indeed, no matter how much Olivia revered the temple, she still succumbed to the demon's persuasion. The guy was only glad that everything once again happened according to his wishes, so he activated his magic again. Unexpectedly, although Miss had been stubborn before, her expression changed dramatically, and she even began to beg for more magic. To this, the demon suddenly responded sharply that it would be great if Olivia were not a false saint. These words instantly brought the girl back down to earth, because she herself was very worried about this. Almost crying, the saint asked Prody why he was doing this to her. He could have easily not reminded her of anything, but the elder did not feel sorry for the lady at all, since he knew that a real goddess would not have fallen for his charms. Unable to bear such ridicule, the girl asked her ally to stop saying such things to her. At the same time, due to the excess of demonic magic inside her, the lady lost consciousness for a while, so Prody caught her. The demon saw Olivia as just a tool he could use, so he didn't care much about her. Much more interesting to him was that same saint who for some reason disappeared 100 years ago, and his own brother, who after waiting so long, suddenly found himself a new moon goddess. But the elder found all this strange, because he knew that Lecht didn't care about his title. Moreover, he acted as if it was not the first time in his life that he had seen Meliara, who accidentally possessed power. But then Prody was distracted from his thoughts by the prince's voice, who had almost made his way inside the temple and was already shouting outside the doors. The demon had no intention of meeting with him, so he left the saint at the moment when the air finally broke through. The guy ran up to the girl and immediately hugged her, cursing at the priests who allowed her to pray. Olivia smiled softly at her future husband and informed him that she was fine, so he didn't have to worry. But the first prince did not want to believe the Miss's words, because he saw how weak she was. Meliara recently attempted to poison Olivia, as a result of which the saint has not yet fully recovered. The heir promised himself that, no matter what, he would deal with the duke's nasty and terrible daughter. The heroine herself was absent-mindedly scratching her ear at that moment, not even knowing that she was essentially being cursed with every possible word. Muso asked worriedly what the lady was doing, and she immediately explained everything to him with an awkward smile. Then the demon realized the position they were both in, and so asked why they were sitting like that. Meliara herself assumed this pose, but she didn't really know how to explain it, so she thought about it. She remembered Lecht's words from yesterday, who advised the girl to rest if she suddenly got tired. The Demon King was about to leave, when the heroine could not stand it any longer and suddenly called out to him. The Duke's daughter was greatly troubled by the question of what kind of person she had been 100 years ago. Arvis didn't expect that Miss would suddenly ask something like that, but he wasn't at all against talking, so he smiled. The Duke then went on to say that the previous saint was a very strong and at the same time loving woman. He also admitted that during their first meeting, he promised that Miss would fall in love with him, and Lecht was very pleased that in the end, it turned out exactly as he had originally wanted. The heroine did not expect such words, so she was very surprised and did not even hide her emotions. Meliara thought about all the latest information for a while, and then finally decided to ask her question. According to her assumptions, the rose, which contained particles of the saint's soul, had not faded for the last 100 years. But Miss didn't know what the Demon King would do if the flower suddenly died. So she asked. In response, Lecht looked very sadly into the lady's eyes, because he himself was afraid of such a turn of events. He knew perfectly well that this would mean that the Miss would be dead, and he would never see her again. The demon didn't want to lose his beloved forever, so he could even go crazy because of it. Meliara listened attentively and automatically correlated the guy's words with what she knew about the history of the novel. The Duke admitted that he would hate the whole world that had taken the girl from him if she died. Moreover, already now, just thinking about such a scenario, Lecht was ready to destroy all living things. After listening to the demon's words, the heroine anxiously asked why he had to go so far. But for Lecht himself, such a question did not even arise, because everything was already perfectly clear. Arvis still kept in his memory the wonderful memories of how the saint walked with him in the clearing. At one point, she suddenly ran up to the demon and handed him a flower, saying that they are given to those they like. Then the Demon King was incredibly pleased to receive the plant, even though he knew that it would soon wither. Moreover, for the first time in his life, someone looked at the guy with such a loving look, which made his heart beat faster. Sometimes it even seemed to him as if in the presence of the saint, not only the sun, but even the moon could warm him with its warmth. So Lecht admitted that he had waited obediently all this time, only because the rose did not fade and he still had hope. After all, if he could never see Meliara again, then he would not need the beautiful world or the flowers without her. Arvis sincerely did not understand what benefit there could be for him in existing in a world without his beloved. The heroine never even thought about the demon's feelings and why he behaved this way with her. Without giving the Miss a chance to say anything, the gentleman approached and joyfully announced that she was now nearby. It was for this reason that the king did not want to think about any sad or terrible things he might do. Since the guy had said everything he wanted, he then wished the lady good night with a sweet smile. The girl didn't know what to answer, so she silently saw her friend off, looking at the back of his head and back. Lecht's behavior once again greatly surprised the Duke's daughter, because he had never said anything like that in the novel. Thinking about the conversation with Arvis that night, Meliara ended up not being able to sleep because she was too worried. The fact that the guy had completely opened up to her was very important to the lady, so she couldn't forget about it. And the next morning, Miss decided to talk to the inhabitants of the palace, and she started with Muso, since she came across him first. Even though the heroine didn't get any sleep, she was able to make several important conclusions. To begin with, the girl decided that, even if temporarily, she would stay in this estate for now, because it would be better for her. Miss had run away from home anyway, so right now she had nowhere to go, and she didn't want to live on the street. So the heroine ate and drank well this morning, because she needed strength for her plan. All because Meliara decided to collect at least some information about her past at any cost. And so she turned to Muso, who was surprised that the saint wanted to know what kind of person she was 100 years ago. Unexpectedly, the demon suggested asking Lecht about this, which made the heroine embarrassed, and said that she trusted him. Hearing this, the demon almost burst into tears of happiness, and therefore, grabbing the lady by the hands, promised to help her. Suddenly, it dawned on the assistant that the whole time the Miss had been squatting, straining her legs. So the demon took a handkerchief out of his pocket and offered it to the girl to make things easier for her. Meliara did not refuse, and gratefully accepted help from the demon, who clearly wanted to help. The heroine promised to wash the item a little later and return it, but Muso said that none of this was necessary. Here the lady thought about it and therefore asked the guy why he was so kind to her for no reason. Although Miss noticed that in general everyone around the estate treated her very well, she did not understand it. But for the demon, it was a very simple question, to which he immediately answered, saying that the lady was his savior. The heroine did not expect the assistant to tell her something like that, so she froze in place in surprise. And Muso suddenly added that it was the saint who gave him his name 100 years ago, when they first met. Miliara could not even imagine that her past predecessor could act in such a way. As a result, Miss came to the conclusion that in the past she had been a surprisingly rather peculiar girl. The demon agreed with Miliara's words, saying that she used to be very unusual, which is why everyone liked her. He remembered how once, looking at a small and dirty child, the saint smiled sweetly at him. Moreover, the girl gave him a name with complete confidence, since no one had been looking after the demon all this time. For Muso, this day became the most significant in his previously worthless life, giving him the opportunity to rejoice. And now, the assistant said with a smile, that he was not the only one who was gifted with the goddess's grace 100 years ago. He said that for a long time, Tanma wore a blindfold, as different eyes were considered a bad sign in hell. However, the mist convinced him that such a feature was very beautiful and should only bring good luck. Even Muso was very happy that from then on, the butler confidently wore a monocle and was not embarrassed about anything. Looking at Miliara's face, the demon suddenly noticed that the girl, for some reason, had begun to cry. This circumstance greatly frightened the assistant, and he tried in various ways to calm the lady. In fact, the heroine was simply moved by the way she was before. Because she did not expect this, the lady could not believe that everyone around her loved her so much that they even waited for 100 years. So now the Duke's daughter finally gave free rein to her emotions, because it would have been difficult for her to keep them all inside. But the assistant understood that if the Demon King suddenly saw the lady's tears, he would be in great trouble because of it. Suddenly, Miliara looked up, still wiping her tears from her face, and saw an angry silhouette. It turned out that Lecht seemed to sense the saint's state, and therefore appeared nearby, very angry. Muso became even more frightened when he realized that his master saw that the assistant was next to the miss and was not helping. At that moment, the gentleman declared that the demon would never in his life pay him back for the lady's tears. Muso immediately tried to explain to the king that there had simply been a small misunderstanding. Even Miliara realized that Lecht had misunderstood everything and therefore stood up for the assistant who had done nothing to her. But Duke Arvis was clearly not ready to listen to anyone now, as he silently walked towards the heroine. Before the miss had time to say anything, the demon easily and carefully lifted her into his arms to carry her to the estate. Only after this was he going to listen to Miliara's words, and until then, he politely asked her to remain silent for now. Before leaving, the gentleman told his assistant that he would deal with him later, which caused the guy to stand at attention. True, almost immediately, he fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness, but Lecht no longer listened to him. Only when the Demon King carried the girl to a soft sofa, wrapped her in a warm blanket, and gave her a hot drink, did he calm down. After which, Arvis explained that when a person is feeling bad, he can get better if he is properly taken care of. The heroine was interested in these words, and she asked who said them, to which the guy replied that it was she who said them 100 years ago. Having made sure that the lady had calmed down, Lecht excitedly asked her to tell him why the miss had been crying. At the same time, the Demon King said that if it was because of Muso, then he would punish him very severely, which frightened the heroine. Therefore, Miliara hastily explained that the assistant was not guilty of anything at all, and the reason for her tears was something else. For some reason, Miss didn't want to tell the truth, but she still admitted that she burst into tears because of thoughts about Lecht. Hearing that he was incredibly kind, Arvis said with a smile that Miss was the only one who always thought so. The heroine stared into her mug, as she felt bad that the past saint had beaten her to it. The Duke's daughter didn't want to leave her relationships with everyone as they were, so she came up with an idea. She asked Lecht how he felt about them, starting to build a relationship with each other from the very beginning. This request greatly surprised the guy, because he remembered the girl very well and really wanted to get closer to her. Miliara lowered her head and said that she understood the feelings of Arvis, who had finally found the person he needed. However, people admitted that she does not perceive herself as someone she constantly hears something about. So the heroine even began to fear that the demon might become disappointed, realizing that saints are still different. Hearing the sad notes in the miss's voice, the king himself became sad, but still wanted to support her. However, Meliara did not give him a chance to say anything, as she suddenly jumped up and once again suggested starting everything from the beginning. The girl said that she wanted to personally get to know Lecht as best as possible, and to do this, she needed to reset their acquaintance. Arvis could not have imagined that the Duke's daughter would suddenly show such interest in him, but he was very pleased, and Miss asked her friend to stop perceiving her as a past saint and to start studying the current one. Having said everything she thought, the heroine suddenly became afraid that this might be too straightforward for her. But to Meliara's great surprise, the Demon King suddenly laughed instead of being angry at this speech. Then he said that he would never be disappointed in the girl, so she didn't even have to worry about it. The guy convinced the lady that even though she looked different, her soul was still the same one he knew. Meliara was pleased enough to hear that Lecht was in love not with her shell, but with her very existence. And just in case, the demon even gave Miss a promise that he would only look at the current saint. The gentleman also promised that he would try his best not to rush things, since that was what Meliara wanted. But he warned that there might come a time when the demon would be unable to contain his feelings. Duke Arvis explained that it was all because the lady was so incredibly charming that it was difficult for him to hold on. The heroine was noticeably surprised and embarrassed by the guy's words, and didn't even try to hide her emotions. The next morning, the girl woke up quite late, because she really wanted to get some sleep and allowed herself to. Her faithful assistant immediately asked how the lady had slept and how she was feeling at the moment. Meliara replied that she was doing well, and asked who the flowers were from, to which the maid replied that they were from the master. Miss didn't expect that the demon would suddenly decide to please her in such a way, so she was quite surprised. But the assistant confirmed the lady's thoughts, adding that tulips are most beautiful at this time of year. Here she confessed that Arvis had forbidden her to talk about it, which only surprised the saint even more. In the end, though, Meliara was pleasantly embarrassed by the Demon King's funny attempts to secretly take care of her like that. But the miss did not remain long in her thoughts, for the maid suddenly distracted her and said that a letter had arrived. Meliara immediately became wary, as she remembered that no one knew that she had been in this place. While opening the letter, the girl even managed to assume that something could have happened in the temple without her. But what the heroine read in the letter exceeded all of her, even the most terrible expectations from this text. For this reason, 2 days later, in reliable company, the Duke's daughter arrived at a completely different estate. The people around, who were also invited, immediately began to whisper about the girl who had done a lot of things at one time. But the heroine herself tried not to pay attention to all this stupid whispering, because she was much more worried about something else. It didn't take long before she found Lyndon with her eyes, who was struggling to hold on after his grandfather's death. When the miss ran up to him, the guy with a fake smile said that he was completely fine, so there was no need to worry. But she knew that Ezerson was lying to her, because for him, the deceased was the closest person in his life. The second prince reported that his grandfather had passed away painlessly, so no one was too sad about his death. Meliara wanted to support the guy, when suddenly she heard someone's sarcastic voice behind her. Not understanding what was happening and why this man had scared her, the girl turned around and looked at him. Imagine the heroine's surprise when she recognized the face of this guy, whom she saw for the first time in the novel. The events in which the girl met a man of the same appearance in a past life occurred at a green traffic light. At that moment, although Ara was crossing the road in the right place and on the right color, she was still hit by a car. As a result, due to incredible pain, the girl could not even move properly, although she did not want to die. Suddenly, she heard someone slowly approaching, but for some reason, he didn't help yet. The lady heard the displeased voice of the guy, asking her where she was looking at all. Only now did it dawn on her that this stranger wasn't even going to help, even though the miss was already dying. The young man put his hand to his face in disappointment, as he was promised that his license would be revoked if there was another accident. But then he looked around and discovered that there were no cameras or witnesses nearby. So, Looming menacingly over the girl he had just knocked down, he decided to simply drive away silently. And now, Miliara again met a young man with exactly the same appearance, which she could not believe. The heroine did not understand how a character from a novel could look the same as a person from another world. In the end, the lady clenched her fist and still came to the conclusion that this guy could not be the same. However, even the first prince noticed that the duke's daughter, for some reason, looked at him with extreme hostility. Then Olivia turned to the heir and said that everything was fine with her, so he didn't have to scold her. At the sight of the girl who was the saint of the sun, the heroine even froze with her mouth slightly open. She had never met the main character in the novel before, so this was the first time Miss saw her. As she initially thought, Olivia was very beautiful, as one would expect from an important character. Suddenly, the girls met each other's eyes, and the prince's bride immediately looked down. Only now did Miliara remember that her predecessor had tried to poison the saint of the sun, so she bowed to her. In response, the lady's fiancé, as expected, began to scold the duke's daughter once again, who was trying to ask for forgiveness. However, the saint of the moon was able to find the strength within herself not to react in any way to the insults from His Majesty. Lyndon watched his girlfriend repent very carefully at that moment, because he was worried, and Meliara decided to pay for the sins of the duke's previous daughter at any cost, so she bowed again. But even sincere apologies could not make the first prince believe the lady, which only made him shout even louder. In order to somehow calm the guy down, the heroine said that she would do whatever the saint of the sun wished. And then, unexpectedly for everyone, Meliara raised her head and declared that the prince had no right to scold her. The heir did not expect that the miss would suddenly begin to oppose him, but he was absolutely sure that he was right. And the heroine suddenly screamed that only one person was guilty of poisoning Olivia, and it wasn't her. The aristocrats around began to whisper when they heard that the prince had cheated on the duke's daughter, and then made a laughing stock of her. Taking advantage of this, the goddess of the moon asked not to attribute to her the evil that was committed because of the first prince. The heroine also reminded everyone present that she repented of her sins before the saint of the sun, after which the miss demanded that the prince also apologize to her for the damage he had once caused. Ezerson noticed in time that his brother completely lost his temper after these words, so he covered the lady with his body. But then Lecht intervened in the conversation, who also stood up for Miliara, because he could not stand it. The first prince didn't know what the Demon King looked like, so he began to boldly raise his voice at him. Noticing this, the duke's daughter wanted to tell him who the guy was standing next to her was, but she didn't have time. For some reason, Lyndon suddenly grabbed the girl's hand, thereby stopping her speech. While no one was paying attention to them, the boy whispered that there was no point in the crown prince knowing the truth. Arvis could stand up for himself, so he declared that if the future ruler did not know who he was, then he would not be emperor. But the blonde himself did not believe the words of some incomprehensible, impudent stranger. Everything could have almost come to blows, but Olivia suddenly distracted her future husband by calling him. The girl also didn't know who Lecht was, but she remembered him, since she had visited his estate a couple of years ago. The Demon King also remembered this meeting with the Saint of the Sun well, but he was not pleased with it. However, out of politeness, the demon pretended to treat Olivia well, and she immediately blossomed. At this point, Miliara looked at Lyndon with confusion, who, like her, was simply watching the dialogue. And the Saint of the Sun suddenly extended her hand to Lecht as a sign of approval, but he suddenly pulled it away. The Demon King was quite angry and did not hide it from everyone present. Looking into the eyes of the upset lady, Arvis reminded her that he worshipped the moon god, not the sun god. Then the girl thoughtfully asked if it was not better when a person was blessed by the sun rather than the moon. Lecht didn't even immediately think of what exactly to answer to this nonsense, since he didn't think so at all. Olivia realized that she had expressed herself incorrectly and explained that there were far fewer admirers of the moon than of the sun. Moreover, the lady knew that the Saint of the Moon had not appeared for many generations. In response to these careless words, the Duke smiled cheerfully, because he knew the truth. He asked the sun goddess if she was unable to recognize someone equal in strength when she stood next to her. After these words, the guy called Miliara closer to him, as he decided to introduce her. Although the lady had not yet been officially appointed, Lecht was confident that it was already possible to talk about her, but the heroine herself did not expect that her friend would suddenly reveal to everyone who exactly she was. Hearing this, the Saint of the Sun did not believe the Duke's words, since she did not understand what was happening at all. The heroine asked Arvis if it was possible to talk about her so easily and unexpectedly, but the demon reminded that there was no law that prohibited revealing the identity of the saint before the ceremony. Suddenly, the boy and girl were interrupted by a man's scream, who said that they were lying. It was the first prince who decided that Miliara simply wanted to pretend to be the goddess of the moon. The Duke's daughter expected that people would not believe her right away, but she did not think that someone would scold her so harshly. However, Miss did not want to leave everything as it was, so she told the guy that she really did not have the powers of the sun. But when she wanted to tell about her moon powers, the future emperor rudely interrupted the lady. The first prince tried to speak as loudly as possible about how Meliara had long since become a vile person. While the miss stood there confused, the heir demanded that she apologize to everyone for her lie. The heroine was touched by the guy's confident words, so she tried once again to convince him that he was telling the truth. Unexpectedly for Meliara, Lyndon entered into the conversation between them, and the miss turned to look at him. The second prince, at this point, asked if his brother was prepared to bear the consequences of his words regarding the Duke's daughter. There was a moment of silence after that, so Ezerson reminded them once again that he had actually asked a question. The moon goddess felt sorry for her friend and asked him for forgiveness for the fact that, because of her, the funeral turned into a mess. But Lyndon replied that it was he who should apologize for the fact that his brother had put the lady in a difficult position. However, the Duke's daughter could not help but worry that the second prince's reputation might be ruined. At this point, the heirs crossed their arms over their chests and asked since when the boy and girl had been so close. But Ezerson found something to answer his brother and stated that from the moment their engagement was broken off. At the same time, Lyndon clarified that their communication should not be perceived in a completely wrong way, because they were just friends. After these words, the guy reminded that it was Meliara, who still remains faithful to her ex. This proposal immediately irritated the first prince, so he raised his voice for the umpteenth time that evening. The blonde didn't understand how his brother dared to side with the lying saint and even accuse him of something. Only Lyndon said quite seriously that they would soon see whether Meliara was fake or not. He also threw his brother's words back at him, stating that it was the elder one who only cared about girls. Whatever the heir said, it only made things worse, which Olivia only now noticed. But Ezerson no longer paid attention to his relative, and instead called out to his friend. He asked her to bless his grandfather, thereby sending him on his final journey. The heroine couldn't even imagine that Lyndon would ultimately give such an important role to her. Besides, if she uses her powers, all the aristocrats present will see it and believe her. The second prince admitted that he had planned it this way from the very beginning, but everything turned into quarrels and disputes. Realizing how much the guy was worried, the girl grabbed his hand tightly. The Duke's daughter stated that she really wanted to help Lyndon in some way, so she didn't mind. Here the miss remembered that Lecht might be against it, so she turned to him and asked, but the guy just smiled in response, as he considered this idea good enough to be implemented. So, under the gaze of the crowd, the heroine slowly walked towards the coffin in which Grandfather Ezerson lay. Meliara was sad that such a good man died, but all she could do was honor him. In her mind, the lady thanked the old man for staying by Lyndon's side all this time and supporting him. Without delaying the ritual, the miss gathered energy into her palms and emitted a bright column of light upward. She began to pronounce sacred words, and the aristocrats gasped in surprise, believing that the girl was a saint. Still emitting magic, the heroine concentrated it only in her hands and touched the fresh flowers. At the same time, Meliara was still whispering the very same prayer with which they sent off the dead on their good journey. At last, the lady's soul found peace, at least for a while, as she became completely immersed in these words. From the saint's magic, beautiful and fabulous magical sparks began to fly in all directions. The aristocrats immediately recognized these lights as the blessing of the goddess of the moon, which surprised them. The Duke's daughter herself was very happy at that moment that everything had worked out exactly as she needed. Here the miss was finally able to break out of her thoughts and looked at her friends, who nodded approvingly at her. The only person who was terribly unhappy about what happened was, for some reason, Olivia. The girl was so angry that she couldn't stand it and even ran away from the funeral before the required time. Left completely alone in the temple, she screamed for Prody to appear in front of her because she wanted to talk. A few seconds later, dark and thick smoke began to creep out from the necklace on the lady's neck, indicating the presence of a demon. With the same sly smile, he asked what had so irritated the girl who always tried to seem nice. Without responding due to the emotions that were overwhelming her, Olivia angrily grabbed her ally by the clothes. The girl demanded to explain to her how Meliara could become the goddess of the moon, because she believed that it was impossible. Now it seemed to the Saint of the Sun that for some reason that girl had absolutely everything, and she was deprived again. For a while, Prody stood silently nearby and obediently listened to all the curses of his ally. And the girl remembered how the high priest once declared that the Duke's daughter had no powers. Only now did the elder brother guess who exactly the lady had been talking to him about all this time, because she had not explained anything. Olivia had been competing with Meliara for quite some time, although she didn't even suspect it. The Saint of the Sun herself suddenly began to wonder how she could have fallen so quickly. Prody agreed with her thoughts, that the demon next to the lady would do anything for her. And then he came closer to the one who had made a contract with him and whispered that there was a way to get rid of the Duke's daughter. The older brother really liked the state that Olivia had now fallen into because of what had happened. Only now did the girl realize what method her ally had suggested to her, and she immediately agreed to it. The lady even became incredibly excited at the realization that not all was lost for her. Prody, on the contrary, remained as calm as possible and only nodded in response to all the goddess's words. He reminded her once again that the wishes of the one who summoned him were always his law. Besides, most of Olivia's ideas coincided with the demon's thoughts, which he was also glad about. That evening, the priests of the moon rioted in the bar because of the cruelty of the people around them who believed in the first prince. Meliara, who was sitting next to Uren, was frightened because it was impossible to insult the heir so openly. But it was not only the assistant who wanted retribution, as other priests were already making plans. The heroine realized that the longer they sat and discussed everything, the more dangerous the situation around them became. She was grateful to her assistants for such protection, but still considered it more of an unnecessary thing. Meanwhile, the priests showed up a few hours ago completely uninvited because they heard rumors about the goddess. And from that very moment, they were still in an angry and irritated state, continuing to swear at the prince. The lady was afraid that these conversations could be taken as treason, so she asked Lek to change the subject. But it turned out that the Demon King had already discussed with Tanma a full-scale war against the heir. So the Duke's daughter rushed in between the two of them and canceled all possible preparations. Miss explained that everyone around her was overreacting because she had been able to prove to people that she was a saint. Besides, the heroine remembered about the official ceremony, after which no one could do anything at all. Having finished speaking, the girl noticed that Luna's assistants were looking at her with crazy eyes, ready to worship. A little later, they still had to leave, as they had to finish all the preparations for the ceremony in the temple. However, the priests were still very glad to see the lady, even if only for a short time, so they said goodbye to her kindly. When the boys left, Miss noted with a smile that they were still too worried about her. Lecht explained to her that the assistants simply liked the girl very much, and that's why they wanted to be close. After which, the demon added that he felt the same way, so he was not very surprised. At the end of his speech, the guy asked Meliara not to exhaust herself too much, because she already does a lot. The heroine was embarrassed and could barely say that the Demon King was with her, so she was not afraid of anything. The Duke's daughter said that she felt as if her friend was having a much harder time than she was, but he did not admit it. Here the girl's thoughts jumped from one thing to another, and she wondered if Linden was feeling better now. Arvis watched the emotions on the goddess's face closely as she pondered her friend's condition, after which he suddenly said that if you don't pretend to be normal, you can break down quite quickly. A little later, the heroine sat alone in the room and thought hard about the words that Lecht had recently spoken to her. She guessed that the Duke understood the second prince, because he had experienced something similar. The lady also remembered that in the original story, Lyndon was consoled at this moment by Saint Olivia. Then a thought came into Meliara's head. What would happen if the sun goddess for some reason did not come? Many things had long since deviated from the plot in the novel, which greatly worried the heroine. So she jumped up in bed, because she was very scared for her friend, who might be alone now. Moreover, since the miss could not stay in the estate, she immediately ran to the chapel where Ezerson was supposed to be. She remembered all too well that sad passage from the book, in which the boy said goodbye to his grandfather. The old man was too dear to Lyndon, and losing him was a great blow to the prince. But the heroine couldn't allow something like that to happen, so she was going to personally make sure that everything was in order. Having run to the right place, the girl froze, because she did not know whether she had arrived early or late. Suddenly, a man's voice called out to the duke's daughter, and she turned around in fear, as she did not expect it. The first prince approached Miss, and began to grumble about how Miss had greatly disgraced him today. Meliara was greatly outraged by the manner of speech of the heir, who spoke to her extremely disrespectfully. But the girl had no intention of giving in to him, so she immediately began to defend herself. But the guy seemed to deliberately not listen to all the lady's arguments, only continuing to blame her for everything. Eventually, the heroine got tired of arguing pretty quickly, so she suggested ending this stupid conversation. This made the blonde even more angry, and he blamed Meliara for Olivia leaving earlier, which greatly frightened the miss. As she feared, a situation occurred in which the sun goddess did not come to Lyndon to console him. So it turned out that Ezerson was now completely alone in the center of the chapel, and only his thoughts were heard by the prince. But the heroine was literally at the threshold of the building, which did not give her peace, since she wanted to hurry. Since he had no other choice, the boy actually sat at the foot of his beloved grandfather's coffin. A few minutes before Meliara's arrival, the heir nevertheless visited his younger brother, which he did not expect. The blonde admitted that he could not have imagined that Arvis himself would ever take Lyndon's side. He reminded his relative that even their father had spoken of how dangerous it was to use the Duke. Ezerson himself knew everything perfectly well, but he absolutely did not want to argue with anyone now, even if it was his brother. But the future emperor still couldn't calm down and kept asking when the guy became close to Meliara. To the great surprise of the younger, the older one suddenly told him not to waste his energy in vain, because everything was under his control. The girl's father was a relative of the first prince, and the fact that she was a saint only played into his hands. The guy was confident that his ex-daughter-in-law would not be able to resist him, and he would conquer two powers at once. Mocking his brother, the blonde leaned over to him and reminded him that he had once again gotten absolutely nothing. As soon as the heir started talking about Lyndon's mother, he couldn't stand it and grabbed his brother by the neck. Ezerson, his face distorted with anger, ordered his elder to shut up, although he had no right to. At that moment, the personal guard of the first prince rushed to the brothers, as they were afraid for the life of the first. And the heir himself was only glad that Lyndon lost his temper and provoked him even more. It suddenly dawned on Ezerson that if he fought, he would desecrate the grave of his beloved grandfather. So, gritting his teeth, the guy was still forced to retreat for a while, as required by respect for the deceased. He slowly walked away from the blonde he had just released from his arms, although he still wanted to hit him. Before leaving, the heir threw a few more unpleasant words in Lyndon's direction, after which he took his guards. Thus, Ezerson was left alone again, and now he felt much worse than before. The boy walked up to the table where his grandfather's box lay and gently touched this thing that had become a relic. He remembered that he had experienced approximately the same feelings in childhood when his mother suddenly died. Then little Lyndon could not hold back his tears because of the feeling of loneliness that tore at his heart. And only the grandfather at that moment paid attention to the child and took him to himself with a kind smile. After some time, the boy asked his grandfather why he had taken him from the imperial palace. He knew that since his mother had died, he would not be able to become the crown prince and take the throne. The old man was surprised when he heard Lyndon say that he always needed to calculate profits and losses. Ezerson, however, decided that there was no profit in it, so he could not understand his grandfather's actions. Then the man knelt down in front of the boy and explained that such a smart child would be hard to find, so he took him in. Then the elder added that when you love someone, you even take risks, and stroked Lyndon on the head. Even now, the boy remembered these words of his grandfather, although their meaning had only reached him recently. He had never been upset by the lack of power before, because the second prince simply lived as he wanted. However, when it came to Miliara now, the boy couldn't just stand there and watch. Linden wanted to preserve the lady's status, which the Duke had deprived her of when she ran away from home. In any case, Ezerson hoped that everything would be okay with the girl, because she had loved ones, unlike him. So now the prince could only clench his fists and immerse himself in his own sad and heavy thoughts. He conceived a plan according to which he had to leave, and wanted only to see Miliara before parting. It was at this moment that the heroine found a friend who had become completely depressed because of his thoughts. Imagine the surprise of the second prince when he heard such a familiar and pleasant voice of the lady behind him. At first, Ezerson even thought that he was simply imagining the image of a girl with a lantern walking towards him. However, after a few moments, the guy realized that everything was real and asked the saint what she was doing there. In response, Miliara smiled sweetly and said that she hoped that she was not too late for him. Hearing this, Linden could not resist and rushed straight to the goddess, because he wanted to feel the warmth of her body. Never before had he allowed himself such close contact with a girl, but now he could not restrain himself. The heroine did not push her friend away, although she was very surprised, but only asked what was wrong with him. In response, Ezerson asked to stand like this for a while and admitted that he did not want to be alone. The Duke's daughter suspected the prince's feelings, but she didn't think he would show them like this. However, her friend's sincerity suited her perfectly, so the lady smiled and said that he was not alone. To support the prince, Miss even hugged him back, as she understood how important it was for Linden now. Only the next morning, the heroine was met at the estate by a very gloomy and sullen demon king. The girl herself understood that she had not acted very well, so she felt guilty. Last night, when she ran to her friend, Miss pushed the crown prince away because he stood in her way. As a result, she was able to find Linden, who was sadly crying alone, and helped him. But after talking so much, Miliara didn't immediately notice that it was already morning, and she needed to go back to the room. Therefore, Lecht had every right to be angry at the girl who ran away from security and didn't tell anyone anything. The only thing the heroine couldn't understand was since when she had cared about Arvis's opinion of her. Even Kelber was noticeably agitated by the atmosphere that had suddenly developed between the girl and the boy. The lady felt as if she was about to be scolded, which she was afraid of, but did not know why exactly. For a while, the miss just stood there in silence, not knowing what to say, when suddenly Lecht spoke first. To the girl's great surprise, the demon extended his hand to her and offered to eat first, since everything was ready. When the guy took her hand, the heroine noticed how cold her friend's fingers were. She guessed that he had been waiting outside for her almost all the time out of worry, which was why he was so cold. So Miliara did say that she went to Linden that night to support him. However, St. Arvis responded to all the words rather sluggishly, as if he was not interested in all of this. In the end, the guy just exhaled and said that he was happy that everything was fine with the miss. But the Duke did not admit to the lady that this did not mean that he had ultimately forgiven the second prince. While they were talking conciliatorily, the doors to the room suddenly opened as a guest arrived. The heroine looked into the doorway and was surprised, as she did not expect to see Linden at the entrance. And the guy himself beamed at the sight of the girl, since he came here only to see her. Miss realized that the prince had not gone to bed, to which he replied that he simply had important things to do. Ezerson admitted that he had to decide on something first, which clearly interested the moon goddess. The friend pulled out of his pocket and showed the lady an invitation to a night festival where she had never been, after which the guy asked with a smile if the girl was free that evening, as he wanted to go with her. He admitted that he had come only to ask Miliara out on a date and was hoping for a positive answer. The lady was very surprised by this phrase, and an angry aura began to gather around Lecht. As a result, the Duke's daughter nevertheless agreed to go to this event, and even dressed beautifully for this holiday. The heroine had not allowed herself to rest for quite a long time, so she decided that now was the time. Linden, who invited Miss to the party, was a little late, for which he eventually asked for forgiveness. The saint replied that there was nothing wrong with that, but she was interrupted by another voice. Lecht, who also went to the party with his friends, grumbled at Esserson for his unpunctuality. The Duke's daughter realized that she was once again caught between two opposing forces, something she had always tried to avoid. So the lady tried to at least somehow prevent the guys from arguing, but she didn't do a very good job. So the heroine simply pushed them both forward to at least distract them for the event. Meliara said with a joyful smile that she had wanted to go for a walk with them for a long time, just like that. Neither Linden nor Lecht could disappoint the girl, so they obediently stopped arguing after these words of hers. A little later, Esserson found ice cream for the lady, which was known in the area as the best of all. The goddess was already pleased with this, when suddenly the guy discovered something else, and therefore called out to the lady. It turned out that the guy noticed some very cute figurines, one of which was a complete copy of Kelber. Although Meliara had not planned to buy anything, she could not help but admire these amazing things. The girl even happily showed them to the Demon King, who had also never seen anything like it before. In fact, Arvis didn't care what was around him, because he was pleased with Mrs. Smile. However, even the Duke could not help but notice that these things were indeed quite cute and interesting. Later in the evening, when they had had enough of walking, Meliara and Lecht sat down on a bench, since the lady wanted to rest. The girl confessed to her friend that she had a lot of fun, and he was glad to hear it from her. Here the miss realized that even in her past life, she had not rested as well as she did in this one. Unexpectedly, Linden, who had previously gone away on some secret business, found friends. As soon as the Duke's daughter saw why Esserson was leaving, she was immediately pleasantly surprised. The second prince was holding lanterns in his hands, which all the residents launched into the sky at this event. The guy gave one of the lanterns to the lady and said that releasing it into the sky was an unforgettable part of the festival. The heroine remembered how joyfully the locals performed this tradition, and she wanted to join in. Although Arvis was now Linden's competitor, he still gave him one flashlight so that the demon would not remain on the sidelines. Since the event had already begun, the prince called his friends to quickly see it with their own eyes. For the first time in her life, Meliara released a lantern into the sky with her own hands, and she really enjoyed it. The girl watched with indescribable delight on her face as the lit lantern scattered across the sky. Since it was necessary to make a wish before releasing the lantern upwards, everyone now had their own secret. For some reason, the Duke's daughter still couldn't completely relax, but she still felt happy at that moment. So all the lady dreamed of now was the opportunity to enjoy the present a little longer. That's how they, after communicating a little more with different people, gradually began to finish their stay at the festival. And at that moment, in the estate of Duke Arvis, Musso was crying, because he also wanted to go on a journey with his mistress and master. The assistant explained that they didn't go there to have fun, but the demon didn't care. In the end, the guy didn't achieve anything, but only came to the conclusion that even Kelber was more important than himself. To this, the maids explained that Musso was not human and simply gave him a broom to clean, after which the girls began to gossip that there had been too many sick people lately, and the demon himself began to think that he would never truly become a human, no matter how much he wanted to. Although one of the assistant's desires was the thought of controlling his appearance, as he controls magic. Suddenly, Musso sensed something that shouldn't have been there in the vicinity of the estate. There was a light floral scent in the air, although there were no flowers in the area. At this moment, the Duke was explaining to his son, who had recently arrived, that Meliara had left home. When asked why her father did nothing, he replied that he simply wanted to see how long she could last alone. The family's eldest son could not believe that the owner of the estate so easily let the girl leave the house. He frowned and declared that he would personally return Meliara, since no one had done so yet. The Duke's assistant immediately asked if everything would be okay, because the guy did not know that the lady had asked to be excluded from the family. To this, the man confidently stated that in any case he was going to return his daughter and not expel her. And now that Miss has become the Saint of the Moon, the Duke only has more reasons to lock her in the estate. As a result of the search, Alien found Meliara quite quickly, which she herself did not expect at all. The Duke's son begged the girl to go back to the estate with him, since that was what he was looking for her for. At the same time, the guy looked somewhat insensitive and cold, since his face showed almost no emotion. All the lady knew about her brother was that he had fought for a long time on the border as part of the punitive troops. But even his appearance did not make the heroine want to return home, which she directly told Alien. The guy said that if the girl was afraid of the consequences of running away, he could always talk to her father. But Miliara, raising her voice slightly, explained that she had not simply left, but had been kicked out. The older brother was not aware of this situation, so he was very surprised and did not even believe it at first. Alien could not understand why the Duke hid such information from him, because he knew that he was going to look for his sister. At this point, the lady stood up and said menacingly that she had no desire to be in any way connected with her family. Having said this, she turned away, as she was about to leave quickly and not talk to her relative anymore. But before Miss had time to move even a couple of meters, her brother suddenly grabbed her hand, which managed to stop her. The young man tried to convince Miliara until the very end that it was not too late for her to make peace with their father. Saying this, the guy suddenly reminded the girl that she had often quarreled with the Duke. So the heroine asked her brother if he knew what she heard for the first time after her birth. The Duke then accused the newborn girl of being the murderer of his wife, who died in childbirth. And for the rest of her life, Miliara heard this phrase from her father almost every day, over and over again. The Duke's daughter explained that, having experienced all this, she wanted nothing more than to forget all the moments she had lived through. In response, Alien sadly agreed that their father had always been so cruel and evil. The girl nodded and added that the Duke constantly took out all his accumulated anger on her. As a result, Miliara lived her entire life with moral wounds inflicted on her that never healed. The girl could not understand why they treated her so badly, no matter how hard she tried to be good. However, the heroine had no intention of living the same way, so she asked her brother to leave without her. Alien had nothing more to say in response to his sister's convincing arguments, so he silently obeyed. Although very reluctantly, the guy still called his security to follow him and said that they were leaving. The assistants began to object, since the Duke had given a completely different order, but the eldest son quickly put them in their place. As a result, all the guests left Miliara, who wanted this from the moment she saw them. As soon as the front door closed, Miss stood and looked at it for some time. And then the heroine thought about how fiercely she had defended herself all this time, although she herself was afraid. Unexpectedly, Lecht approached the saint, as he noticed her condition and decided to try to support her. To the girl's great surprise, the Demon King bowed his head down and asked her for forgiveness for something. When the lady asked what was going on, the guy explained that he was the one who let the whole group of people in. Aelion told the demon that he was Miliara's family, and Arvis had no reason to object to him. The heroine didn't think at all that her brother would look for her, because it seemed to her that they had a very bad relationship. And the Duke's son himself was very sad and worried at that moment, although he did not show his emotions to anyone. Then the butler entered the conversation and said that he was to blame for everything, because he had not kept an eye on the strangers. But the heroine assured Tanma that no one was to blame for this situation, although she was hurt by his words about outsiders. She remembered that in the novel, Alien was not a good brother to Miliara, as he hated the lady because of his mother's death. So the guy didn't even help the girl when her engagement was broken off, and the miss herself was expelled from the family. Saint Moon didn't know whether she should be grateful to her brother for his even feigned concern for her. However, the fact that he came here and even called them family was really too much for Miss. The butler noticed that the lady looked tired, so he offered her tea, but she declined. Then Late called out to Tanmu and asked how the butler kept an eye on strangers if he let the prince in to see them. And Lyndon himself had already managed to approach Miliara and said that he had brought her a gift, despite the evil Arvis behind his back. Ezerson admitted that he saw a flower shop on the way here, so he couldn't help but buy this bouquet. The heroine thanked the guy, although she felt awkward about him showing attention to her. The thing is, the prince had been giving flowers to the girl for several days already, so the Demon King's patience was running out. But Lyndon himself was not at all embarrassed by the fact that he angered the ruler of Hell himself. This is because it was actually Esserson who was the owner of the building, which he reminded Duke Arvis of. Meliara was surprised to hear this, and the boy said that most of the hotels belonged to his family. It was for this reason that no one could stop Lyndon from entering his own property. While the boy was speaking, suddenly a window behind him unexpectedly broke with a loud crash. The second prince was also very frightened, because for some reason his property was damaged. It turned out that Musso had arrived at this hotel for some reason on a huge griffin, and he immediately asked anxiously if everything was okay. At first, no one even answered the question of the demon, who shouldn't have been here, out of surprise. Ezerson couldn't see through magical illusions, so the picture of the guy on the big eagle was especially strange to him. Then Miliara came out of her stupor and ran up to the guy, asking how he ended up there. In response, the assistant simply reported that he had arrived, as everyone had seen a few minutes ago. But most of all, Miss was worried that someone could see the demon's horns, and he couldn't even explain anything. At this point, Musso felt a murderous energy coming over him, and, looking up, discovered that the gentleman was looking at him very angrily. Therefore, he hastened to explain to the lady that a special illusion had been cast on him, just like on the griffin. Meliara guessed that the same spell was on Kelber, which made her feel a little calmer. Since every magical creature is subject to this kind of spell, they do not frighten ordinary people. Only now did the heroine realize that the carriage with the slugs was also enchanted, which is why Linden didn't say anything. And right now, Ezerson was saying with conviction that this was the first time he had seen growth control being used on animals. Hearing this, the girl became a little embarrassed and poked the demon in the side so that he would behave like an ordinary person. Unexpectedly for Musso, the second prince suddenly asked seriously how he knew Meliara so well. Not knowing what to say to this, the demon reflexively hid behind the back of the senior in rank, which was Tanma. But then Lecht entered the conversation, anxiously asking his assistant to tell him the reason for his appearance. Indeed, Musso had not traveled all this distance for no reason, since an epidemic had broken out in the estate. No one present expected to hear anything like this, so the friends froze in place in surprise. The heroine remembered with fear the very illness that had broken out in the village where they had stopped for a rest. But Arvis reassured the lady that none of them were infected, otherwise the symptoms would have appeared long ago. The guy himself had already managed to think that perhaps his impudent older brother was again to blame for everything. Here, distracting Lecht and Meliara from their dialogue, someone from the street began calling the saint louder and louder. Unexpectedly for everyone, out-of-breath priests ran into the room, bringing unpleasant news. It turned out that, indeed, the same epidemic from the village had now spread throughout the city. The heroine didn't even believe at first that this was possible, because then they removed the entire source of infection. But the surprises did not end there, because the assistant said that the disease was dissolved by a saint, which greatly shocked the lady. The priest stated that this was all complete nonsense, and that the lady should not even think about any such rumors. But the girl no longer heard any of them, because her chest tightened and it became difficult to breathe. Meliara couldn't figure out what to do, because everything was incredibly confused in her head. Here, Lecht approached the Duke's daughter and stopped her in time, because he noticed that not everything was all right with the miss. The priests also looked at the lady with concern, as they wanted everything to be well with her, and even Linden, who understood little of what was happening, asked Meliara to try not to overexert herself. The heroine was surprised to discover that everyone around her was so sincerely and tenderly worried about her. So the saint got ready and first of all asked if Linda knew about what had happened, to which she was answered in the affirmative. Then the miss thought about the need to convey all the necessary information to the imperial palace, and Ezerson approached his friend and asked her to provide all communications with the palace to him. The second prince promised that the lady could rely on him, and the heroine sighed with relief in response. Having given everyone their tasks, Meliara said that she herself and the priests would go to where the epidemic began. Linden once again reminded that he would personally deal with the imperial palace. As a result, the girl was left with questions only about what to do with the Duchy of Arvis, but the butler told the lady that she need not worry, since everyone there was in good health. Musso started to say that demons were stronger than normal people, but Tanma shut him up in time. After some thought, Meliara decided that Lecht, the butler and assistants, would go back to their place. But the Demon King calmly objected to the miss that he would go with her wherever she decided to go. The saint was a little worried that the owner of the estate would not be there, but the guy reassured her, after which he gave orders to the butler to try to gather information about the spread of the epidemic. Tanma himself would like to do something similar, so he nodded obediently, indicating that he accepted the task. Finally, everyone knew what kind of work they were doing, so the heroine suggested that everyone set off on their journey. Before leaving, Lyndon suddenly stopped and addressed Muso, which the guy did not expect, so he was surprised. And the second prince, with a strange smile, said that the assistant would have to compensate for the cost of the broken window. Since the demon had no money, he had no idea what to do next, to which Ezerson told him to close the hole with his hands. So, unexpectedly for himself, Muso found himself abandoned to his fate, because no one helped him. At that moment, Meliara, together with the priests and Lecht, arrived at the Imperial Hospital, where they were helping the sick. Miss looked around and was glad that there were no seriously ill people anywhere at the moment. Here the lady's gaze fell on a beautiful girl, in whom she suddenly recognized that very Saint Olivia. The heroine went straight to her, asking at the same time about how things were going now with the treatment of the disease. But before the girl had time to get close, one of the priests suddenly and abruptly blocked her path. The boy excitedly asked the sun goddess to move as far away as possible from the Duke's approaching daughter. At the same time, he called her a witch who spread the disease, which was huge news for Miss. Urin immediately became indignant about this statement, but this no longer bothered Meliara. The guy who defended Olivia asked mockingly if everyone present had come to justify themselves. He stated that the infection began to manifest itself immediately after the use of the power of the holy moon at the funeral, which only surprised the lady more. The heroine could not stand it and began to try to prove that no divine power could become a source of infection. Here Olivia entered the conversation and said that the patient said that the disease began with particles of the moon's magic. However, the Duke's daughter once again reminded that the Saint of the Sun must also be aware of the safety of such forces. Moreover, Meliara recalled that on that day, the blessing covered the entire area, but only part of the townspeople fell ill. Hearing this, the girl shuddered, since she no longer had an argument to respond to such words. But the lady could not remain silent, so she asked where the evidence was that the Duke's daughter had holy power. Olivia publicly declared that Meliara's powers reminded her more of some kind of black magic. Looking at the main character in the novel, the heroine did not understand why she was not sensitive and kind even now. According to the story, the Saint of the Sun always helped everyone who was in need, and even forgave the Duke's daughter for her misdeeds. But now the girl who stood among the priests did not at all look like a sweet and kind person. At some point, the lady even felt as if Olivia was deliberately trying to make her look like a criminal. However, the miss could not believe it, so she approached the girl and asked her to explain her words again. Meliara stated that the fact that the Saint of the Sun doubted her powers could be considered blasphemy. Clenching her hand into a fist, the heroine asked the lady if she didn't think she needed to choose her words much better. Since her help was disgusting to the people in this place, the Duke's daughter said that she was leaving. The girl had already turned around to really leave, when suddenly she heard a quiet whisper from Olivia. To Meliara's great surprise, the sun goddess suddenly screamed that she was right, and now the miss was trying to escape. Because of what they heard, not only the Saint of the Moon, but also her assistants turned around in surprise. Olivia was out of breath from shouting all her words, but she looked extremely confident and had no intention of backing down. Realizing that she would not give up so easily, the lady tried to convince the girl that there was no point in her using her dark powers. This was because they were now in the hospital, and evil spells did not require witnesses around. The heroine declared that she would no longer tolerate empty accusations against her, which made Olivia grit her teeth. The girl couldn't stand it, and even grabbed her dress with her hands, reminding everyone that something like this had happened before. The first prince's fiancé spoke about the poisoning situation, hinting to everyone that the Duke's daughter was trying to do harm. Meliara was about to answer when Lecht entered the conversation and said that he would find out about all this himself. The guy promised to find out whether the Duke's daughter was really the cause of the epidemic or not. Arvis suggested that someone might have spread these rumors on purpose, and Olivia winced when she heard this. Before leaving for good, Meliara said that if her help was needed, she would not refuse. After which, the assistants of the moon slammed the doors behind them, and the Saint of the Sun was able to remain alone. But even now, the girl remained terribly unhappy with the events that had taken place, all because they reminded her of her childhood and her very first meeting with the Duke's daughter, who lived in a wealthy family. Olivia herself walked the streets barefoot in frosty weather and begged for at least some food. Little Meliara looked the unfamiliar girl over from head to toe, and then for some reason began to take off her glove. Before the fair-haired girl could say anything, the lady threw an expensive ring into her basket, after which, for such a display of kindness, the assistants immediately praised their little mistress, and Olivia again had the feeling that Meliara had somehow surpassed her, although Miss swore to herself that this would be temporary. As soon as the girl left the hospital, she was almost immediately found by Lyndon, who had managed to finish his business. He said that no one was there at the palace, so the guy left a letter to at least let them know. He also took some of his guards with him, although he doubted that he could do something useless and stupid. But the heroine highly appreciated the second prince's resourcefulness and even thanked him for such help for them. She explained that she just needed some workers, but just in case she checked with a friend if he could help. As a result, all the guards that Ezerson took quickly erected tents for the sick on the square. Miss walked among the people and asked no one to approach this place without special need. Lecht, who had been watching Meliara's actions closely, asked if she really intended to control an entire district. The Demon King was only worried that the lady would not feel ill again due to overwork. In response, the saint asked to stop underestimating her, because she was stronger than she actually seemed. However, Arvis objected that he believed in the girl's abilities more than anyone else and supported her. However, in absolutely any situation, the demon would like to protect the miss, so he worries about her. The heroine was very pleased to hear such truth from the guy, and she even wanted to tell him something similar in response. But then a female voice shouted, asking what the people around her were doing, and Meliara immediately turned around. Not far from her, Miss noticed Urin, who was indignant because the guards were not letting her in. Wanting to help a familiar priest, the moon goddess ran up to the guards and asked what was going on. Since Miss became very indignant, the guys let the assistant go. But that wasn't the end of it. It turned out that the first prince had come to this square and really wanted to know what was going on around here. First of all, the heir had absolutely no idea who gave the order to restrict this transit area. Meliara stepped forward and apologized for her initiative, but she believed that this could slow down the epidemic. Seeing the painfully familiar girl, the first prince became even more angry, as he knew that the lady had no right to make decisions. The guy said that the question of closing off part of the city should always have been considered by the emperor, and not the people around. The moon goddess became noticeably sad, because she didn't want to argue with the heir once again. Looking at the people, she understood that the guy had not taken any action during the day, and now he was telling her something like this. Suddenly, Lyndon intervened in the conversation and stated that he had given all the orders to restrict movement. Ezerson confidently stated that if anyone was to be held responsible for the tents and people, it was he alone. But the first prince did not lose his head and asked what right the second had to give such orders, which shocked him. Meliara guessed that the heir had rudely violated his friend's rights, and therefore began to worry greatly about him. And the guy himself had already crossed his arms over his chest, as he felt like a winner, and was about to come up with a punishment. The heroine guessed that this impudent guy had planned something like this from the very beginning, and they got caught. If she takes responsibility, the prince will accuse the duke's daughter of disobeying the emperor. And if Lyndon takes responsibility, the heir will present everything as if he rose up against him. Even knowing all this, Miss couldn't allow her friend to be harmed, so she decided to take the blow herself. But as soon as the girl stepped forward and opened her mouth for dialogue, someone from the side suddenly interrupted her. It turned out to be Lecht, who stated that he was the one to blame for setting up medical tents here without permission. Duke Arvis confidently asked the first prince to tell him everything he thought, if there were any words. The blonde stepped back in shock, as he didn't expect such a person to suddenly stand up for his enemies, and he wouldn't be able to do anything. And at that moment, the demon declared that it seemed that the future emperor lacked the skills to understand the seriousness of the disease. He came to this conclusion because the prince, instead of helping, looked for non-existent problems in others. The heir did not expect that anyone would be able to resist him, so he did not even know what to answer Lecht. Here he was, distracted by Meliara, who addressed the future emperor directly and said that the situation was threatening the citizens. She then asked if the reputation of the imperial family was more important than the safety of all the people in the city. Because of these words, the guy noticed how instantly public opinion began to shift to the side of the holy moon. While he stood there thinking about what he could do to restore his reputation, someone approached Olivia. It was the assistant who gave the girl an idea of how to proceed further, so she smiled slyly. And then the Saint of the Sun said that Meliara's concerns about the people were admirable, so she was grateful to her. Although the lady tried to speak sincerely, the heroine still felt some kind of catch in her words. Suddenly, the sun goddess turned around and waited a little while until a servant brought her something, after which she showed everyone a bottle with an incomprehensible content, which was purple in color. And Olivia asked if the words of the Duke's daughter did not contradict her desire to spread the epidemic among people. The girl said that her security guards searched Meliara's things and found this very bottle with unknown contents. Upon hearing that it was the liquid in the jar that was causing the spread of the disease, Miss immediately began to shout that it was not her thing. To this, the first prince, with a victorious smile, said that now it was pointless for the lady to defend herself in any way. So, to the heroine's horror, the heir ordered her immediate arrest, and the guards obediently ran to the girl. However, they were unable to capture her, as Lyndon and Lecht immediately stood up to protect their friend. However, the future emperor was not interested in what would happen next, so he led his bride away. At the same time, a sly grin played on the girl's face, but only in those moments when no one noticed it. But the Duke's daughter had no intention of accepting the accusations and giving up so easily, since she was not guilty. The prince and his bride turned around in displeasure when they heard the lady screaming as if she had simply been set up and the evidence had been fabricated. And Meliara herself very confidently stated that all the accusations of the imperial family against her are absolutely meaningless. Then the heir shouted that everyone around her was not an idiot and would not take her word for it, but some kind of proof was needed. Miss said that if they conduct an investigation, they will definitely find the criminal, and it will not be her. Here Olivia clasped her hands and reminded that the lady had already deceived everyone once when she sent her poisoned tea. It was one of the girl's birthdays, so she didn't suspect anything bad and simply accepted the gifts. The heroine knew that this was Meliara's act from the original novel, but there was no point in making excuses now. The first prince shouted that the Duke's daughter knew perfectly well that Olivia drank chamomile tea in the evenings. Having heard the name of the tea, the Saint of the Moon was very surprised, and even forgot all her arguments for a while. She asked again, confused, whether there really was poison in the chamomile tea, since it was important for her to clarify. This is because the lady knew that in the novel, Meliara chose peppermint tea, which no one drank, as her poison. The heroine did not understand what was going on, because before this, all the events of this world coincided with the story in the novel. She tried to remember the situation when her own father accused the girl of attempting to kill the saint. The lady then stood before a huge crowd who were witnesses to her sentence of punishment. But for some reason, Miss continued to shout that she had not poisoned anyone, but that someone had simply cruelly set her up. The Duke's daughter asked the saint why she was lying, because she was sure that the goddess knew the whole truth. But no matter how much the lady begged Olivia to say at least something, she continued to stand silently among everyone. Having analyzed this situation, the heroine suddenly realized that in this world, for her, as the daughter of a duke, everything might not be so simple. She remembered very well that all the atrocities that Meliara had ever committed were always connected with Saint Olivia, and each time the Duke's daughter screamed about the unfairness of the accusation, but no one ever listened to her. While reading the novel, the heroine considered the girl's behavior to be shameless, because she did not admit to anything. However, now, standing next to her friends, Meliara thought about what if all her accusations were really false. Then it turned out that the one who always set her up for some reason was precisely the sweet Saint Olivia. This assumption greatly surprised Meliara, because the fair-haired girl always seemed good to her. So, looking at the saddened beauty, the heroine could not understand why the saint would set her up. Here she was, distracted from her thoughts by the heir, who declared that there was sufficient evidence of the miss's guilt, and that it would be better for her to surrender. The friends once again stood in a tight circle around the girl, as they were going to protect her with all their might. The heroine herself tried to prove that the arguments against her were terribly weak and unsuitable, but the first prince believed that there was nothing more important than the bottle of poison in the duke's daughter's things. The Demon King also noticed that the heir was simply making up all the arguments by the ears and informed him about it. Arvis asked with a stern expression whether there were any witnesses to the discovery of this bottle. The lady added that there was really no direct evidence of her guilt, although they tried in every way to attribute indirect evidence to her. The blonde sighed sadly and scratched his head as he realized how stubborn his previous fiancée had been, after which the guy once again demanded that his security finally arrest this impudent girl. Suddenly, a butler appeared among the indignant crowd and politely asked everyone to calm down. The security was surprised at how easily and unnoticed this man got into the closed areas, even though they were guarding them. Meliara did not expect to see another demon, who for some unknown reason and how appeared here, and Tanma suddenly announced that he had found the source of the rumors that were maliciously defaming the reputation of the duke's daughter. Miss wanted something like this to happen so much that she was incredibly happy when she heard the servant's words. But the future emperor did not want anyone to find exculpatory information, so he became very angry as a result. Olivia herself did not expect that the criminal would somehow be found, and even so quickly. However, the butler was extremely confident in what he had found, so he smiled calmly and was not at all worried. He reported that several witnesses saw a strange-looking man spreading these rumors. The deputy described the man as having pale skin, blue eyes, and silver hair. Since such an appearance was a great rarity for the locals, they immediately remembered this stranger. And the strange guy himself didn't even tell anyone his name. He just told everyone gossip over and over again. From the description that was given of the stranger, the heroine almost immediately recognized him as Lecht's older brother. The girl did not expect that Prody would be to blame for everything, and not Olivia, as Miss had already begun to think. But then Meliara looked at the Saint of the Sun and was surprised to discover that she was shocked by something. The duke's daughter was never able to explain the girl's emotions to herself because nothing serious had happened. Suddenly, the first prince intervened in the conversation and asked where this dangerous man was right now. The butler was forced to report that all the people around him stated that after the dialogue, he immediately disappeared somewhere. As soon as Tanma mentioned that everyone around that guy smelled a floral scent, Olivia began to sweat. Even her future husband noticed this, so he asked the girl if everything was okay with her and if she felt well. Seeing the Sun Saint's strange reaction, the butler asked if the lady knew that person. Olivia said, very hesitantly, that it was the first time she had heard of someone like that, so she definitely didn't know him. At that moment, the first prince gave the order to his guards to find that guy at all costs. True, the heir still told Meliard not to relax, because suspicions had not been removed from her. Suddenly, Olivia grabbed the prince by the hand and asked if it was really necessary to take such strict measures. The boy smiled back, thinking that his bride was once again going to ask for forgiveness from the duke's daughter. He gently cupped the lady's face in his hands and promised that he would conduct a thorough investigation to punish the liars. The duke's daughter did not like the intonation with which the guy said these words, since he was clearly hinting at her. Since all matters had been settled for now, the Saint of the Moon asked if she could go and treat people, but the heir crossed his arms over his chest again, as he had no intention of giving Meliara freedom of action. The girl angrily asked if the prince could abandon his inhabitants to their fate without providing them with treatment. But the lady had to shut up, as the blonde man brazenly asked if she would be able to help other people at all. While he was speaking, a portal suddenly began to form near the guy, which few people noticed. Suddenly, Linda came out of it, declaring that she was taking responsibility for Meliara's treatment and her help to others. The high priestess was aware of the whole situation, and therefore was on the heroine's side. She immediately turned to the goddess and asked if she was doing well, and the lady was simply glad that her friend had appeared. Linda apologized for the fact that she was only able to arrive now due to preparations for the ceremony, after which the priestess bowed to the first prince, saying that they had not seen each other for quite some time. The guy was not at all happy to see this girl here, but he still answered her as politely as he could, because that was what decency demanded. Linda did not miss the opportunity to laugh at the heir, who spoke very well to her. She reminded him that he believed the priestess but continued to insult the Saint of the Moon, which was unforgivable. Meliara understood that even confirmation of her status would not make the blonde apologize to her. The priestess herself understood that her presence alone would not be enough, so she decided to tell everyone something. So she announced as loudly as possible that the saint would never in her life harm the people around her. The first prince was unhappy that the priestess had promised to bring to justice anyone who would scold Meliara, and the priestess herself at that moment told everyone that she would steal the girl back to the temple for a while. At this, Linda looked predatorily at the prince and asked if he had any objections to this. The heir knew that not even a single member of the imperial family could enter the temple without permission, so he gritted his teeth. The high priestess knew that the guy couldn't do anything in this situation, so she grinned slyly. Before leaving, she invited all people who needed help to come to the Temple of the Moon. The girl was sure that Saint Meliara could cure anyone from any disease. The heroine herself was very pleased to hear such words addressed to her, since rarely did anyone praise her. A little later, as it got colder, the heroine dressed warmer and noticed that this temple was larger than the one in the village of Chiban. Linda showed them where everything was, but due to the late hour, she suggested accepting visitors tomorrow. The girl suspected that not all the people who would come here tomorrow would believe in the saint's magic. However, she promised with a sly smile that she would quickly deal with such cunning locales. After this, the high priestess led Meliara into the bedroom where the goddesses usually always lived when they were in the temple. At the sight of the beautiful and spacious space, Miss was delighted and even froze with her mouth open. Since Linda's business was finished at this point, she wished her friends a pleasant rest and went home. The lady remembered that Lecht had his own place to live, so she asked if he would stay in the main temple with her. The guy immediately said with a smile that he would be in the next room, so the lady could call him if necessary. To her great surprise, upon hearing this, Meliara became very happy and even clapped her hands because of it. Realizing this, the girl immediately became embarrassed and thought about how to smooth over such an incomprehensible moment. Finally, blushing even more, Miss said that she would simply feel calmer if Arvis did not go far. To this, Lecht calmly said that he was accompanying the Miss, so it would be right if he stayed next to her. For some reason, these words touched the heroine pleasantly, but she tried not to show her emotions. Instead, the lady changed the subject and said that the guy helped her a lot when the first prince scolded her. She even admitted that when the Duke appeared next to her, she became completely unaffected, and the air no longer frightened her. Unexpectedly, the Demon King smiled sweetly and said that it was natural for him to protect the Miss, so she didn't have to thank him. Meliara was noticeably embarrassed and stated that she still considered it necessary to at least say thank you for helping her. At this moment, the butler suddenly distracted the demon, as he said that he urgently needed to talk to him. And this turned out to be very useful for the heroine, who did not understand her emotions at all now, and why she was experiencing them. However, no one noticed the lady's condition, as Arvis was completely immersed in a serious dialogue with Tanma. Only when the demon repeated with the butler, he turned and for some reason looked sadly at the girl next to him. Before telling Meliara what he had learned, the Duke decided to come closer to her to provide support if needed. When the gentleman came next to the Miss, Tanma asked if the girl remembered who had spread the rumors. The Duke's daughter was immediately able to name Prodi, whom she now considered to be guilty of this epidemic. The butler concluded that Lecht's older brother had not even thought of hiding his identity from anyone all this time. Because of this, the Duke concluded that the guy wanted to provoke him, and so he took such actions. Meliara asked, puzzled, what benefit would Prodi gain if Lecht fell for his provocations? Arvis explained that the elder could have simply been trying to irritate him, since they were on bad terms. The heroine realized that when the brothers first met, it didn't seem to her that they really didn't get along with each other. Then Miss thought about it and said that there was something suspicious about Olivia's behavior now. The girl sincerely did not understand why the Saint of the Sun was trying to make her the one to blame for the outbreak of the epidemic. In addition, the lady remembered that she had once given the girl not chamomile tea at all, but ordinary mint tea with pepper. The butler was visibly surprised to hear that there had been some mix-up with the drinks, but for some reason, Lecht's expression changed little, although he was also hearing this information for the first time in his life. Tanma asked again if the lady was really trying to deliberately accuse her of something she didn't do. In fact, it now really seemed to Miss that Miliara had never been guilty of anything. Here the girl remembered some moments from the plot and was very surprised because of this. The whole thing was that the Duke's daughter had specially given her holy mint tea, which she simply hated. However, no one would drink something they didn't like, so it turned out that no one wanted to poison Olivia at all. Therefore, the heroine loudly declared that she was completely clean and that she was simply accused for some incomprehensible reason. After listening to the miss, Lecht suddenly announced that he was more than sure that the Saint of the Sun was to blame for the epidemic. At this point, Tanma admitted that he had managed to find out that it was Olivia who had signed the contract with Prodi. The girl knew little about the rules of the demonic world, so she asked for more details. The butler explained that only the Demon King could be in the human world without any contract. His older brother found a way around this, since he fulfilled the girl's wish and could now be near her. Even Miliara knew that it was forbidden to summon demons in the Empire, so the saint could not do such a thing. Lecht interrupted the lady and informed her that Olivia, who had made a contract with a demon, was not a saint at all. The heroine was very surprised when she found out that the girl was simply pretending to be a saint, using the abilities of a demon. It was so different from what Miss knew that at first, she didn't even believe the truth of this information. The Duke's daughter asked anxiously how Olivia had been able to deceive the priests of the sun all this time. Lecht said that his brother had the ability to charm people, so the lady could easily use it. Since the guy had laid everything out in Miliara's head, she had no choice but to believe him. Because Olivia was not only with the heir, but also with the demon, she had the opportunity to seriously harm the heroine. The girl was already the first prince's favorite, which meant she would be able to rule the empire when he took the throne. Then the Duke's daughter asked her friend if there was any way to catch Prodi and force him to confess everything. Arvis was about to answer positively when he was suddenly interrupted by Tanma, who said that it was better not to resort to this. The saint was surprised to hear that this method could be very dangerous for Duke Arvis. The man explained that even the Demon King had no right to break the contract between a demon and a human. The lady was very scared when she heard that even Lecht would be in trouble if he tried to harm his brother. But the guy himself suddenly declared that he didn't give a damn, and he was quite ready to risk even himself. Looking the girl in the eyes, the demon said in all seriousness that he would interrogate Prodi right now, if only the miss asked. Tanma anxiously asked the master not to commit such a stupid act, as the punishment for it would be severe. Miliara didn't know what would happen to her friend if he broke the rules, so she asked him to tell her about it. But Lecht was so uncomfortable telling the girl the truth that he simply kept silent. Then the butler spoke up and explained that the gentleman would be banished to hell forever and stripped of his title. To this, the Duke sighed and said that things would not necessarily be exactly like that, so the man could be exaggerating. However, Miliara still shouted that she didn't want all this for her friend, so she wouldn't approve of such an idea. The demon tried to explain to the girl that everything would be okay, but she didn't even want to listen to him anymore. As she objected to the guy with all her might, the miss was almost crying, which only made her face look cuter than usual. The Demon King couldn't resist such emotions on the lady's face, so he finally gave in. So the guy, although a little displeased, said that they would try to find some other way. And the heroine confidently declared that they would definitely find something, because lies always come to light. And right now, the saint considered it right not to try to clear herself of the accusations, but to help the sick people around her. Only now did she suddenly notice how dark it was outside the window due to the late time of day. Meanwhile, despite the late hour, the high priestess's assistant still knocked on her door to talk. He apologized for distracting the girl, but he was not going to leave until he heard her opinion. But Linda wasn't at all angry with the guy, despite all his fears, but simply invited him to talk. The priest was delighted and said that on the day of the saint's dedication, there would be a red moon in the sky for the first time in many years. To this, the priestess confidently said that she expected something like this from their moon god, so she was hardly surprised. The guy didn't expect that their deity would be so active in making contact, although he heard that he was quite talkative. Here, Linda said that the holy and red moon would meet for the first time in 100 years, which greatly surprised the assistant, and the priestess herself was sure that those two would have a lot to make up for in the past time. Then the guy remembered that he had one more thing to do, since a letter had been sent from the imperial palace. The high priestess was not particularly pleased that they were writing to her again, but it was her duty to respond to requests. After reading what was written in the document, the girl was very surprised and angry at the same time. Yurin felt just as emotional as the priestess when she learned that the emperor was comparing their magic to that of the sun god. Linda herself expected that something like this would happen someday, because both the moon and the sun were the pillars of the empire. Since the priestess did not want to deal with all this now, she decided to answer the letter later. Even the assistant who was most friendly to the emperor was forced to admit that he was behaving strangely. The thing is that at first he offered cooperation and good relations, and then his son publicly scolded the Saint of the Moon. The priestess suggested that the heir behaved this way only because he was blinded by his love. In any case, the girl believed that they themselves were disgracing themselves, and it was up to them to sort everything out. When the priestess was alone again, she went to the window again to admire the moon. She knew about a guy in her circle who loved so much that he waited for his beloved for a whole century. So Linda thought that the love of the first prince was nothing compared to this one. For some unknown reason, any creature was drawn to Miliara, as long as they talked to her at least once. However, the priestess was somewhat worried about the fate of the saint, who was constantly being thwarted. The girl suddenly remembered how, in her childhood, a saint had passed by and said that the pattern on her face was very beautiful. At the same time, the goddess sincerely said that, thanks to this sign, the moon god would be able to find the girl everywhere. From that very moment, Linda began to consider the lady a real panacea that saved her from any troubles. The priestess was sure that no one could voluntarily give up such love, so she smiled. The next morning, Lyndon came to the temple again because he wanted to accompany his friend. The girl was glad to see the guy because she knew that he came specifically just to support her. During his absence, Ezerson managed to almost completely clear the isolated areas, which helped a lot. And the guy himself, although he also worked hard, was only worried about how the miss might become ill again. Since Miliara's condition was being closely monitored by Lecht, the lady told her friend that he need not worry. Before treating other people, the heroine prepared herself and got a good night's sleep and ate. She even specially tuned in to the wave of treatment and helping people so that everything would definitely go well. The Duke's daughter was confident that she would no longer behave as chaotically as she had in the village. So today, Miliara was going to show how good a professional she was. So Miss came early to the temple, where the sick were supposed to gather, and opened the doors. Imagine the girl's surprise when she found absolutely no one in the room. The heroine expected anything but such a turn of events, so she froze in shock. Yurin asked in surprise if everyone in the area really thought that the Saint of the Moon was to blame for everything. The assistant knew that the question of life and death for the residents was being decided, but for some reason, they still did not come. Unexpectedly for everyone, Meliara suddenly smiled and said that she could not treat anyone by force. Besides, there was still time. In fact, the heroine suspected that first she would need to find the person who saw what kind of tea she was buying. This was necessary in order to restore the reputation of the Duke's daughter. But she remembered nothing about her past in this world. The girl even thought about sending a spy to her father's estate to get information for her. But once again, even in this indirect way, the lady did not want to get involved with the Duke. So Miss quickly realized that she would only get into trouble if she did so, which scared her. However, at the moment, Meliara could not find any other way, so she thought hard. Just a few hours ago, the girl asked the butler if there was any way to find out how Olivia got hold of the poison for the disease. Tanma had an answer to this question, as he knew that this poison was derived from poisonous plants in the demon world, so the man was more than sure that nothing like this could be found in this world. Lecht suddenly announced that his vile brother would not confess to his crimes so easily and simply. Remembering all this, Miss realized that she couldn't find answers for herself, so she simply stroked Kelber. Suddenly, the doors of the temple swung open, and Muso, who had been looking for his master and mistress for a long time, ran inside. The guy was clearly upset that they had left, and he had been left alone in Lyndon's hotel. With all her affairs, the girl managed to completely forget about the assistant until he himself appeared. Falling to his knees, the demon suddenly declared that he deserved death itself, so they simply had to punish him. The guy burst into tears and said that it was he who let those soldiers into the lady's room, although he did not know why they entered. Muso was repairing a window at the time, so he didn't even notice the emperor's guards who said they had come to check. And now the demon blamed himself for being incompetent and useless, even though the lady tried to console him. In the end, the assistant became so upset that he even said that he no longer deserved the name Muso. Lecht suddenly entered the conversation and ordered the boy to immediately pull himself together and calm down. He then came closer and asked what the disease situation was in the areas of his estate. The assistant replied that its spread had been stopped, and the heroine realized that even demons needed treatment. Since there was no one to treat in the temple right now, Miliara said that she would go to the Arvis estate. However, the guy objected that the saint's powers might be needed here, although the lady knew that only she knew about the inhabitants of the estate. But she didn't want to argue and quarrel with her friend about this, so Miss thought about what she could do. Suddenly, a female voice behind the heroine confidently said that it was its owner who would go to the estate. It turned out to be Linda, who was absolutely confident in her decision and therefore unusually calm. This made the miss even more frightened, and she asked the priestess to leave this matter to her. What she feared most was that an uninitiated person would learn about the demonic world. Then Lecht approached the girl and took her aside a little before continuing the dialogue. The guy leaned towards the lady and whispered that he had completely forgotten to tell her something important. It turned out that Linda was a half-demon, so she could very well help everyone in the Arvis estate. Miliara found it very difficult to believe this, and the high priestess herself admitted that she had also forgotten to tell about it. The heroine asked Linda if she could see Muso and Kelber's true appearance, and she answered in the affirmative. Since all matters had been settled, the priestess suggested that they move on and asked her assistant to accompany her. To her surprise, Miliara suddenly noticed that for some reason Muso was quite embarrassed. At that moment, the guy himself looked Linda in the eyes and asked if they had ever met before. Hearing this, the heroine was very shocked, as such behavior reminded her of scenes from novels, and the high priestess just smirked in response and said that she wasn't particularly sure about their last meeting. The demon scratched his head as he stubbornly continued to think that the girl in front of him looked familiar. Since the priestess had almost disappeared into the portal, the assistant shouted to the lady that he would return soon. At this, Lecht began to scold, reminding Muso that in fact, his job was to stay on the estate. Then, Linden approached the heroine and asked if she was very busy, since he needed to talk. It turned out that the guy had known for a long time that it was Olivia who spread the disease, which surprised Miss. Ezerson admitted that he would not have been able to find any of this if Arvis had not given him a hint at the very beginning. The second prince revealed that the Saint of the Sun was in Chiban village when the epidemic awakened, shocking his friend. It was from then on that Linden began to be overcome with various doubts, so he conducted his own investigation. For some unknown reason, Olivia had begun to seem strange to the guy for quite some time now. However, until now, he had no evidence to support this theory, so he had to keep quiet and collect rumors from pubs. Having come to one of these establishments for the umpteenth time, the prince finally heard something interesting. Some locals were shouting that the girl had added poison to the saint's tea as a gift, but the other guy denied the possibility, saying that he personally delivered the tea and it was normal. Ezerson was struck by the words of that worker, who said that he was ready to swear that Miliara had simply been set up. Hearing about this, Miss couldn't even stand it and jumped up from her seat in her emotions, because she dreamed of finding such a person. The second prince asked excitedly if the girl was okay when he noticed the state she was in. The heroine immediately said that she was simply overly surprised, but in fact, everything was fine with her. The duke's daughter was truly incredibly happy that at least some witness had been found so unexpectedly. Then it dawned on Miss that, as it turned out, Ezerson also knew that she had once been falsely accused of everything. To this, the guy honestly admitted that until recently, he thought that Miliara could very well have done something similar. He was used to believing the rumors that others spread about the lady and did not even try to get to know her better. But much has changed for Linden since he went with the girl to the village of Chiban. And right now, he was absolutely sure that Miss would never be able to harm anyone. The heroine was pleased to hear such words from her friend, although it was somewhat unexpected. After the man's speech, Ezerson wanted to know the details and therefore arranged a meeting with him at his estate. Since the guy immediately recognized the second prince, he did not dare to contradict him and said that he would definitely come. Hearing this, even Lecht became worried and asked if Linden had managed to find out anything in the end. Realizing that everyone was eagerly awaiting the end of the story, the guy hesitated because the ending was disappointing. He admitted that he waited for the witness until lunch the next day, but for some reason, he never showed up. Ezerson didn't know the exact reasons why the boy hadn't come to him, so he couldn't help in any way. The heroine was disappointed and could not believe that the only witness had disappeared into thin air. But Linden actually had more to say, so he asked to listen to him again for just a little bit. At the moment when the girl was talking to Musso, one of the knights informed the prince that someone had intercepted the witness. The guy was very surprised by this information, but he thanked the loyal soldier properly. In horror, the lady asked her friend if it could have been Olivia or one of her assistants. The realization that everything could be lost caused the heroine to jump to her feet again due to the emotions raging inside her. But to this, Ezerson was able to confidently answer that the Saint of the Sun had absolutely nothing to do with this. All because only recently he managed to find out that the witness was taken to himself by alien Darches. The second prince was sad that the miss thought that her own brother was getting in the way of clearing her reputation. So Linden dared to suggest that the Duke's son actually knew that the lady was innocent. Upon hearing this, Meliara immediately thought about how impossible something like this was. But then the girl was suddenly distracted from her thoughts by some sound, and she nervously turned around and asked who was there. But neither Lecht nor Linden heard anything at all, so they stared at their friend in surprise. The heroine thought with horror that for some reason she might have started having auditory hallucinations, so she went back to the dialogue with Ezerson and said that they were not close with her brother. The guy nodded in agreement, since he himself was aware of all this, having studied the information. Since her friend didn't know anything about this, Meliara told her that Alien had recently come to see her. The girl sadly remembered how hard the guy tried to persuade her to return to the estate. Suddenly, the friend's dialogue was interrupted by Yorin, who entered the room and asked the saint for a dialogue. The lady didn't mind the interruption, so she suggested to Ezerson that they discuss all their theories a little later. However, when the miss had almost left, the guy suddenly jumped up and asked her to listen to him anyway. In fact, there was something else that Linden was unsure whether it was worth talking about at all. This is all because this information was only from his personal sources and could differ from the truth. He asked if the lady remembered the time 2 years ago when the conflict between her and Olivia began to flare up, and Alien was on the front lines. According to Ezerson, the guy heard what happened to his sister and therefore ordered his people to sort everything out. The second prince meant that the Duke's son had been conducting his own investigation into Meliar for some time now. The girl listened attentively to her friend with a look of surprise on her face, and he suddenly reminded her how she was accused of stealing the saint's necklace. The heroine had read this chapter in the novel, so she knew that the thief ended up being a maid from another estate. Linden said that he managed to find out that it was Alien who found that girl, and thus saved his sister. Unexpectedly for the lady, the friend suggested that the whole time her brother was only trying to somehow protect her. But Meliana didn't quite agree with these words, because it was painful for her to remember. Even if all this were true, the guy still only watched her and did not take any active actions. Because of this, the relationship between brother and sister had been almost completely ruined for quite some time. So the heroine was sure that it was too late for her to change anything. While saying all this, the lady unexpectedly heard more clearly some incomprehensible sound nearby. But even the Demon King said that he didn't notice anything strange, although he had abilities higher than humans. But something still bothered the girl, so she began to walk around the room and look for the sound. Suddenly, this search ended in success, because behind the long curtains, Meliara saw a translucent female silhouette. The Duke's daughter froze with her mouth open, as she never thought she would run into someone like that. She slowly came closer, as if she was afraid to scare away the girl who was sitting on the floor. And then Miss pulled back the curtains with a sharp movement and saw herself, tearful and surprised. The lady stared in confusion at another Meliara, whom for some reason she had not noticed before. And the girl herself asked in a quiet and confused voice if someone could finally see her. For some time, they both continued to silently look into each other's eyes, trying to understand what was happening. A little later, the Duke's daughter asked her friends if they saw anyone, but they did not notice anything. The girl pointed to the ghost's location several times in a row, but it was all absolutely useless. Finally, the second prince tried to look closely, but he still could only see the sofa. This upset the heroine, because if her friends had also seen the ghost, everything would have been easier for her. However, she couldn't ignore the mysterious girl, so she communicated with her calmly. The lady tried to reach out and pat the ghost on the shoulder, but simply passed through his body. Miliara even jumped back in surprise, when suddenly the ghost said that she was the only one who saw him. Then Ezerson called his friend and noticed that she didn't look very well at that moment. The girl herself understood that for the guys she was simply talking to air, although this was not the case. In order to have a chance to talk to the ghost normally, the lady asked Linden and Lecht to leave her for a while. When the friends left, the heroine sat down at the table right in front of the translucent miss. She then introduced herself and said that her name was Ara, while the sign was the real Miliara. For the first time in all this time, the girl told at least someone that until recently, she lived in another world, and then she got into an accident and died, as a result of which she woke up in this body unknown to her. In response, the ghost told her story, according to which she opened her eyes already in this temple when no one saw her. Somewhat upset, Ara asked if the Duke's daughter had died, which is why her soul ended up here. But Miliara said that she had not gotten here because of death, but in another, slightly strange way. The ghost admitted that at first he really thought he had died, which made him very sad. On the last day that the lady remembered, she had once again quarreled with her father, who had shouted at her. It got to the point that the Duke even lost his temper and threw a heavy book at his own daughter. The man was angry because the first prince broke off his engagement to Miliara because of her attempt to poison the saint. The girl herself did not even know what to say to her angry father, who did not want to listen. Finally, the Duke declared that the miss would not leave the room again and locked her inside alone. Without thinking twice, the girl knelt down near the bed and began to cry very bitterly. She kept whispering over and over that she hadn't done all the things she was accused of, but it was pointless. The most offensive thing for Miliara was that neither her father nor her ex-fiancé believed that she was telling the truth. The girl imagined her older brother scolding her just like their father, and tears began to flow from her eyes even more. So right now, more than anything in the world, she suddenly wanted to just disappear from this world. Unexpectedly for the miss, her hands, which were clenched into fists, began to glow due to divine magic. Miliara always thought that she had no power, so she was extremely surprised by this. The heroine did not expect to hear that. When the lady came to, she was already in such a strange state. The ghost admitted that at that moment, she did not want such consequences at all. But now, nothing could be fixed. Ara would never have thought that something like this could happen completely by accident. She had read the novel, so she knew how hard Miliara had worked to learn everything. However, despite all the girl's efforts, the Duke only mocked her more at every opportunity. Even now, the ghost has started saying that he simply did not do something enough during his life. But the heroine asked the lady never to say that, because she tried and worked harder than anyone else. The girl explained to Miliare that her father wanted to make her a saint only because of his own greed. In response, the ghost thanked her interlocutor for her support and asked how she knew all this. Realizing that she would now have to tell the truth, the heroine hesitated, but eventually made up her mind. So the lady told the ghost that she was actually the villain in the novel, not the main character. As a result, Miliara could not believe that she was a character from a book in another world. But Ara consoled her, telling her that this world was no less real than her own. But even this did not provide much comfort to the girl who had heard too much. Then, the heroine admitted that she did not consider Miliara a villain, and even associated herself with her for some time. Initially, like all other readers, Ara only liked the main characters. However, the more the girl read, the more she liked the poor and lonely daughter of the Duke. In the end, the heroine was even able to realize that the lady tried so hard, but she was still not accepted. In response, Miliara sighed with relief, since she always thought that no one cared about her. But this turned out to be wrong. So this time, the ghost cried happy tears and smiled joyfully after this story. The heroine was surprised at how little support the Duke's daughter needed for her to blossom, and the former Meliara really couldn't stop her tears and continued to thank Aru. As soon as their conversation was over, the heroine walked out the door and stood there in silence. She thought sadly about the sad fate of Meliara, who had essentially been unhappy her entire life. Meanwhile, this girl remained as sweet as she once was in childhood, even though she was forced to turn down a crooked path. Ara knew that Olivia had done this, so she was going to do everything to get revenge on the lying saint. The girl was so lost in her dreams that she didn't notice how her friends, who were still worried about her, suddenly approached her. Linden and Lecht immediately noticed when Miss left the room and decided to find out how she was doing. The current Meliara only now realized that she had completely forgotten about the guys because of her worries. Since they looked very worried, the lady realized that she would have to tell the truth. But Miss was very much afraid that this very truth could greatly disappoint her friends. After all, under the shell of the Duke's daughter, all this time, there was hidden a completely different person, not from this world. But no matter how much Ara feared the consequences, she had no other choice now, since the lady was tired of lying. So she said that she had something to tell the boys, and asked if they could listen to her carefully. When the boys agreed, Meliara continued her story for quite a long time, as she tried not to miss any details. She began by explaining about the self that came from a completely different world to this one. Moreover, the girl ended up not in her own body, but in Meliara's body, which she could not have expected. Miss understood perfectly well how difficult it was to believe something like that, because her story seemed unreal. In the end, Linden realized that when they first met in the tavern, the lady was no longer the Duke's daughter. The heroine responded by asking for forgiveness for lying to her friends all this time, but she had no other choice. Ezerson admitted that he noticed strange behavior in Meliara, but decided that it was all due to the shock she had experienced. He remembered how the Duke's real daughter had stubbornly denied her guilt, and he felt sorry for her. Miss noticed what emotions the guy was experiencing as a result, and she also felt sad along with him. Since the lady had not yet confessed everything, she turned to Lecht, who was ready to listen to her. The girl remembered the situation when she scolded him for hiding his essence, and now she asked for forgiveness for that too. In response, the guy approached Meliara and gently said that she did not need to apologize to him for anything, after which the Demon King said that he now finally understood why she had been worried so often. The girl was very surprised that her friend ended up not only supporting her, but also comforting her. And Lecht actually stated that it didn't matter to him at all what kind of body the saint was in. At this touching moment, Linden suddenly coughed, and thereby interrupted the guy and the girl. As a result, Meliara became very embarrassed and jumped away from Arvis, but he turned out to be very angry. A little later, the lady returned to the Duke's ghostly daughter, who was still waiting for her to talk. Only this time, Ara was not alone, as she brought her friends with her, explaining that they knew everything. But no matter how hard they tried, neither Linden nor Lecht saw only ordinary furniture in the room. However, Ezerson still tried to at least roughly understand where exactly the ghost was. Since he couldn't do it on his own, the guy asked the lady to show him the place with Meliara's soul. To this, the heroine replied that the girl was still sitting peacefully on the sofa and not moving at all. The second prince immediately headed to this place and, kneeling on one knee, addressed the invisible girl. The Duke's daughter did not expect at all that the guy would suddenly start apologizing to her because they had communicated very little. Ezerson admitted that during his first conversations with her, he was only thinking about how to get some benefit. However, now the prince has given his word that he will do everything to clear the girl's reputation from false accusations. In the end, he even declared that if Meliara did not believe him, he would ask the saint to give him a few slaps. The saint and the Demon King exchanged glances, and the girl smiled at him, as she was glad that the prince had spoken out, after which she conveyed the words of the Duke's real daughter, who said that she did not want to harm the guy in any way. Instead, the lady burst into tears because more than anything in the world, she needed warm words full of affection. At this time, events of no less importance were taking place at the Duke of Arvis's estate. Linda almost completely cured absolutely all demons, as her powers were perfectly suited for this. The assistants did not know that not only the saint had healing powers, and the priestess explained that all priests had them. However, the half-demon then admitted that the moon goddess's power was more amazing than everyone else's. Then the girl asked if the demon became a priest, would he be able to use both his own power and the Holy One? Muso watched the girl's conversation from behind the door, as he couldn't bring himself to come closer. When the conversation turned to the demons that lived in this estate, the guy jumped out and intervened in the conversation. He declared that, like Linda, he was both a demon and a human at the same time, and his eyes shone with joy. Because of his exciting appearance, the girls fell silent and stared at the assistant in amazement. But then Linda grinned and concluded that it wasn't that easy to meet another half-demon. The girls' admission that they were indeed of the same race greatly pleased Muso. So from that moment on, he followed the priestess everywhere, at a slight distance, as she calmly went about her business. Even the assistants noticed how persistent the guy was, and how patient the priestess was. Finally, the maids couldn't stand it any longer, and began to whisper that Muso had clearly fallen in love with Linda. And the demon really did bring various things to the girl, although she didn't ask for them at all. However, no matter how hard the assistant tried, the maids had already concluded that he had little chance of winning them over. The girls decided this because they knew how shy the guy really was. That same evening, Linda finally paid attention to Muso and asked if he needed any help from her. The demon had already gotten used to the fact that the lady didn't notice him at all, so he was very surprised. The priestess noticed that for some reason the guy followed her everywhere, which only confused him. Hearing that he wanted to ask something, the miss laughed and assumed that the demon would hit on her again now. However, Muso immediately stated that he was not trying to please her at all. It was just that Linda's face was truly familiar to him. Only now did the girl admit that it was her, which only shocked the assistant even more. And the priestess laughed and said that she was disappointed that the guy forgot her so easily. After all, even in their distant childhood, Muso also ran after the lady, like a faithful and little puppy. When they first met, Linda stubbornly hid part of her face under a silver mask. It just dawned on the demon that the priestess was the same girl he had met so long ago. But the guy couldn't understand why she pretended not to know him, to which the miss replied that she simply wanted to watch him. As a child, the boy assured the girl every day that she was certainly much more beautiful without a mask. And now, Muso admitted that he did not recognize Linda because he thought that she had been dead for a long time. Noticing that tears had appeared in the demon's eyes, the girl reached out to his face and smiled encouragingly. Even as a boy, the child cried constantly, while the girl never shed a tear. Meanwhile, Linden, Lecht, and Miliara were still figuring out what they should all do next. Ezerson stated that the girl was simply obliged to turn to Alien for help, but the heroine herself did not know whether she could trust her brother, with whom she hardly spoke. Suddenly, a ghost spoke up and said that she fully supported the second prince's idea. The saint immediately objected that the duke's son was not a good ally for them, but the ghost replied that he knew this. However, the girl said that if the guys asked Alien for help, he would hardly refuse them. Miss noticed how sadly the ghost said these words, but then Linden suddenly distracted her. The boy asked why Alien hadn't denied his sister's guilt if he had evidence, and Lecht suggested that it might not have been enough. The Demon King was a good strategist and understood perfectly well that poor preparation would not have ended well for the guy. The heroine generally agreed with the gentleman's thoughts, when suddenly she heard Miliara's voice. The girl asked in all seriousness if the lady would be able to meet her brother and talk. She explained that Alien was not one to act rashly, so he could help. Hearing that the ghost was worried about her own safety, the miss sighed tensely, and in the end, she agreed to talk to the Duke's son, about which she warned everyone who was near her in the room. That same day, the lady wrote a letter and asked her assistant to deliver it to Alien as soon as possible. She didn't know whether her brother would even agree to a dialogue with her, because the last time the girl had been very cold. However, it turned out that the guy came to the temple as soon as he received the invitation letter. The heroine met him in a beautiful outfit and greeted him quite formally at first. Entering inside, Alien looked around, but did not notice either Lecht or Linden, who were usually nearby. The girl did not hide anything and answered honestly that her friends were currently away on business. After this confession, The lady even clasped her hands, as she was a little afraid to be alone with her brother. Even Meliara herself whispered that she felt awkward, as she had never seen the guy so close before. And the heroine understood the girl's embarrassment very well, but she still needed to talk. As a result, Alien started the conversation first and said that he was usually late, but today he even came early. He admitted that in this way he was trying to at least make amends for his guilt before his sister, after which the guy added that he would just like to have a cup of tea with her, but he knew that the girl had not invited him for that. Meliara did not expect that the Duke's son would be the first to speak about the fact that she had a conflict with the first prince. Meanwhile, the guy continued to draw conclusions and remembered that when they met, the miss called him Lord, not brother. So it was clear to him why he was here, because the Duke's daughter clearly needed help. The heroine was shocked at how quickly the guy figured her out, but she couldn't do anything about it. In the end, she admitted that the guy had calculated everything very correctly, and she really needed his help. The guy didn't understand how the lady suddenly asked if this was all that interested him. Then Meliara explained that there were so many rumors about her, and the guy didn't even ask anything. The ghostly lady looked sadly at the floor at this moment, because she knew that she would not be able to participate in the dialogue anyway. Unexpectedly for both girls, Alien declared that he believed his sister, since she had initially denied everything. The heroine was taken aback by his confession and forgot what she wanted to say, so she simply confirmed that she was not guilty. Hearing these words from Meliara, the guy nodded and said that then he had nothing to learn here. It was incredibly important for his sister, who was now a ghost, to hear exactly that. She turned around and noticed that the saint was no less surprised, which was especially striking. Just in case, the lady asked whether her brother had immediately believed in her innocence, despite all the rumors. This time, it was Alien's turn to be surprised, because he hoped that his sister did not know about his investigations. So Darches explained that he had always trusted the lady and just wanted to find something that could help her. And the guy himself believed to the end in the words of the miss, who stubbornly declared that she had done nothing wrong. After hearing all this, the heroine was speechless for a while, because this was the first time she had encountered such devotion. As a result of this whole dialogue, the ghost could not stand it and suddenly hit the table with his palms, jumping up. Although the boy did not hear her words, the lady whispered that she could not believe that he did not hate her. For the holy moon, the reaction of the ghostly girl was quite expected and natural, because she strongly desired love. Besides, the real Meliara knows much better than the current one about what Alien was like before. Therefore, the heroine continued the dialogue and said that from the outside, one might even think that they were close. Hearing that the lady thought he hated her, the guy even slammed his fist on the table out of frustration. For a moment, Alien looked like he really wanted to tell his sister something important. But then he exhaled sharply and changed his mind, so he asked the lady to tell him why she had called him. The ghost was very interested to know what exactly her brother had hidden from her, but there was no such opportunity. Therefore, Meliara did not wait, and immediately said that she needed the man who once delivered tea from her to Olivia. The girl really hoped that the guy would be able to tell at least something about the location of the witness. She also said that there is an accounting book as proof of her complete innocence. In response, Alien asked if his sister really wanted this war, since there would be no way back for her. But the heroine calmly said that she had no plans to ever return back. The ghost also understood that there was no way back for any of them, so it silently supported Aru. Scratching his head, Darches nodded, convinced that the miss was indeed serious. And then he said that he would provide her with everything she needed, which made the girl incredibly happy. However, unexpectedly for the lady, in return, Alien asked that she return home as soon as possible. Meliara didn't understand her brother's motives, but his request made it clear that the family would never change. At first, she was kicked out without regret because she was useless, but after learning that Miss had powers, they immediately tried to bring her back. When the heroine still lived in her own world, she was raised in an orphanage and was able to meet the same people. These adults were much worse than animals for the girl, because they tried to return the children to the orphanage for the sake of profit. So the saint could not forgive Alien for calling someone like that her family. Realizing the situation she was in, the heroine silently rose from her seat. And then she calmly and honestly admitted to her brother that she would never be able to fulfill his request. Since she had no contact with her family since leaving the estate, the Miss offered her services as a saint. Only Alien stated that his conditions would remain unchanged, since he wanted his sister back not because of her status. The guy admitted that he sincerely wanted the girl to return, and this had a strong effect on the ghost. Unexpectedly for both girls, the Duke's son suddenly put a box on the table with something unknown inside, after which Darches somewhat sadly announced that he had brought something especially for Miliara. He asked if the girl would accept, and the heroine immediately looked at the ghostly Miss so that she could decide. Finally, after waiting for permission from the ghost, the saint nevertheless opened the box, not knowing what to expect. But as soon as the girl saw the contents of this thing, her eyes automatically widened in surprise. In the box lay a brand new and cute, albeit small, teddy bear. Meliara took it in her hands, but asked Alien with bewilderment why he gave it to her. To this, the boy replied with regret that he did so because he had never been an exemplary older brother. Then the lady heard some strange sound coming from the ghost, so she turned around. It turned out that Miliara was crying bitterly, although she herself did not notice it at all at the moment. Alion suddenly began to tell his story about how he was only 8 years old when his mother died. It had happened 20 years ago, but the Duke's son still remembered the situation as if it were yesterday. Unlike his strict father, his mother was always gentle and kind, so the boy did not want to lose her. While still alive and pregnant, the woman tenderly called her little son to her. She told him that very soon he would have a little sister, which his mother herself considered almost a miracle. But as a result of the birth, the mother, whom Alien adored so much, did not survive, although she gave birth to a healthy girl. And the boy witnessed how the father, in an emotional state, screamed for the servants to get rid of his daughter. The man could not bear the loss of his beloved wife, because she was much more important to him than his children. So he seriously believed that little Meliara killed her mother in order to be born. A little later, the doctor told the Duke that it was a miracle that the child had managed to survive. Noticing that the gentleman was in a better mood, the maid risked approaching him. She brought the girl with her in her arms and said that it would be better for her to find a nanny, since the girl herself does not know how to take care of children. But then, instead of answering his assistants, the man looked at them extremely angrily and spitefully. Then he asked how they dared to drag this girl into his personal office. Meliara had been sleeping soundly until then, but when she heard the screams, she immediately woke up and started crying. That same evening, Alien, who was simply walking around the estate, heard that the maids had locked the baby in the outbuilding. At the same time, the girls discussed the fact that the Duchess died precisely because of this girl, although they tried to speak as quietly as possible. Suddenly, the assistants saw that the Duke's son was no longer sleeping, which is why they were very frightened at his appearance. To their great surprise, the boy suddenly said that he wanted to go to that very outbuilding for some reason. He wanted to see his sister because he knew that she was not to blame for their mother's death, no matter what anyone said. But Alien still couldn't help but take on the feelings of the rest of the people who hated the girl with all their might. Several years later, when he was once again walking around the estate, the now grown-up boy heard screams. It was their father who was scolding Meliara, and the girl was just silently listening to all the Duke's discontent when suddenly she met her brother's gaze. Alien watched the lady for some time as she single-handedly dealt with the difficult character of the owner of the estate, and then he turned around and left because he was not ready to stand up for the girl right now. Seeing this, that day, Meliara finally and irrevocably realized that she was completely alone. Some more time passed, and Alion entered the military academy, so now he could leave the estate. Suddenly, his little sister came up to him and sadly asked if it was necessary for her brother to go to the academy. He noticed bruises and scars from beatings on her arms, and the elder's heart sank with pain for the lady. However, even at his age, he could do nothing to help the girl and make her life easier. So he got down on one knee in front of her and said that Dad was only doing this for his daughter's good. After which, the guy asked the girl to try harder, but immediately noticed how her face changed. But at that moment, Alien was only thinking about how to quickly escape from this terrible house in which he was suffocating. Although the brother felt sorry for his sister, he could not even guess how desperate she was. A few years later, the boy returned to the estate and immediately asked where his sister was. The butler reported that the lady was again being punished for something, so she was in her room, and the brother hurried there. But as soon as he opened the door, Alien saw something that shocked him to the depths of his soul. Meliara sat on the floor near the bed in tears and muttered terrible words about herself. The girl even went so far as to convince herself that she should never have been born. Only now did Alien realize that while he was living a peaceful life, his sister was going through all the circles of hell. He immediately remembered his mother's request that the boy be a good older brother to his little sister. The fact that he was the only person close to the girl, but also turned away from her, only now dawned on the guy. That day, he did not dare to go into Meliara's room, since he himself was plunged into the abyss of despair. After that incident, he tried to get closer to his sister more than once, but nothing worked. The girl said every time that her father was waiting for her, and it was clear from her how uncomfortable the lady was around her elder. So in the end, Alien again took the position of a simple observer and stood behind the Duke in order to know everything. The guy still felt sorry for the girl, but he understood that he would not become the person who could save her. Here, Darches noticed through the window how the lady laughed sincerely for the first time in her life, talking to her fiancé. He thought that at least in the Crown Prince's family, Miss would finally be able to be happy. However, upon returning from the punitive expedition, the boy was greatly surprised to discover that the situation had only gotten worse. Alien was so shocked that at first he didn't even believe that his sister herself had suddenly left the estate. The girl listened silently to her brother's confessions all this time and did not interrupt him at all. And the guy suddenly shared his observation, because he noticed an unprecedented determination in the lady's eyes when he tried to return her home. Darches still thought he had to do everything in his power to make up for Miss's terrible childhood. He remembered very well how various evil rumors about the girl had reached him, but he did not believe any of them. Only now did Alien realize that all this time, Meliara simply wanted to hear from someone that he would be on her side. However, the brother came to this conclusion too late, so he at least gave the teddy bear to his already grown-up sister. He had been eyeing this toy in the store for quite some time now, because it reminded him strongly of something. One of his assistants, noticing that the guy was looking at the display case, immediately asked who he was choosing a gift for. Alien himself remembered very well the situation when he passed by little Meliara, who was talking with a maid. Then the girl, with tears in her eyes, asked her assistant to sew up this toy if she could. But the girl said that the bear was so torn that it could no longer be sewn up, so it would be better to buy a new one. Darches realized at that moment that his father would never buy Meliara a toy, which is why she was behaving like that. And then, many years later, the guy accidentally saw almost exactly the same teddy bear in a store. But eventually, the master changed his mind and told the servant that they were going back and not buying anything. Alien knew that nothing would change if he did nothing, but he was too busy judging himself. Only now did he finally gather his strength and therefore asked his sister for one more and last chance. The ghostly lady could hardly restrain herself from crying again, because she had long wanted to hear something like this from her brother. The Duke's eldest son admitted that he really wants his sister to be happy and is ready to do everything to make that happen. Even the heroine herself, who knew Meliara's whole story, was touched when the guy told her everything. In fact, the saint wanted to get angry in response and say that it was too late for such words. However, it was not she who had to make such a decision, but Alien's real sister, and the ghostly lady herself at that moment was clearly deeply touched by what her brother had told her. Unexpectedly, Darches himself admitted that he understood perfectly well that it was too late for forgiveness, so he concluded that his sister would most likely not change her mind about him. So when he got up, the guy asked the lady to just forget about what had just happened between them. As a result, Meliara remained sitting with her mouth slightly open in surprise, because she did not expect such behavior from her elder. And finally, he told Miss that she could always come to him, and he would definitely help her. The heroine did not think that as a result of this dialogue, she would be left with such mixed feelings inside. However, right now, the saint did not feel she had the strength to continue the conversation, so she remained silent. But the ghost gave full rein to his emotions, and therefore cried bitterly and loudly when his brother left. The lady tried once again to touch the ghost to calm it down, but this again proved impossible. Mrs. Fingers, no matter how hard she tried, simply passed through the body of the ghostly girl, who continued to cry. Meliara realized that the apologies Alien had made were unlikely to help his sister much. In the end, the girl decided to give the ghost time to calm down, so she left the room and even asked the servant to clean it later. At that moment, the heroine herself decided to at least take a little walk in the garden to clear her head. The fact that Alien had been Duke Darch's victim all this time just didn't fit into her head, but still, the heroine still believed that she specifically did not have the right to decide how to further develop her relationship with her brother. Therefore, at the moment, the girl had no idea what to do in this situation. Unexpectedly for herself, she only now noticed that the wind had picked up and thought that she had dressed too warmly. Suddenly, a light floral scent that was already well known to her reached the lady's nose. It turned out that Meliara did not notice at all how Prody himself appeared in front of her from somewhere. The demon smiled at the girl and noted that she was more observant than he thought, because the guy planned to appear a little later. The heroine immediately screamed at her older brother Lecht, asking how he ended up here. To this, the demon replied that it was easy for him, and then with interest, he reported that he did not see his brother anywhere. Saint was not pleased to hear Prody compare Arvis to a faithful dog, but she remained silent for now. Only when the guy got completely carried away did the girl yell at him, telling him to mind his own business. Then the demon went on the offensive and told Meliara that she shouldn't be so relaxed. The heroine was very surprised when she heard that the guy was aware of her difficult situation and even offered to help. But the lady didn't like the fact that the demon had first gotten close to Olivia and now had come to her. To this, the guy explained that he had to do everything his customer ordered, but in his free time, he could act in his own interests. So Prody suddenly approached the moon goddess and said that he was giving her a chance to trust him. Then he leaned towards the girl's ear and whispered that he would help much faster and more effectively than Lecht. But without answering anything, the miss immediately pushed away the impudent guy who was trying to charm her, after which Meliara screamed that she would never choose Prody, because for her it was complete nonsense. But the demon did not give up and threw up his hands, asking the girl to stop choosing favorites for herself. The guy used his magic and kindly asked if the saint didn't like him, since he was so handsome. Prody came closer and closer to the lady, increasing the power of his magic with every kind word he said to her. He remembered that Miss had once almost fainted because of his powers, which meant that she had no immunity to them. While the boy was speaking, somewhere in Meliara's chest, a blue glow suddenly began to gradually flare up. And then, without giving the demon a chance to touch the girl, the light grew larger and stronger. Prody didn't expect something like this to happen, and quickly pulled his hand away as it began to burn. The whole point was that a sacred relic called Kion helped the saint block the powers of demons. Seeing the confusion on Prody's face, the lady said that she knew that each demon had its own special ability. The older brother listened in confusion as the girl described his skill, saying that he could charm people. Meliara was even able to describe in detail how exactly the guy does it, seducing everyone around him with his scent. The heroine knew all this because just a few days ago, she had a dialogue with the butler. Tanma explained that the demon's skills were very similar to human magic, although there were differences. Demons were stronger, if only because they could use their abilities without restrictions, unlike humans. So the assistant warned the miss that all people are much weaker than demons, although they have more types of magic open to them. However, as the servant said, any saint had the ability to block the abilities of demons, regardless of their strength. Meliara could not even imagine that the sacred relic that she absorbed in the temple would save her from danger. Therefore, right now, the lady could calmly talk to Prody and guessed that he was avoiding Muso due to the difference in their strength. Lecht's older brother was not pleased to hear that he was inferior to someone in strength, so the boy asked the miss not to provoke him, after which the demon explained that it was much more logical for him to fear the demon king than the stupid Muso. Suddenly, the guy abruptly changed the subject and asked the girl if she remembered the advice he once gave her. Prody once again informed Meliara that she would completely ruin her future if she decided to stay with his brother. But in response, the heroine confidently declared that she did not believe a single word of the insidious and cunning demon. However, even in such a situation, when the lady was clearly not deceived, The guy did not give up and continued to convince her. But Miss suddenly interrupted his words and said that she didn't care about either the words of other people or his opinion. The saint looked closely and said that, although Prody was smiling, his eyes expressed strong hatred towards Lecht. So Meliara concluded that all this time, the demon was simply trying to get between her and his younger brother. In response, the guy just tried to make a cheerful joke, because he had no other choice. He finally admitted that he really didn't get along very well with his brother, but the demon hadn't lied to the lady about him. The heroine frowned when the guy suddenly said that she had no idea what happened 100 years ago. At that time, in the demon kingdom, Lecht was not yet a king and did not even intend to become one, but was simply honing his skills. His instructor couldn't help but notice how much the Lord had grown in the short amount of training time. When the stage shadowboxing was over, the man declared that he had nothing more to teach the boy, after which he declared that there was no one stronger than Lecht in the demon world, which was accidentally heard by Prody, who was passing by. The elder one wanted to become the demon king himself, so he couldn't keep silent and turned to his brother and his instructor. With a little mockery, the demon noted that his junior was indeed very talented compared to many. However, Prody considered himself the direct heir to the throne and had no intention of giving up this place. The boy couldn't understand why what took him several training sessions was so easy for Lecht in just one. A little later, the older brother found the instructor and began to scold him for calling his younger brother the future king. Prody said no one knows Lecht's mother, so he should be grateful he was allowed to train at all. The man excitedly tried to remind his master that the heir to the throne was determined not only by birth. Only a demon with the strongest magical abilities will be able to take the throne of the demonic world. But the guy didn't even want to hear about the fact that, for some reason, he might not be chosen. Then other demons approached them and asked Prody not to torment his fencing teacher. They also explained to the boy that Lecht had no desire to become the demon king. But these arguments did not calm the elder down at all, but only made him even more angry. He confidently stated that demons, by their nature, had several masks on their faces, so the guy was more than sure that his younger brother was just laughing at him and was thinking about how to get rid of him. Having said this, the guy left, and his friends thought with alarm about what a serious inferiority complex the demon had. It was only decades later that Prody's nightmares actually came true, as he showed up as a candidate. Moreover, the guy brought with him a saint, whom he was going to make his queen, and for whose sake he accepted the throne in the first place. Having told all this, the demon asked the lady if she still didn't understand what he was getting at. Meliara was a little alarmed by this story, but she still asked Prody for details. Then the demon said that in order to become the demon king, you need to be chosen by the moon, and the saint of the moon was her confidant. So Prody was sure that Lecht used the saint to take the throne, but the girl was very surprised by what she heard. And the elder brother also added that as soon as the younger one ascended the throne, the saint immediately disappeared somewhere. The demon predatorily suggested that this happened only because the lady was no longer needed by the guy. So he once again asked the girl to be more careful, especially when she was around Lecht. The heroine suddenly guessed what Prody was trying to achieve, because the most logical thing for her to do now would be to ask how Arvis could deceive her. Miss realized that the guy expected her to get really angry and even take his side in the end. But the elder didn't know that she was also the dark-haired saint 100 years ago. So, clenching her fists in indignation, the goddess reminded herself once again that Lecht's feelings had always been real. After which she told Prody that she still trusted him as a brother, although she thanked him for his advice. Hearing this, the guy sighed and shook his head, saying that he was so worried about her with good intentions. Suddenly, the guy's face changed dramatically, and he said that he would have to use force because of the girl's stubbornness. Meliara instantly felt how much the demon's aura had increased as he prepared for battle. The lady screamed that the guy would not dare touch her in the temple, to which he explained that he could take her away without causing harm. Unexpectedly, for the two of them, not far from the guy and the girl, a sword suddenly fell from the sky into the grass. Prody immediately guessed what this meant and looked up in disappointment, where the sound came from. It turned out that Lecht seemed to sense that the miss was in trouble, so he flew to her on wings. As soon as he got down, the boy immediately grabbed his sword, which made his older brother turn even whiter. Arvis irritably reminded him that he had warned Prody many times, but he had ignored them all. The boy then reminded the Demon King that he had no right to touch him because of the deal he made with the human. However, Lecht swung his sword sharply, which ended up right next to the neck of the arrogant demon, after which the Duke asked why he should care about such things as the laws of the demonic world. He declared that if his brother touched Meliara, no one would return to the demon realm alive. In response, the guy mockingly noted that his brother was simply head over heels in love with the Saint of the Moon. He turned to the lady one last time, realizing that, for now, he would have to retreat. However, Prody still managed to remind the girl to think about his words, which angered her. This time, the demon began to press that only he could prove the saint's innocence before everyone. Miss took advantage of Lecht's arrival and began asking questions, so Prody confessed to being Olivia's accomplice. The demon didn't understand why the Miss took the whole situation so seriously, because the healing power of the priests was high. So, considering that no one died anyway, the demon saw absolutely no problem in anything. But Meliara didn't agree that the boy's misdeeds didn't count, since no one ended up getting hurt. She recalled that many people had a very difficult time coping with this contagious disease. But for one man, this suffering was just a way to get around someone he hated. So from that moment on, the girl was going to be much more attentive than she had been up until now. The saint clenched her fists and promised the demon that she would repay him for all the evil that they had done to Olivia. In response, Prody quipped that Meliara and Lecht were such a wonderful couple that he was even ready to cry. But after everything that had happened to him, the demon had no intention of giving up, as he reminded. With a sad smile, the guy said before his disappearance that he did not want to be a victim, just like 100 years ago. As a result, what she saw even made the lady feel a little sorry for the demon, who couldn't find a place for himself. But then she noticed the guy who managed to save her from her own brother in time. Only now did the girl realize that Lecht was completely in the form of a demon and didn't even hide anything. So the girl anxiously ran up to the demon and asked if he could show all this to her. Arvis wasn't used to thinking about such trifles, so he just sighed in confusion in response. Meliara did not understand what this meant, but obediently stood and waited until the Duke himself sorted everything out. Here he began to glow with a dim light, and literally, a few seconds later, he appeared before the lady in human form. The guy explained that there were no people around, and the lady nodded, saying it was good that no one noticed him. At the same time, the heroine was a little sad that Lecht had changed, because long hair suited him much better. Realizing what she was thinking about, the saint became very embarrassed and tried to throw such thoughts out of her head. Since they had nothing to do outside, the boy and girl went indoors, and he asked how things were with Alien. The girl said that she left the right to decide what to do with him next, entirely, to the ghostly Meliara. The saint herself could have accepted her brother's apology, but in fact, he was not asking for forgiveness from her at all. However, Miss admitted that even a good outcome ended up bothering her quite a lot. This is because, according to the laws of the Darches family, if a guy helps a girl, she will end up in his debt. Arvis also agreed that something like this could have a bad effect on the heroine, so he thought about it. However, a moment later, the demon smiled and said that there must be another solution that he would look for. Suddenly, the guy asked the lady if she was worried about occupying this body, and she immediately denied it. Meliara explained that she only thought about the ghost girl because she had been so unfairly accused. Moreover, the heroine admitted that among all the characters in the novel, she always adored the villain. But then, the girl's cheerfulness was replaced by a sad expression on her face because she thought about the ghost again. She remembered very well the day when Lyndon promised to definitely help the ghost, and the lady also could not forget how Meliara burst into tears after this out of gratitude. At that moment, the saint again thought about why she had ended up in this strange world. One of the options was that she had to calm the soul of the girl, against whom everyone in the novel was against. But the heroine knew from her own experience that in life, you always need at least one person to support you. This was exactly the kind of person the girl wanted to become for Meliara, whom no one but her could now see. And Lecht was exactly the same kind of person for the saint, although she had never thought about it before. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter was torn from her thoughts, for she was greatly surprised at the direction in which they flowed. Lecht noticed that the girl had stopped in the middle of the corridor for some reason, and looked at her questioningly. And the lady herself blushed very deeply and raised her hand to her face to at least calm down a little. For a few seconds, she couldn't even hear the words of the Demon King, who called her name over and over again. Suddenly, waking up from her thoughts, the mist discovered that the guy was standing right next to her and offering to go and rest. Arvis noticed that although the saint did not have a fever, her face was still very red. The lady said nothing in response, but thought to herself that she had known everything a long time ago, although she had avoided answering. The words of the guy who said that it was natural for him to protect her came back to Mrs. Mind. But the only thing the heroine didn't understand was how long she had loved this guy and hadn't admitted it to herself. Duke Arvis had almost become something permanent for the girl, so she didn't even think about her feelings. In addition, because this world was described in a novel, Meliara was afraid that she was experiencing someone else's feelings, so she pretended she hadn't even thought about the demon, which now seemed very selfish to her. The saint thought about this also, because she suddenly discovered in herself a strange desire to hold the king's hand. She had never done this before, so Miss instinctively clenched her hands. For some time, the girl thought whether she should confess her feelings, because she did not know what would be best. Finally, although very hesitantly, the lady called out to the guy and said that she really wanted to tell him something. However, even having made up her mind, Meliara suddenly discovered that for some reason words were coming to her with great difficulty. The whole point was that Miss really wanted the guy to love her current self and not her past self, and more than anything else in the world at that moment, the Duke's daughter dreamed of returning Lecht's love. So, in order to not feel embarrassed about what was happening, the girl nevertheless took a deep breath. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind her, urgently needing a saint, which greatly frightened the heroine. It turned out that Lyndon had rushed into the temple as fast as he could, and now he couldn't catch his breath. Seeing the second prince in such a state, even Arvis asked him what had suddenly happened. Eventually, the guy was able to smile and announced that this time he had good news for everyone. The whole point was that Ezerson was one of the first to find out that Olivia had fallen into her own trap. This happened because as time went on, the epidemic did not stop, and people began to think about coming to the Temple of the Moon. Because of this, the Temple of the Sun came under pressure, so its representatives decided to make an announcement to the people. Among the representatives of the temple on the stage, there was also a saint who tried to smile sweetly at everyone around her. Suddenly, one of the people from the crowd raised his hand and asked if the sun priests had run out of medicine. Hearing this, the crowd immediately began to buzz about how they needed to quickly go to the Temple of the Moon, which did not escape the attention of the saint. The sun worshipper noticed that people were starting to disperse and began trying to persuade them to stay with him. Suddenly, Olivia spoke to the people and declared that her followers still had plenty of medicine. After these words, the lady suddenly descended straight into the crowd. Although it was quite risky, she looked around carefully and then noticed a sick girl with her mother not far from her. Olivia immediately approached them and asked if they were really sick, which her mother immediately confirmed. Then, the Saint of the Sun raised her hand over the child's head and used her powers to be able to save the girl. It took her literally a few seconds for everything to be okay with the baby again. When she succeeded, the girl jumped to her feet and shouted for everyone to hear that she had healed the child. But then, to Olivia's great surprise, instead of worshiping her, people for some reason moved away. Residents began to whisper about the fact that the people of the sun could not cure infectious diseases. The girl realized that she had made a huge mistake when she decided to demonstrate her powers in front of everyone. Meliara was surprised that people would be so quick to accuse Olivia of false magic. Although her rival had initially seemed like a good strategist to her, now the lady could not believe that she had been so stupid. Olivia completely forgot that each force had its own purpose, and she personally could not help people in any way. Linda once told her that the moon's powers lie precisely in cleansing the entire body of toxins, but the people of the sun could treat absolutely any physical injury, no matter how complex it was. So, by curing the girl, Olivia brought upon herself a great deal of mistrust and suspicion. The heroine guessed that Lyndon was one of those aristocrats who listened to the performance of the Sun People. When the miss met the guy's gaze, he winked at her and said that heaven was on her side today. At this moment, people were still slowly walking around the square, when suddenly someone called the priest of Zion. The man looked back and saw Urin running towards him, asking where Olivia was now. Meliara followed her, unable to believe that the Sun People had been unable to do anything. But the priests explained that corruption was rampant among them, so it was no surprise that no one had yet touched the lying saint. However, Zion noted that this time there were too many witnesses, so it would not be possible to hide Olivia for long. It so happened that immediately after this incident, countless streams of sick people began to appear in the Temple of the Moon. All the people who trusted the Temple of the Sun now came to ask for help from the Temple of the Moon, and they were not refused. Meliara worked harder than anyone else, because she knew that her magic lasted a long time, while everyone else got tired faster. As soon as the lady had finished treating the boy, someone suddenly called out to her, and she readily turned towards the voice. It turned out to be Urin, who was worried about the lady and therefore asked her to rest, although she refused. Afterwards, the saint shared with the priest her joy that the illness had noticeably slowed down. Here, Urin suddenly asked what kind of magic Olivia possessed, if it was not the holy energy of the sun god. Hearing this question, the miss froze in place, since the assistant knew nothing about the demon world. Then they both heard a voice that explained that Olivia had used some kind of forbidden spell. This was said by Linda, who then specifically added that the prince's bride most likely borrowed this power from a demon. The girls were very happy to see the priestess, so they first greeted her politely, and then Urin screamed loudly about whether Saint Olivia really borrowed powers, so the lady had to cover her mouth. A little later, the girls found a more secluded place and told everything in detail to their assistant. However, Urin still didn't understand how the goddess could even make a deal with the demon himself. But most of all, the girl did not understand how dangerous the creatures from hell were for her. In the end, the priest even admitted that she always considered information about demons to be nothing more than rumors. Then Linda once again told her assistant that demons really do exist, although they are rare to encounter. This is because these creatures live separately from people and use magic that is very similar to human magic. At the time of the founding of the empire, the emperor and the demon king made a promise to each other not to invade each other's territories. Hearing this, Meliara guessed that in the novel, Lecht had broken his own words and attacked the ruler. Here Linda added that now the people of the sun are turning reality upside down and presenting demons as real monsters. Then Urin asked if making a contract with a demon was not always a very bad thing. To this, the priestess replied that it was impossible to say for sure, but this was definitely a different case. This was because that girl pretended to be a saint, which in itself was a violation, and she also harmed people. At this point, the high priestess stood up and said that there was a good chance that the high priest of the sun knew nothing about Olivia. So she smiled and said that she was looking forward to the continuation of this story, as she wanted to know the old man's reaction. And the priest himself at that moment was shouting, "How could the lady be so ungrateful, since she made a deal with a demon?" He was very afraid that if the emperor found out about everything, then stripping Olivia of her sainthood would not be enough. Suddenly, while furiously pondering what he should do, the old man found a way out and therefore laughed loudly. Even the guards outside the high priest's door heard this laughter, since he was not hiding at all. And the priest said that he would not give up so easily and would act faster than the people from the Temple of the Moon. At this moment, Olivia was absolutely beside herself and was carefully thinking about what she could do. She knew perfectly well that a whole crowd of people had seen her abilities, so it was only a matter of time before they started catching her. But in order for everyone to love and accept her, the girl even once specially charmed the crown prince. At the same time, she was not at all sorry that Meliara herself, who was initially engaged to him, was left out of work. Olivia wanted the duke's daughter to experience pain and despair because she really wanted to see it. It was extremely important for the girl to look down on the lady, and she achieved this quite quickly. Here, the girl was distracted from her thoughts by the voice of a guy who had been looking for her for quite some time, because he was her fiancé. Seeing the heir's anxiety, Miss smiled slyly, as she guessed that she still had him. So the girl threw herself straight into the arms of the first prince, deliberately squeezing out pitiful notes in her voice. With tears in her eyes, the saint declared that, no matter what the blonde heard about her now, it was all a complete lie. To this, the guy calmly replied that he had not come here at all to interrogate his dear bride. He himself thought that people simply misunderstood everything, but he was afraid that these false rumors might reach his father. Unexpectedly for the guy, the girl hugged his face with her hands, which made the first prince even shut up. And Olivia easily and imperceptibly used Prote's magic, which charmed people, and asked if the guy loved her. After which, the lady asked the heir to believe her, no matter what happened or would happen to them later. Under the spell, the guy immediately swore that he would fulfill any of the girl's wishes and never betray her. Since this was what Olivia really wanted to hear, she said with a smile that the first prince had made a wise decision. At this moment, Miliara was still waiting for some decision regarding the Saint of the Sun, but for some reason, nothing was heard. Finally, the girl sighed so loudly that Linda heard it and therefore asked if everything was okay with the miss. The heroine realized that she had distracted the priestess, for which she immediately asked her forgiveness, because she did not want this. And then she admitted that she was worried about the fact that the people of the sun were still silent. The high priestess agreed with the lady and said that the old man should have at least done something, but nothing was heard. The lady noticed that the priestess spoke so easily about the priestess of the sun and asked if they knew each other, to which Linda replied that she had taught him magic. The saint was very surprised when she heard that the girl first met the old man in his childhood. So, as worried as she was, Miliara still decided to ask how old the miss standing in front of her was. Only now did the half-demon realize that the duke's daughter remembered nothing of her past life as a saint 100 years ago. Therefore, the priestess said with a smile that they had already met a long time ago, and that was why they communicated well. Miliara was very surprised when she heard that she had met Linda 100 years ago. Miss immediately wondered what kind of person she was to be in such close contact with demons, since almost no one did that. Suddenly, the priestess reminded her that Olivia was the heir's lover, which is why the people of the sun did not abandon her. Linda began to think that the imperial family clearly would not want the collapse of the sun priests, because the empire was built on them. But the heroine didn't understand why the emperor would stand up for the defense of a false saint who had been deceiving everyone all this time. The priestess explained that there was no benefit for the imperial family here, only a reduction in possible losses. The half-demon understood that the prince could not be told about what exactly his daughter-in-law had done. It dawned on the lady that if the high priest of the sun tried to hide this incident, things would be hard for them. At that moment, the ghostly Miliara was still sitting at the table next to the teddy bear that her brother had recently brought. The girl still did not fully believe that Alien never felt hatred towards her, although she thought otherwise. Right now, the duke's daughter was trying to understand what would have happened if she had found out about her brother's feelings for her earlier. The ghost could not get the calm face of the duke's son out of her head, inviting her to come for help at any moment. Suddenly, Miliara remembered the situation when the guy suggested that she hide the notebooks with grades so that no one would find them. Miss didn't even understand why this particular small moment from their past suddenly came to her mind. At this moment, the heroine walked around the estate and thought about what she should do next to confront Olivia. Suddenly, a ghostly lady quickly ran up to her as she wanted to tell her something very important. The saint asked the ghost what was the matter and why she was so agitated, and the lady replied that she knew she could help them. While the ghost was remembering the past, she was able to find the answer to where exactly her brother hid the necessary witness. The thing is, the Darches family had an estate that no one had visited since the Duchess died. It was there that the servant had been for several months, delivering tea from Miliara to Olivia. The guy was very worried about the fact that he had been there for a long time and kept asking when they would let him go. However, the maids apologized and replied that Lord Alien had not yet told them anything about this. Then the servant went to the window and thought that he was well fed in this place, even though he was kept locked up. However, he really wanted to get back to his family, because somewhere in the city he had his beloved wife and children. Suddenly, the doors to the man's room swung open, and a dark silhouette slipped inside quickly and silently. The man deftly jumped up behind the unsuspecting servant and closed his mouth with one movement. The guy, as expected, began to struggle, since he didn't want to be caught, especially when he didn't know by whom exactly. Here, the second dark silhouette, which looked more like a woman, asked his ally to wait a little. The lady told Lecht not to be so rude to the man who was important to them, because he needed to be left alive. Realizing that the servant would not recognize her, the miss then removed her mask in order to at least somewhat calm the frightened witness. Seeing the face of the girl who came to him, the guy immediately recognized her and was extremely surprised, as he did not expect to meet her here. At this moment, on the first floor of the estate, Alien was calmly reading a book, surrounded by assistants who were bringing tea. Suddenly, one of the maids heard some suspicious noise from above, which was unusual. She offered to go and check, but the Lord said with a smile that it was not necessary, since the one he was waiting for had arrived. And the servant himself on the second floor asked in a panic what his mistress was doing in this place, because it was dangerous for her. The guy heard that the lady had left the Darches family, but he was most surprised by the girl's outfit. Meliara could not answer all the man's questions, as it was too difficult for her now. She remembered a conversation with a ghost, who quite by chance realized where her brother had hidden the witness. The ghostly girl had no doubt that that servant must have been in their family estate on the mountain. The heroine asked why Alien didn't bring an assistant to their family's central estate, where there was more security. Then the ghost said that he had only been there a couple of times, since the place had long since ceased to be popular. But whenever the girl came there, she was interested in learning about the place where her mother once lived. Moreover, Meliara was able to notice that for Alien, this estate was more special than all the other buildings of their family. Although Miss did not know her mother at all, soon this estate also became more than just a building for her. Periodically, despite all the girl's efforts, the teacher still gave her bad grades, which she was very afraid of. The ghost said that her brother then went to that small estate and hid her tests there because they could not be found. That is why the lady's soul was sure that only there could Alien hide the witness from all the other aristocrats. Thus, Lecht and Meliara found the guy who didn't know how to react to their appearance quite easily. The heroine turned to the servant, because she knew that he knew that the miss was innocent of anything. Then the lady bowed to the guy and said that she really needed his testimony to justify herself. The assistant became visibly thoughtful when the lady asked him to take her side and testify. To the girl's great surprise, he suddenly declared that he had never believed and still did not believe that she could be a bad person. But the guy said that he was here on the orders of Lord Alien, and therefore he could not leave this quiet place. However, in response to these words of his, the lady said that he need not worry about anything like that, since she would take care of everything. As a result, a few minutes later, the same maid saw a carriage unknown to her carefully driving away from the estate. The girl turned to the gentleman and asked if he would really let his sister go so easily and simply, but the guy replied that it was enough for him that the miss was able to find her way here, although even Meliara herself was worried about being chased. However, it quickly dawned on the lady that although her brother had hidden the witness here, he had not assigned a single guard to him. Besides, there were only a few maids in the estate, who were only needed to take care of the boy. From all this, Meliara concluded that Alion had been waiting all this time for her to figure it out and come to him. The next morning, the high priest of the sun left his office as quietly as possible when suddenly he was called out to. It turned out that Olivia had been waiting for him at the door all this time and asked where the old man was heading so early. The priest was at a loss, but still managed to come up with the idea that he was going to talk to the girl personally. However, he chose a far from kind topic for conversation, as he asked through gritted teeth how the lady dared to do such a thing. What angered the priest most was not that the miss had lied to him from the very beginning, but that she had made a contract with a demon. He was confident that he could do everything to put an end to Olivia's atrocities, since he had power. The whole time the man was speaking, the girl listened to him with an absolutely calm face, although the old man said that he would go to the emperor. And the priest suddenly declared that the lady had not only disgraced her reputation, but had also completely lost his trust. In fact, while still sitting in his office, the priest came up with the idea of telling the ruler that he was just a victim. Unexpectedly for the old man, Olivia, with a bored look, said that she would not allow information about her to reach the emperor. The man did not expect such words, but the miss continued and said that she needed him to do something for her. The girl asked in all seriousness for the priest to make an announcement and say that her magic was also part of the power of the sun. But the old man immediately shouted that this was real blasphemy, and he was not going to do anything like that. But Olivia suddenly said with a sly smile that time does not stand still, and many things eventually change. After these words, the girl joyfully spread her arms to the sides and said that she could combine two powers at once. Her cunning plan was to have the chief priest recognize the lady's abilities as a saint. That's why she said that Miliara was the fake, because she only had the power of the moon. Only now did the old man realize how crazy this lady was to come up with such nonsense to justify herself. He remembered that at their first meeting, Olivia seemed to him to be just a sweet country girl, capable of goodness. But it turned out that she was extremely nasty, so the man said that he had already sent a letter to the emperor. He turned to leave when suddenly the guards, for some reason, blocked the high priest's path with their weapons. The old man didn't even understand what was happening and why the defenders' weapons were suddenly pointed at him. Then the priest looked closely and noticed that the clothes of these soldiers were like those of imperial knights and not members of the Temple of the Sun. At that moment, Olivia grinned behind the head priest and asked if he was talking about the letter she was holding in her hands. Many years ago, when Miliara gave the girl her ring, she began to think that there was nothing more beautiful in the world. If the little girl sold this thing, she would have many loaves of bread and would not have to sleep on the floor. But Olivia had never had such a beautiful thing in her life, so she didn't want to part with it. Sitting in a secluded place on the street, the girl remembered that the lady who gave her this ring was also very beautiful. The little girl understood that the former owner of the ring was most likely from an aristocratic family, not like herself. The image of a stranger with an unusual hair color did not leave the orphan's head, as it made a strong impression. Olivia tilted her head to the side and thought that there had been many more things like that in that girl's life, and that only happiness reigned, while the little girl herself had to starve and freeze, so she would like to live like that miss. And right now, Olivia was trying to make her life luxurious, and so she intercepted the priest's letter. Of course, Miss would never have been able to do this with her own hands, but she had a lover for that. The heir personally followed the servant who delivered the letter, and therefore was able to easily intercept it in the end. So right now, the fake saint tore open the envelope, saying that no one wants to disturb the emperor. The high priest looked at all this with his mouth slightly open and understood that he could do absolutely nothing. The lady walked smoothly up to the old man and asked with a smile if they really needed two religions in the empire. Miss knew that the priests of the sun and moon drew their energy from the same source, so why separate them? The high priest always took great care to hide the fact that he was originally a follower of the moon. In his childhood, Linda taught him magic, so the man was aware of her origin, but supported her. However, until now, it was unpleasant for him when someone reminded him of how exactly the priest learned magic. So the old man lost his temper and shouted that such an evil witch had no right to teach him how to live. The heir heard the man's speech and could not tolerate it any longer, but reminded him that Olivia was his fiancée. But the girl said that she was not at all offended and still believed that magic should be united for stability. Besides, Miss knew that in that case, all the remaining priests would receive much more power than they had now. But in response, the priest said that he should not have accepted her into the temple at all, which even made the lady's face change. The chief priest looked around and called for help from the holy knights who were supposed to guard the temple. But the fake saint said with a smile that they were all sent to the village to help with the disease. This made the man even more angry because he had managed to forget that he himself had once allowed the lady to manage the security. And Olivia at that moment pretended to smile sweetly and said that all her actions were aimed at the good of the empire. Noticing that the priest was not ready to receive her, the miss ordered that he be locked in the temple until the old man came to his senses. The man screamed to be released, but the imperial guards were not even going to listen to the priest. The saint watched this picture for a while, and then said that she and the prince would return to the village for now. But then Miliara appeared on the threshold of the temple in the company of her friends and demanded that the guards release the priest. The heir was immediately outraged by Darch's appearance, and the saint told her not to interfere in the internal affairs of the sun. But the duke's daughter said that, due to the rumors circulating around the city, everything that was happening concerned her too. Olivia gritted her teeth as she heard these arguments from her opponent, which she could not object to. At the end of her speech, the heroine stated that she was only concerned about the lady's misdeeds, so she headed to the palace. To the horror of the high priest, the mist still dragged him into this story, although the old man tried his best to appear kind. However, the duke's daughter confidently stated that the ruler would definitely find out about all their evil deeds. Just a few days later, everyone gathered at the imperial palace to talk with His Majesty. Olivia came only to refute Meliara's words, although she did not know what was on her mind. Moreover, the girl tried to stay close to her fiancé, but was still frightened when she heard about the arrival of the ruler. His Majesty walked in front of everyone and sat down menacingly on the throne before beginning the meeting for which this gathering was held. Looking around at the guests, he greeted Duke Arvis, whom he had not seen for a long time, and the boy nodded back, after which the emperor turned to Olivia and noted that during his absence, she had created a mess in the empire. The girl tried to justify herself, but the man ordered everyone to remain silent while he spoke. He began to scold his son, who listened with horror to the fact that he was not yet worthy of ruling the state. Having finished his speech, His Majesty asked why his citizens suddenly needed him so urgently. Then Meliara spoke first and asked if the emperor remembered her attempted poisoning, and the man nodded. He asked why the lady had brought up the subject again, and she replied that she was behaving this way because the poisoning had been staged. Hearing this, the ruler was not at all surprised and reminded the miss that she had said exactly the same thing last time. However, the heroine calmly explained that she now had evidence of her own innocence that day. The girl turned and looked at the servant, saying that she had found a witness who could confirm her words. The assistant clearly felt uncomfortable under the emperor's gaze, but tried to remain calm and speak evenly. Meliara said that after she chose the tea for Olivia, the man personally delivered it to the Temple of the Sun. The lady recalled that a couple of years ago, chamomile tea laced with poison was presented as material evidence, after which the miss asked the guy to tell himself about what happened that day. The assistant nodded and informed everyone that there had been a very heavy downpour at the time, which he remembered well. Then, the heroine suggested that the guy should also remember what she ultimately chose as a gift, and the servant immediately told that then Meliara, with an angry face, asked to pack mint tea and paper. Hearing this, the crown prince immediately shouted that these words were simply a blatant lie, as he did not want to believe such a thing. But the heroine was prepared for the fact that there would be people who would consider that her evidence was not at all sufficient. To everyone's surprise, the servant raised his hand and then said hesitantly that he had all the necessary evidence. Everyone was surprised, and the guy suddenly reached into his pocket and took out a piece of paper that he had been given that day in the store. It turned out that he had a delivery document with him, which listed mint tea, but he didn't hand it over to the lady. The boy admitted that he gave the tea to a fair-haired man who introduced himself as Saint Olivia's assistant. The emperor asked if the man was a priest of the sun, but the witness denied this information. He was able to remember that the stranger had silver hair and bright blue eyes, which was an unusual appearance. As soon as the heir heard the description of the man, he immediately guessed that they were talking about a guy he already knew. The father immediately noticed his son's reaction, but he did not want to admit anything, so he said that nothing had happened. However, the emperor immediately noticed that the young man was not telling him everything, so he sternly ordered him to tell everything. Under such a gaze, the first prince could not restrain himself and said that he had heard something from one of Duke Arvis's servants. Olivia realized that her fiancé was about to tell her that the stranger was largely to blame, and she turned around with displeasure. For the first time in her life, Meliara was grateful to the blonde for at least helping her now by telling the truth. The girl announced to everyone that her investigation did not end there, as she had found another witness. In a mysterious voice, the heroine stated that this maid had worked for Olivia in the past and had also seen that guy. The emperor listened attentively to the story of the duke's daughter, since some strange things were happening in his empire. The assistant bowed her head in respect and said that the silver-haired guy had handed her a jar of tea back then. Having trusted the guy, the girl gave this gift to the saint without a second thought and did not even check it beforehand. But as soon as the sun goddess took a sip, the cup fell out of her hands because the tea was poisoned. The assistant still remembered that terrible picture when Olivia lost consciousness right before her eyes. The ruler was a reasonable man, so he listened carefully to all the words spoken to him. And he was surprised that, according to the testimony of two people at once, Meliara was absolutely innocent. So the man turned to the Saint of the Sun in a menacing voice and asked if she knew what was happening. The girl used all her charm and said plaintively that she knew nothing about what was happening. It was unclear from the emperor's face whether he believed the lady or not, as he remained completely calm. Meliara stood silently and listened as the ruler suddenly said that he had heard of a saint who had made a contract with a demon. Meanwhile, the heir's father, barely containing his rage, asked Olivia if she was sure she wasn't lying to him. Miss barely suppressed the desire to clench her teeth and screamed that someone had simply set her up. In the end, she confidently stated that if anyone had made a contract with a demon, it was Meliara. Olivia announced to everyone that Lecht, who was friends with the Duke's daughter, was actually the Demon King. Even the first prince didn't have such information, so he looked at the guy he often argued with in fear. The crowd of aristocrats called as witnesses immediately began to whisper when they heard about this. The heroine realized that it was her turn to speak and informed the emperor that she had never made a contract with Arvis. His Majesty was confused at the moment, but tried not to jump to conclusions, and the lady reminded that in order to summon a demon, a certain intermediary was needed, which had to be carried with you at all times. Miss also added that this thing was needed to conclude a contract, after which she turned to Olivia. The Duke's daughter asked why the saint always wore the same emerald necklace around her neck. The girl didn't expect her rival to understand everything so quickly, so she reflexively grabbed the jewelry. But then the lady pulled herself together and said that she simply considered him the most handsome of all the others. But Meliara was not going to stop there, and asked if Olivia had not considered the almost stolen necklace to be the most beautiful. In addition, thanks to the maid, the heroine found out that Olivia has a lot of different jewelry, but she wears only one. However, the false saint continued to insist that this was all she liked. The girl's answers made it clear to the Duke's daughter that she was completely right in her guesses. So Meliara walked up to Olivia and with a quick movement tore the emerald jewelry off her. The goddess of the sun was so surprised that she didn't even have time to react, but only opened her eyes wide. The heroine asked the miss to explain the following phenomenon and broke the saint's favorite decoration with her foot. In fact, the Duke's daughter did not do this without a reason, but only because she had spoken to the butler shortly before that day. Miss studied all the laws of the demonic world very carefully and wanted to discuss them with the assistant. Tanma once again confirmed the girl's words that Letu should not have broken Prote's contract under any circumstances. Then, unfolding the book, the heroine asked what would happen if she were the one to destroy the intermediary. This is exactly what the lady did now, causing the room to suddenly fill with black smoke. The aristocrats began to retreat away from him in fear, as they were very surprised. A few seconds later, Lecht appeared majestically in front of everyone in the room. But, unlike Olivia, the demon didn't panic at all, because he had nothing to worry about. He looked languidly at the broken necklace and asked why the girl had behaved so stupidly. Prote reminded her once again that since the middleman had been destroyed, their contract was now broken. While thinking with the butler about what would happen, Meliara asked him a couple of days ago what would happen if she broke the demon's contract. Tanma admitted that in essence, nothing should happen to the lady, but a confrontation could begin in the demonic world. The girl didn't expect that this could happen, so she asked her assistant to tell her more. He reminded that Lecht had not appeared in his kingdom for quite some time, and that they might remind him of this. There was a high society of demons who sat quietly only because the king was much stronger than them. But if they find out that the saint interfered with the contract between the demon and the human, it could be a reason for a rebellion. The butler reported that some people have been complaining for a long time that Lecht has completely abandoned his affairs. The heroine was frightened when the man said that the demons were eagerly awaiting her in their kingdom. Imagine the miss's surprise when Tanma confessed that all the moon saints had previously been the wives of demon kings. The assistant began to think of how to explain the whole theory to the lady further, while she remained embarrassedly silent. In the end, the man said that the demons were just whining because His Majesty had not yet shown her to them. He also added that he would also like the girl to visit the demonic world in the near future. However, Tanma understood perfectly well that only the master could ask Miliaru about this. After these words, The butler returned to a serious dialogue and asked if the miss really wanted to break Protee's contract. And the heroine confirmed her wish, but she really wanted nothing to harm Lecht. Then the assistant said that if you come up with some good justification, the demons will not rebel. Meliara herself understood that such actions could not be carried out simply because it was against the rules. Suddenly, a decision formed in the mind of the Duke's daughter, and she said that the disease in the Arvis estate was spread by Protee. Muso, who was absolutely certain that he had smelled the scent of the king's older brother, told everyone else about this. The lady then said that Olivia would not have attacked Lecht, meaning that Protee was acting alone at the time. The butler immediately understood what the girl was trying so hard to get at, and he also thought about it. But Miss got ahead of him and said that the demon had harmed other demons, which would not be welcomed in his world. Tanma said with a smile that he himself would not have been able to figure out something like this if it weren't for the saint, after which he turned around and said that he urgently needed to return to the Demon King's castle in that world. The miss was surprised at this, but the butler explained that he wanted to transform this reasoning into a conviction. So in the end, the heroine completely calmly destroyed the intermediary, thereby breaking Protee's contract. The only thing the guy didn't expect was that he would end up being seen by a whole bunch of strangers. The aristocrats immediately recognized the demon because of his horns and appearance, which frightened them. Even His Majesty was noticeably worried at the moment, although he had seen a lot in his life. Protee didn't stand still, but approached Olivia and asked if everyone had really found out that she was a fake. These words made the girl very angry, but she could not do anything in such a situation. Meliara watched the fake saint closely, so she saw how much her face was distorted. For the first time in her life, the heroine did not feel regret for being able to defeat someone. Here the emperor asked at least someone to explain what was going on here. Until the very end, the ruler did not want to believe that his son's bride had actually made a contract with a demon. Seeing that no one was going to speak, the Duke's daughter stepped forward and confirmed all of His Majesty's guesses. The girl said that she read in a book that if the intermediary is destroyed, the contract with the demon is broken. The ruler still couldn't quite believe what was happening, so the lady suggested that the high priest check. The heroine was more than sure that all of Olivia's powers disappeared as soon as she lost contact with Protee. Literally, a few seconds later, the priest studied the girl's magic and reported that he really did not feel anything. Only now did the former saint come to her senses and scream that Meliara had simply cast some kind of spell on her. She made her way between the people who surrounded her because she wanted to get as far away from them as possible. And then the girl fell right into the arms of the first prince and begged him to help her. Protee watched behind the lady's back with a smile as she continued to lie just to get out of this situation. But then the heroine walked past a couple of lovers, which caused Olivia to fall silent out of surprise. Meliara summarized the sins of the former saint before the emperor, which finally ended her entire story. However, the most terrible thing Miss considered was that the girl deliberately spread the disease and put people's lives in danger. But even though she knew she was about to lose, the fake goddess screamed that no one had any evidence. But to this, the Duke's daughter said that the epidemic began because of a poisonous flower from the demon world, which only Olivia could get. Then Lyndon suddenly entered the room and asked permission to finish the rest of the story. His Majesty had not seen his second son for a long time, but nevertheless gave him permission to speak. Then Ezerson said that he accompanied Meliara and Lecht to the village of Chiban, where the epidemic first broke out. He admitted that, thanks to the help of the people of the moon, the disease was cured. But, as the prince of the empire, the guy began his investigation. And then he managed to find out that a few days before the start of the epidemic, Olivia was found unconscious near the village. After finishing his speech, Lyndon asked the former saint if it was all just a coincidence. The girl still desperately did not want to remain guilty, although she had no arguments in her defense. However, suddenly, all conversations in the hall were interrupted by the emperor, and Lyndon stopped attacking the lady and looked at his father. The ruler rose from his throne and ordered the guards to immediately take this fair-haired witch out of the hall.